The scene opens to a gentle and peaceful setting in a restaurant. Sunlight streams in, with game screens popping up nearby. Nothing special to say about this game. The scenery changes again, showing that game everywhere, but it doesn't seem well received, with plenty of negative comments. It's just a simple Python when game with standard monster hunting mechanics, a typical mobile game. No need for further explanation. Game screen interface appears. Please touch the screen. Someone asks, why am I playing this game? Key characters are shown, each with their own distinct appearance. I was captivated by the beauty of the female characters. Like many other role-playing games, the beginning is familiar. I got drawn into the game. Eventually, I spent a lot of money on it, even after playing through multiple rounds. The introductory image is magnified. Now I'm not even a playable character, let alone an NPC. A cursor points to a distant garden area, unclear who or what. King Yomer appears and bites the pointing finger. Don't bite me. An unknown character. Background character B. I entered into this character. King Yomer stands motionless in front of a train carriage. Here, my name is King Yomer. Demon Slayer. Suddenly, a girl with green hair stabs him from behind. King Yomer jumps back in surprise. He turns around. She's a woman, right? I understand what you're thinking, but it's not like that. He shyly asks. Anyway, are you okay? The girl feels embarrassed for accidentally stabbing them. Oh, yes, sorry. Fortunately, the setting of the Land of Miracles is taking place in South Korea. King Yomer arrived at his destination without realizing it. Next up is Mapu. Mapu Station, name, location, geography. Only a few characters differ slightly, mostly similar. He steps off the train, swipes his card. I'm a teenager. Note, this bot refers to the user as a teenager, indicating new functionality or something like that. There are so many, it's easy for me to adapt. King Yomer enters an elevator, floor number 14 displayed. And thus, for a whole year, I lived here, forgetting whether this was real or just a game. He inputs the room password, a life I couldn't enjoy in my previous existence until that day came. The sky is turning darker as evening approaches. You're back now. Oh, you're back. Our pride and joy. Sword God, King Yomer. His father holds up a notice of recruitment. Look at this, our son, the recruitment letter. Application number for 982A. Name King Yomer. We hereby announce that the person named above has been accepted into our academy for the 2034 academic year. Please participate in the following items. April 17, 2034, Joaquin Academy location. Items to bring, personal weapons and Joaquin Academy supplies. King Yomer remains silent for a moment. He hesitates, forcing a smile. Can we put it away now, please? His parents react strongly, shouting loudly. What are you saying? No matter how many times I look at it, I still feel proud. We've raised our child very well. Your mom seems really excited, more than even the kid himself. I love you. Oh right, Ghost Wind. Tomorrow is the school enrollment day. Oh, our son, have you finished preparing everything? King Yomer with a reluctant expression still has that look, standing there motionless. I'll go prepare now while your dad is still lost in joy, ignoring reality. Yes, come on son. That summarizes the story so far. Indeed, my modest dream of a normal life has turned to smoke. King Yomer sits bored at his study desk. It's tomorrow. Everyone is so happy, I can't refuse. He looks at his computer in despair. I've asked several times if I could skip it, but that didn't work. King Yomer swipes past a family photo and feels tired, very tired. He stops talking, swallows the rest of the words for you. The picture shows a happy, warm family. Damn King Yomer, how did he get accepted into that prestigious school? He recalls the previous plot. This is what happened, son. Last year, your divine ability appeared and you passed immediately. Don't you remember? Truly, before I entered him, King Yomer revealed his divine ability and was admitted to Joaquin Academy right away. He sits quietly, pondering the admission notice. Is he a genius? Damn that guy. King Yomer recalls his knowledge of divine abilities in the game. For an experienced player, this is too easy. Divine Ability. It's a special power humans can use. It's like a skill in a game. However, not everyone has divine abilities. King Zomar still remembers the notes on divine abilities precisely. Divine abilities often manifest through movement. With the appearance of divine abilities, society is divided into 3 classes: the elite class, commoners, and the lower class. Those powerful people aren't good guys. Joaquin Academy was established to maintain the power of the elite class that has been set up before. Its purpose is just an excuse for the rich. Previously, although it was founded with the name of training heroes, it has long become a school only for noble families. The more he looks back at his situation recently, the more a special admission system for non-heroic families has been introduced. This special admission system has been announced, and King Joma was accepted as one of those special students. A question any time traveler would ask: but why do we need heroes now? The reason is obvious. It's like in many movies or game series. Because the ghost world, King Joma still stands there, lost in thought. Yes, once again, this isn't real life. A school training heroes to prepare for war, right? But it's different. If I had to re-enlist, it might feel like that. He is bored and sad. Suddenly, a window of information pops up. Divine ability, pain relief, activation time 30 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. Even though he hasn't just come from another world, he's still startled by the status window feeling unfamiliar. Now King Joma seriously examines his own abilities. Age M. Let's see, what divine ability has awakened in King Jomar? Pain relief activation time 30 seconds, cooldown 12 hours, jumbled. Yen Teeth can only look helplessly at it every time she sees it. I feel bored again. 30 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. Cheap. The more he thinks about something. Oh, right. This is the divine power granted to me when I entered this body. Shout loud. The blessing of the sword god. That information window just changed. The blessing of the sword god. It will break if you cut it. Time activation is infinite. No cooldown time. Only activates with a sword shorter than 30 centimeters and narrower than 5 centimeters. The blessing of the sword god. My name is King Zoma. Are you kidding? This is a divine power I've never seen in any game before. King Zoma seriously analyzed. The fancy name contrasts starkly with its overly simple effect. It will break if cut. It's ridiculous to call something so obvious a divine power. PFFT. But the more striking thing is the activation condition. A sense of helplessness rises as he thinks about a sword 30 centimeters or shorter with a width under 5 centimeters, barely visible. Link thought of something. Clearly, it's referring to a sushi knife. It means I should cut sushi here. King Yomer was flustered and sighed. I don't know either. After all, life isn't always as we wish. He straightened up. Life is boring. Have I packed everything? King Yomer remembered something. Oh, right. I forgot my weapon. Now I remember. When I play, the weapons used by my character are. King Yomer recalled the expensive equipment and combat gear. Even the lowest E grade costs tens of millions of gun. A mid-C grade one costs hundreds of millions. A level or S item is truly a treasure. Sit down and think about it. Tuition fees are already huge. I don't want to spend money on something forced upon me. King Yoma focused on finding a loophole, the letter requesting equipment. So if I bring nothing, I'll leave a bad impression on my first day. He sighed and walked towards the glowing area at Deso. Suddenly, he remembered an old acquaintance. All of a sudden, I'm thinking about that old man again. I suddenly remember my first master, someone who insisted on using a Japanese sushi knife worth over 100 million won. A true master never blames their equipment. The scene changed. A voice echoed. New student, welcome. King Yoma was wearing the school uniform. He saw someone calling him. King Yoma glanced over. In front of him stood a tall man. Even though he's dressed up, you can see his muscle definition. Is this your weapon? In front of him were piles of discounted Deso knives. Yes! Li Quan Bin was taken aback for a moment. Today is the first day of enrollment. Kang Jomar's turn to check his equipment. The instructor evaluated the discounted knives on the table. Every year, upper-class students play pranks, setting strict discipline from the start. Think and act fast, he shouted loudly, slamming his hand on the table. Do you think this academy is a joke? Do you really think using a kitchen knife like this as a weapon in the class division test is acceptable? Kang Jomar calmly replied, "It's my weapon." Seeing that expression on him, Lee Hoon-bin couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat and shouting loudly, "Students!" Kang Jomar quickly calmed down as he explained, "Instructor, I'm a special student from a humble background. Just the tuition alone is a heavy burden for my parents. How can I afford to add the cost of an expensive weapon?" The stern-looking officer glanced over the color of his name tag. Special student. He carefully examined that name tag. Indeed, for students not from the elite class, tuition fees are a significant burden. The instructor's expression changed instantly. His face turned pale as he spoke. Now he found it hard to believe. He was sweating profusely. It was shocking to think that someone involved in an organization would encourage the education of a child like this, pushing out a sincere and filial young boy. So Kang Joma offered a 30% discount. Continuing his explanation, he also added that the equipment was just a trick by the dregs. Lee Hwan-bin seemed to see a glimmer of hope from Kang Joma's words. He pondered what he said, a master who doesn't blame his equipment. This is something a young boy shouldn't say. It feels like he has reached the pinnacle in some field. Now, Kang Joma's image was like a supreme deity, shining brightly. The weight of those powerful words and steadfast spirit made him feel like he was. The instructor was moved to tears, his face streaked with tears and snot. Magnificent, the most magnificent in all ages. Back to reality, Kang Yoma woke up the instructor. Instructor, speed up the process for Kang Yoma's student weapon. It has been approved for use. Kang Yoma put away his knives and thanked the instructor. Behind him, the other students looked angry and mocked. Oh, a special student. How did he get here? 2. The scent of those specially selected ones. Lee Hwan-bin, after rehearsing, was full of energy. Shout loudly, new students, be quiet. After evaluation, quickly move into formation. Kang Jomar on the side also jumped in surprise. Kang Jomar hurriedly tried to escape first. He was too scared already. Just by hearing that, I got PTSD. PTSD is post-traumatic stress disorder. But behind him, they were more excited than ever. Their attitude will decide whether I become an angel or a devil. Do you understand? This truly is a prestigious school. The most advanced and valuable things gather here. Phew, take a break. Kang Joma sat in the courtyard looking at the sky, feeling exhausted. I had predicted this, but experiencing it firsthand still made me feel uneasy. He sighed, regretting having to do it. However, he completed his equipment check and passed the enrollment ceremony. All that's left is the class placement test. I'm really tired. Kang Joma paused for a moment, thinking, but I've actually arrived here. This is the school where I'll study for the next 3 years. Looking around, the grandeur and spaciousness of the Joaquin Hero Academy impressed him. He couldn't help but marvel at its scale. The buildings looked different from what he had seen in the illustrations. If you exaggerate a bit, it could be as big as a small town. I must admit, really impressive. Kang Joma sat on long benches under the trees, shielding himself from the sun. He would start his studies here soon. Inside him, there were many indescribable feelings. Studying in a school for elites, thinking back to when I had to drop out of high school due to family circumstances on Earth. Such an unfamiliar feeling. Suddenly, the intercom sounded, saying that the class division test would soon take place, and students were asked to gather in the training hall before 1 p.m. Kang Joma looked over, opening a nearby bag. It's time, right? The enrollment ceremony is done, but this class division test is very important. Kang Joma lifted his Daiso knife, smiling confidently. It's just a test. I'll get used to it. Thinking back, he hadn't used any knives since arriving here, and there was no reason for that. He recalled the old man tightly holding a knife, never letting go even when sleeping. Do you understand? It seems I've adapted to another of his habits. After 20 years with a knife, has a year's rest really worn down my skills? King Joma touched and examined the knife, testing its sharpness. Even a ghost would be surprised. He smiled, better than expected. As the ghost drew his knife, looking at it, perhaps he'd cut some leaves. A stream of power flowed around the knife, activating an information window. The device met the requirements and activated the sword god's blessing. That door turned from green to red. Your physical level is too low. King Zoma was startled. I'm affected too. Your weapon level is too low. Use suppression to initiate synchronization for the user. I don't understand what's happening. King Zoma was stunned, alarmed. I just drew my knife, and a silent black screen enveloped everything. It remained quiet. A bell rang somewhere. May the gods bless you with their favor. The ghost was tense, scared. An electric current hit him and his knife. The lightning struck harshly, intensifying his tension and emotions. Gosh. The ghost struggled to speak. If this continued, I'll die. His eyes bulged with electricity. Bang! A loud noise echoed as a blinding light appeared. The ghost was dragged into some red space, fragments of the real world flickering round him. Tense, surprised, scared, damn it. He dropped his hand, his grip weakening. What's going on here? The knife fell to the floor. King Yoma was faced with a shattered spacetime. His eyes widened in shock. King Yoma couldn't believe what he saw. Sweat dripped down his face. I'm back. As soon as I let go of the knife, I returned to normal. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. Ugh, my body. It hurts so much. King Joma tried to resist. His body trembled and his eyes narrowed. I understand the activation of divine power. But is this world destruction related to the sword god's blessing? And this reaction causes too much pain. Divine chaos only helps reduce minor pain after use. King Joma looked at his hand. If every time it's like this, I can't use that knife. The intercom announced again, students, please gather in the training hall immediately. King Yoma was still affected by what happened. He stared at the knife on the floor, hesitating. But I think I should pick it up. I can't leave a sushi knife lying on the ground. Yeah, just painful the first time. The ghost trembled, trying to calm himself. I'll be fine. Will I? He firmly picked up the knife. Repeated in the past, getting electrocuted still can't be avoided. A loud scream catches everyone's attention. His cheeky face. The scene shifts to a gathering area. Training hall. Inside the hall, people gather in large numbers. Laughter and chatter fill the air. That's right. I was wondering how much it cost for my son to enroll. A green-haired person notices something. He turns his attention to the side. Oh heavens, you've had a tough journey. The one who appears is Klinge Siegfried von Nibelung, solemnly sitting in an adjacent room. Lord Klinge 7th Virtuous, Color Inch, Siegfried, von Nibelung. Muffled singing echoes from below. The descendant of Aaron Nibelung, direct disciple of the primordial hero Balor Jarwin. Color Inch doesn't pay much attention to that. The green-haired man looks at him intently. Top of the world. The bald-headed man next to him finally speaks up. Shouldn't we return to our seats? The green-haired man nods hesitantly in agreement. Yeah, that's right. Klinge sighs in frustration. Suddenly, a shadow appears beside him. She is Medea, 7th Virtuous Hero, the Sage. Medea Boysen. Oh, Siegfried, it's been a long time. Really half a century? Klinge feels uncomfortable. Medea! He reminds her that she doesn't look like an academy principal at all. It seems turning 70 hasn't changed her much. Medea remains indifferent, sits down beside him. Not every woman wants to stay beautiful until death. Mrs. Sang smiles and says, Ziha, just tell me one thing. My blessing can help you look 10 years younger. He still resists uncomfortably. Even if she turns 70 tomorrow, she hasn't matured yet. People should value their inner essence. Medea ignores him, covers her mouth and changes the subject with a laugh. Oh, old man, why are you still the same as 50 years ago? Klinge sits fuming at this old woman. Medea smiles at Klinge honestly. Anyway, the rigid old man has changed a lot, hasn't he, bringing me to places like these. She wonders, I used to hate breathing the same air as these self-centered people. Clinge. For Medea leans her head on his leg and guesses. So, Tanu? Must be very beautiful, right? Ha! Clinge remains silent. He speaks later. It seems the meeting is about to start. Below in the hall, people are still socializing. Hopefully it will be interesting. Auntie, ha ha! But there's a special case, King Jomer. He stands alone, forlorn and lonely. His face is blank. I'll go down. Am I the only one with black hair? Could it be? Has it been the foreigner with black hair I've heard about? And there's a special student among the nobles too. Jamar called some of the mocking remarks during the review process. Ha, a special student. How did someone like that end up here? HMPH, it really does smell like those special students. Jama pondered humbly. From the gate, someone was entering. Focusing intently, Jamal watched carefully. There he is. What's going on? Over there. Skimming past the green-haired crowd in the breeze, you followed closely. Hush, whispers and murmurs filled the air. The one who arrived was Abel, the Empress Sword Maiden. Abel, gone, Nibelung. She has very cold and sharp eyes. According to John Marr, she's the main character, the main protagonist of this game, and the only reason I spent resources on it. Initially, as side space, Balor Jarwin, the primordial hero, created that space. Now, with the establishment of the Academy, it's a separate reality from ours. The injuries and pain experienced here are real, but in the side space, it doesn't apply to our reality because there's no interference from the real world. Here, even killing is overlooked. Clinge wondered, a warlord in the side space? Media responded beside her. Yes, battles in the side space are a tradition at our school. For many years, we've been trying something different from the usual format. The warlord battle. She explained it to him step by step. We'll divide the contestants into groups of 10. Clinge seemed to have guessed this year's competition idea too. Then there's a survival game. Media added, no restrictions on equipment. He frowned and glanced at Meteor. Without equipment restrictions, wouldn't that be an opportunity for those with privileges? She didn't like this either, but couldn't do anything about it. Don't mention that again. I had to compromise as much as possible. Whether we like it or not, the Academy is mostly funded by noble money. Media brought up a student I struggled very hard to introduce. System, there it is. It seems both Clinge and Media know what happened. That's its meaning. Yes, he is the special student. The special one is blushing so hard she can't move. Jorma watched Abel from afar. She's breathtakingly beautiful. Really, I thought she was just a 2D character. But this is different. Ben was surrounded by numerous boys who followed her, laughing and talking to try to catch her attention. The foolish ones tried to approach her. Or maybe if I didn't win the game, I would have done the same thing too. Jorma's fierce expression showed she knew these players well enough. He looked at her and recalled the main plot. Abel von Nibelung are a player blessed by the miracle open. The rule is that she will be with a golden-haired boy. They are a natural pair. In other words, she's linked to the main character of this game. Since Ma was far away watching the people in front, wherever Ben went, boys gathered and followed her. Ultimately, beauty always has someone by her side. He turned his back and walked away with a sly smile. A guy like me, a special student, can't compare to them. I'd rather avoid getting involved and end my noisy school life. Ma took out a book. He wrote down his future goals based on the 3 principles he set for himself. Ma ignored everything around him, focusing only on his own principles. He completed his studies without any incidents, found a stable job, and lived a safe life. A character in that book suddenly caught his attention. His most desired profession, Hung, with an extremely high salary. Who's Hung? Moore called the time he got electrocuted. He stiffened up, his face turning pale. What kind of death was this? His body was trembling even now. Ma closed the book, feeling relaxed and happy to ignore everything. You protect the world, but I'll find a different comfortable job. The announcement echoed, signaling that the class test for year 783 at Joaquin Academy would begin immediately. I'll explain the rules, Roma, we're starting now. That Polygon block announced and explained the rules. This year, as previously announced, it will be a 3-kingdom battle among 10 randomly selected contestants. The winner will advance to the next class. 10. This year, there are many well-known faces gathered here. The second and third place winners will also advance to the next class. Long, they all gathered for this year's competition. The 4th through 7th place winners will advance to the next class. Lang, the 8th through 10th place winners will advance to the next class. Fam, everyone is enjoying the fighting atmosphere. Class placement will be based on these results. Scores will be automatically calculated with no time limit. John Ball was familiar, just like in the game. The goal is to advance to the next class. Fam, don't waste time and finish quickly. The exam has officially begun. A black space surrounds all the contestants. Activate the spatial device. The exam starts now. May the hero's blessings be with you. Drummer assumed a serious expression, entering combat mode. If possible, try not to draw attention. As soon as they entered the arena, large and small fights broke out. The number of casualties and those eliminated increased rapidly. Hey, Kavang Reinhorn's announcement echoed. Group 24 has completed their evaluation. The leader is Trive. Second place, Group 47 has completed their evaluation. The leader is Saki Ryuyu. Second place is Sarader. Above them, Tamidia and KL Inge observed the evaluations. Reflecting on this recruitment round, media displayed the information of registered contestants, including his daughter and lineage from the Gomez family. The results are clear now. Clinge was confused. He's talking about this again. Look at this. 7 minutes and 14 seconds, amazingly fast. A large screen showed Abel's image. Oh, a C-grade weapon achieving such a record. Abel wants fair evaluation. A young one who has matured so much. Impressive. Sieg, even though his record wasn't broken, his daughter's still ranks in the top 10 of the Academy's history. Clinge was amused and chuckled. That's obvious with that knee bloodline. He made a prediction as he prepared to stand up and leave. It seems the test is ending, so I should go now. There's still one group, but he decided to visit the store later. They're probably just descendants of those pigs. Clinge stood up and walked away. See you later. Yeah, see you in the next life. Old man! Suddenly, a loud roar came from somewhere. The entire auditorium fell silent as everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. Media panicked and turned to Clinge loudly. I feel it too. I can't keep calm either. It's unbelievable. Below the arena, a dark space, injured people, bleeding individuals, those sad about being eliminated. Clinge was tense. He couldn't sense that feeling from just now. This is another voice echoed. Both of them couldn't sit still. A green light streaked down from the sky directly over where everyone was competing. Media and Clinge stood up in alarm as the spatial barrier outside was broken. An unknown object fell through that barrier. Everyone was confused, unsure of what it was. They finally reacted. 2 objects landed heavily on the competition floor. The entire audience became agitated. Someone fell out from the spatial device. Fish cake! Above, a blinding light streaks across the sky. Clinge's face shows fear as sweat drips down his forehead. A blade cuts through the barrier, creating a large hole, and slices past the contestant who falls to the ground. The media shouts loudly, urgently checking the condition of the contestants just exiting. Clinge stands beside, deep in thought, silent, urging action. That familiar knife, its reflection showing the face of someone knocked out. The scene changes again. The outcome is inevitable. It was predetermined from the start. A blonde-haired person curses loudly. You dog! You got it coming! Then he's grabbed by the neck. Ugh! The other person brutally pushes him against the wall, laughing with glee. Unfortunately, 2 of them, one is Mao. Jun grabs the neck while the other is Mao. Jun steps on the contestants. It seems I've fallen into a deadly trap. These are a pair of evil twins from the royal family. The first one is Jun, who has lost his humanity, beating and torturing a female contestant by her hair. Mao, Jun, to weak. UGH. The next one is Jun, acting like an evil living demon, intending to kill with his grip on the neck. Mao, Jun, it's over? Shall we continue? Ugh, despite their innate talents, their cruelty and deceit know no bounds. Gemma is terrified by this pair of evil twins, sweat pouring down her face. These bastards, they're deliberately playing with us for 30 minutes. He stands beside observing. Am I so weak that they don't even notice me? Sun makes the other person suffocate and fall unconscious. You're dead now, right? He's fed up with life. Throw him to the side. Boring. Sun starts counting people. 1, 2, 2. He turns to ask his brother. Brother, how many are there? The sound of desperate cries echoes. It hurts too much. Stop it. Sun remembers something. Sun steps on the other person, squashing him. Disgusting. More or less, it's over anyway. Is there anything? Yeah. It's so troublesome. Sun realizes he has caught for people. Jun understands his sister's intention. Oh, sorry. I'll let that one go for you. He and she both stared at the red-haired girl standing off to the side. Yeah, I accept that. The demon seemed to be shaken up by this. He tried to calm himself down. Think, the person quietly sitting in a corner looked panicked. She's lost her fighting spirit. Damn it! Sun slowly advanced towards her. He wore an excited expression. Oh, look at this. Juan raised his fist and sneered. It seems to suit your taste. You're even curious if the scream coming from those small lips would match your preferences. You want to know this? Jun stood back, chuckling with pleasure. Even though you're my brother, you are really a pervert. Ha! Juan showed a perverted expression. Jason stared at the girl. So, where should I start tearing apart your body? At this moment, Jorma ran out from a corner, taunting them. Hey, you fat bastards, brave and bold. Why is it so outrageous even though it's just a side scene? Are you guys crazy? Damn, I'm in this mess without realizing it. The two brothers looked clearly uncomfortable. What now? Is there another one? Jun, show him his name card. Both of them noticed the green badge on his chest. A second-class student, a lowly one. Jun and Jun glanced at each other with malicious looks. Jun moved closer to John Ma. Brother, I'll deal with him quickly. Then blood splattered everywhere. Okay. He raised his fist in excitement looking at him. Since he just insulted us, let's cut out his tongue. Alright. With Duma in a dangerous position from all sides, Yiling gritted his teeth trying to escape. Damn it, what should I do now? Should I use the unholy blessing? No, they have been insulting another student's corpse for 30 minutes. Avoiding pain for 30 seconds won't help. Sashimi. Suddenly a light shone beside him. In his bag, the sashimi knife gleamed brightly. But if I hold this, the blessing will definitely be activated. The sword god's blessing. He was prepared, calm and ready. Not even half a day since he made up his mind. Damn it! Sun seemed to have discovered something. What is this? Yama pulled out the knife from his bag. Both of them stood still. Laughter and mockery rang again. Screw you, are you joking with me, you little prick? Sun immediately charged towards him. Since you're interesting, I'll make you suffer at least a bit. He jumped down from the floor. I'll break your head first. Sun jumps up to look down. Zama twirls his foot, preparing to dodge. This isn't a situation where I can be picky. Just 30 seconds, then everything should be fine. He tenses and draws his sword, mumbling a blessing. The window appears at the same time, activating in 30 seconds with a cooldown of 12 hours. All pain will be removed by the blessing of the unprotected, active for 30 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. He slowly draws his dagger. With this blessing, the sword god's blessing has been activated. It will neutralize the pain caused by the sword god's blessing. Sun approaches him directly and shouts loudly. Shouting, what can you do with that dull knife? This bastard, if I don't take care of him, he'll die with that sushi knife. Jama follows his every move. He grits his teeth, staring at Sun, feeling the pressure, determined not to be a fish. But a human. Joma's mind flashes back to what happened just now. Why do gangsters in movies use sushi knives? The teacher can really cut people with a sushi knife. Not only that, he shouted at me many times. Just like teaching me. You're crazy. That's just in the movie. Even gods couldn't do it. Fool! If you cut it, it will break. Joma is enlightened. He wakes up. Why are his eyes shining? And the scene appears. Sun hasn't finished speaking when he's cut down, sliced cleanly, hoping he cuts off his arm or both eyes, which light up. Yama descends like a god, killing that evil creature. The blessings of the gods will be with you. Good job. Why do gangsters use knives? As the chef speaks, a bright light suddenly flashes past his face. That light is a sharp knife embedded in the wall. The chef trembles and stares wide-eyed with fear. Ouch! This hurts! His teacher Jeonma narrows his eyes at him, commanding, I told you to call me teacher. And why are you curious about that? The storyteller continues, my first teacher was a former gangster. To make amends, he cut off one of his wrists. Then he opened a sushi shop because he wanted to make people happy with his knife skills. His skill is impressive. The chef holds the sharp knife and asks curiously why gangsters in movies use knives for sashimi. I wonder if it's real life too? His teacher wipes his face with a shortened hand, replying, think about it, if someone stabs you with a large chef's knife, would the skin come back together? A sushi knife is small, so it can stab multiple times and be pulled out easily. The chef asks again, stabbing, huh? Why not just cut off the whole thing? You can cut fish, but you can't cut people, right? He gets angry and shouts, because a fish is stationary when you cut it. If it's standing up, even bread you can't cut. Damn it! The chef has no words. In the manga, he chops very smoothly. If your skills are poor, you might get ranked. You feel embarrassed and ashamed. It really stinks. Give him a good scolding. The kid calls me teacher, not boss. Even if it's a divine order, it won't work. Got it? The scene changes to another setting where a huge iron hand appears. Mao's son has lost an arm. His face is extremely frightened. The evil eyes are sweating profusely. Chloe looks straight ahead in shock. In front of them, King Zoma holds a sharp small knife. Mao's son cries out in pain as he clutches his severed arm. Damn you! Ow! Hell no! It cries out with both pain and regret. My hand! My hand! Mao's son keeps clutching his own hand, crying in agony. It hurts so much. Hick hick! But King Zoma has approached him with a sinister look. He's terrified and falls to the ground screaming, don't come here! I said, don't come here! He quickly stands up and runs away shouting for help. Save me! Mao Jun on the side is shocked by the scene. Mao Jun desperately runs towards him with tears streaming down his face. Brother! Brother! Save me! That guy! That damn dog! Hurry up! His desperate expression is truly ugly now. A red light flashes across his face. I'm going to die. Before Mao's son could finish, King Zoma swings and chops his head off. Mao's son is shocked by the bloody scene in front of him. He sweats profusely, feeling both anger and fear. At his feet lies half of his brother's head, desperately looking up for help. His despair now erupts as he screams, Zun! Zun! King Zoma still stands there with the sharp small knife in hand. Chloe is also shocked by Hai Hong's scene. Calm down! Is this virtual space? Mao Zun grits his teeth, trying to comfort himself, but sweat pours out like a shower. With such a knife, Zun can't die. But why is he so scared? I'm not sure what it is, but for someone who just started using a knife, he's trying to regain his composure and calculate. His breath is chaotic and shaky. Is this coincidence? I'm certain. I must be careful with that knife. Sun's mistake was being too careless. Mao Jun raises the remaining iron hand. If so, he just installed the red iron arm on his other hand and screams. The best weapon is when used in both hands, and strength begins to rise. The blessing of perseverance enhances defense. The blessing of intervention increases power by 200%. A large red fist appears. The blessing of the spirit enhances the power of the punch. At this moment, if Mao Zun had two strong arms, he would have smiled smugly and stabbed. Activate all three blessings at once. They are top-tier blessings that ordinary people dare not dream of. I don't know where you found that knife, but even S-rank weapons can't cut through it. I'm not like Sun. On this side, King Jomar is trembling with 23, 22, 21. Mao Jun now punches out a green fist and has been standing there like an idiot since the beginning. Then he punches out a red fist to attack King Joma. Are you muttering refusals? He's still standing there holding the knife with glowing eyes. The more excited and hopeful he becomes, the louder he yells, "I'll break your head." Like this, the attack targets your neck. King Zoma is still counting 7, 6, 5 at this moment. Mao Zun is a bit bewildered by his indifference. What's going on? At this moment, Mao Zun falls to the ground with numerous knives piercing him and fresh blood flowing out. That red iron arm also has a knife stuck in it. He looks covered in blood, eyes bulging as if preparing to sell salt. King Joma's body is still trembling while holding the knife, but he keeps counting. 3, 2, 1. His eyes widen and his body continues to tremble. Just before Mao Jun closes his eyes, he keeps praising in his heart. King Jomar has also counted down to 0. The system announces that the effect of the universal blessing has ended. Roaring sounds echo earlier. King Joma's body trembles as he raises the knife in agony. Mao Jun thinks about the last word and takes his final breath now. After some time, one eye gradually opens. The view is of a white ceiling. Confused, King Joma lies on a bed and exclaims, "This is you hospital." He struggles to stand up but cries out in pain. Suddenly, a man with blonde hair wearing glasses enters the room. Seeing King Joma sit up, he turns around to report to someone outside. The student has woken up. Now, one high heel steps forward and another follows. King Joma is still in shock looking up. He thinks, strange faces, but I can recognize one person. 50 years ago, the one who defeated the 6th Legion commander of the King's army. The two newcomers are K, L, I, N, G, E. Siegfried von Nibelung and Sage Medea Poison, two among the 7 heroes. The old man looks down at him thoughtfully while King Joma still evaluates the strongest human, Siegfried. At this moment, the Sage Medea Poison raises her hand to greet and kindly inquire, "How do you feel?" Director, Sage Alchemist, Medea Poison. King Jomar looks quite bewildered at these two people. He stammers in response, "Oh, yes, He wonders to himself, "Why?" Siegfried asks, "What's your name?" He replies, "King Jomar." His eyes become serious as he speaks. "Let's get straight to the point. King Jomar, what did you do?" King Jomar just fell silent at this question, not knowing how to answer. The feeling back then wasn't just in my imagination. That was definitely me. Thinking of this, he swallowed a gulp of cold air, his expression extremely serious. Then suddenly, King Joma seemed to realize something. The sword in his hand appeared larger. It could be seen emitting a sparkling glow. Even the staff and gemstone on Siegfried's collar were glowing brightly. His eyes became sharper. Being noticed by such an awful person isn't good at all. But Song remained calm, speaking up. Even if it was a miniature space, I still think their actions have gone beyond the limit. I believe my response has been too harsh as well. I will accept any punishment without complaint. Siegfried continued staring down, while King Joma wasn't afraid and looked back at him. It was only then that Medea Poison sighed to break the cold silence. "Oh, old fool, why are you asking a boy like this?" Then she sat beside him, fiddling with his false robe. "Even if you say so, Siegfried is the one who cleared your blood vessels when you were unconscious. They say the younger, the more stubborn. Isn't that right? At least give me a break too." As she spoke, Medea Poison's people emitted heart-shaped love hearts. Siegfried blushed when she said this and replied sheepishly, "I told you not to mention that again." Medea Poison was now teasing closer to John Marr, dripping saliva. "There, the old man is embarrassed. HMPH, why?" Medea Person was stroking his shoulder and sighing, "Oh, look at this shoulder." Meanwhile, King Jomar was still confused, wondering why he felt so light, or rather heavy like a wet feather. It was only then that Medea Person returned to normal, cutting off his thoughts. Jomar, when you were unconscious, we extracted what happened and reviewed it with the professors. The scene of you sacrificing yourself to protect a poor girl. That's right, the prince we dreamed of. As she said this, she rubbed his arm, causing Siegfried to get angry. After rubbing, she winked at him and said, "No, you are indeed the prince." Siegfried couldn't take it anymore and interrupted her excitement. Ahem, Media. Media Poison was annoyed and turned around to scold. "Alright, old man," Siegfried reminded her. "At least have some dignity." King Zoma just looked at the two elders arguing in confusion. Media Poison turned towards King Zoma and said with pink bubbles, "I didn't intend to punish your actions during the test, so don't worry about it." Actually, the twin siblings from the Mao family entered the academy by starving the elders. They will leave the academy soon. While Media Person was staring at King Zoma with envy, he suddenly realized something. Got it! Lucky me! Thinking about this, he smiled contentedly. It seems I won't have to face them in the academy anymore. It was only then that Siegfried got a chance to speak. "We came to inform you," he replied. "Yes. Oh, thank you, sir," they announced. "Zoma, you're in first place." King Zoma still looked confused. Aha! Then they continued talking. "Congratulations!" At this moment, King Zoma was in a state of panic and anxiety. "What's that?" Then he couldn't help opening his mouth to shout loudly. "What is it? Safe? Sound? Security? At this moment, a tall building appeared. From the outside, one could see inside a room where someone was sitting on a chair sighing. Media Person held his teacup and said dismally, "I've been the director for nearly 20 years, and this is the first time something like this has happened. I don't like it at all." King Jomar responded irritably to their comments. Media Person and Siegfried were both startled upon hearing this. "Jomar," King Jomar said, "do you know what it means to be in the star class?" She continued, "I heard wrong, right?" Despite all the elders being very angry, the decision regarding the top student was made based on results evaluated by the space itself. King Zoma fell silent for a moment, but he still firmly refused it. "But I don't like this at all," which left two old men utterly confused. Siegfried looked silently at him with an intent to remind, "Zoma, you don't understand?" "Hey Sieg," the call brought him back to the present. Media Poison spoke from across the table. Because his granddaughter's top position was taken over by a demon, he wasn't happy about it. He had also seen the video recording. Siegfried calmly picked up his teacup and replied, "Truly foolish. Nothing is more foolish than doubting the judgment of a space that has no intention to interfere with the will of a hero who founded the academy. The academy chose him as the top student. We just have to follow this decision. However, if his ability is outstanding, we can understand. If his physical strength is extraordinary, we will also accept. If he has a lot of experience, I would already have agreed. But what a young boy, still immature and not yet an adult, has shown." At this moment, King Joma's image in battle appeared like a god of death. A powerful beam of light descended as if to tear through space. His techniques contained an idea. When Siegfried saw this scene, he was also startled. "The swordsmanship I've pursued my whole life. A level of mastery. Proficient in the branches." He stood alone below to meet the impending disaster. But now, Siegfried's eyes became serious, the unease he felt when unblocking Joma's meridian. When he examined King Joma's physical condition, a weak body that had never undergone any training, there was something in his body where power flowed from top to bottom, to bright spots on Joma's abdomen and chest, existing within him but not confined. Returning to the present, Siegfried closed his eyes and sighed. At his age, putting down the teacup, he thought, still having the spirit to compete for superiority, especially with a boy of the same age as his granddaughter. Suddenly, Media Poison's words interrupted his thoughts. His face is really nice. And how he defeated the enemy to save the girl in danger too. If I were 10 years younger, no, maybe I'm still good now. Old man, what do you think? As she said, she smiled at Siegfried, leaving him speechless. He finally spoke up. Do you know what fellow students call a woman like you these days? Media poison is hard to understand. MMMH. And then she put on an indifferent expression again. Just say whatever you want to say straight away. What do they call someone like me? A cup of tea was set down and made a clinking sound. Media poison is now quickly becoming hard to understand. Before Media poison's confusion, Siegfried opened his lips and spoke each word clearly. Hearing this, Media poison felt a surge of anger. The pressure caused the cup on the table to shake, spilling some water out. The scene changed again. King Yoma was standing in front of a door now. The C on the door had the class name Wolfglass written on it. This made him secretly dislike it. I've already compromised as much as possible. At that time, there was a discussion in the hospital about sending him to the upper class. Director, I want to go to the water class. The top student can't go to the water class. Our academy doesn't take equality as its principle, right? Why can't I go there? No! Even if it's possible, the water class is too low for him. After a long discussion with a stubborn student, Media poison was sweating profusely and raised her hand to her mouth to promise. Instead, I'll keep this secret for you. Finally, around her, an aura of unease spread. If he joined the water class, the elders would be even more upset. King Joma looked extremely confused at her. Back to now, my plan is to quietly complete studies in a lower class rather than get involved in higher classes' conflicts. As he thought this, he slowly pushed open the door and sighed with relief. At least it's still within my plans. After entering, the door closed with a loud bang, startling him. Mr. Huang stood there under everyone's attention in the auditorium. The noise was quite loud, so everyone stopped their activities and looked over, whether male or female. At this moment, they noticed his name tag Jama. Everyone saw that he wasn't a big figure and resumed their activities. They continued chatting and laughing as if he didn't exist. As King Joma walked down the stairs, he silently prayed, hoping no one would notice him or ignore him. Nobody is paying attention to me. After sitting down, he felt a bit relieved. It seems the director hasn't let anything from before slip out. The people she reads have their own way of life. Maybe that's good. As he thought this, he smiled and opened his book. Suddenly, someone appeared, startling him. It was Chloe, who shyly approached King Joma to greet him. Hello, thank you. Because of what happened before, it surprised him a bit. At this moment, the atmosphere between them fell into a brief silence. Chloe blushed and continued during the test. King Yoma remembered. That's when. MMMH. We're the same age after all. Why are you so hesitant in your words? Song and smiled and said, You don't have to thank me. In that situation, anyone would do the same. It looks like I saved her. But Chloe still stood there shyly, trying to say, No, it's not like that. King Yuma thought again. He just wanted to survive. I'm such a hypocrite. Hearing that, King Yuma happily changed the topic. Actually, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is King Yoma. Chloe then smiled and replied, I'm Chloe. He warmly said, Nice to meet you. Chloe was surprised. We're in the same middle school class. She happily responded back, Me too. After a while of getting to know each other, he tilted his head and wondered, Chloe, who is she? I've played almost all the games but don't remember this character's name. From what I recall, the main story will focus on fighting against the demon tribe in the latter half. It's quite surprising to have a new character appear at this time. Oh, she's just another side character like me. King Yoma then said, Right, can you keep secrets from today's exam? Chloe replied immediately, Of course. She seemed about to say something and asked, If it doesn't bother you, could I? Then someone entered the room and loudly interrupted her. Everyone, please sit down. The demon looked at Chloe and asked, What are we talking about? She just sighed. Yeah. A document was then placed on the table with a loud announcement. First of all, congratulations to those who passed. Li Won-bin, the instructor, proudly announced from the podium. You're here because you've been chosen to carry on the spirit of the founder of Valor High School. Valor Jacquin, be proud of that. My name is Li Won-bin, the main instructor of Worn Out. This person's name is Li Won-bin, and instructor at worn out. Lee Wonbin continued, "Today being our first day, we'll start with some simple physical exercises. Change your clothes and gather on the training field in 30 minutes. At this moment, a student raised his hand and asked, "Instructor Lee Wonbin, what are these exercises?" Instructor Lee Wonbin replied, "Simple, just 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Then run around the training field 10 times. The students below started talking. Lee Wonbin loudly asked, "If there are no more questions, change your clothes and gather on the training field." Class dismissed. "Yes, sir." At this moment, everyone was rushing out while Kang Yoma sat there helplessly thinking these exercises were turning students into drill sergeants. Instructor Lee Wonbin then called out, "Student Kang Joma, what is it?" Student Kang Joma. He was surprised. How did he know my name? But that's not important now. The problem is, I need an excuse to avoid the boring training. I'm sick. I have to find a way out of this dull training. Instructor Lee Wonbin was thinking. He then said, "Alright, for the top student in the training ranking, it won't help you get better." He remembered and looked at a picture he had been told to keep secret. "Remember to keep this a secret." Lee Wonbin continued, "How about joining the elite class on your first day? The president has allowed you to attend all classes." When he heard that, he froze for 5 seconds. That damn president. What's this secret? What is this secret? There's a secret when more people know about it. I got it. Let's keep it a secret. Hey. Thinking back to those promises made him smile slightly. After that, Kang Joma quickly regained his cheerful expression as he scratched his head and smiled at the teacher. "No need, sir. Teacher, I think I just need to go to the restroom for a bit. I'm feeling a bit pain now. Seeing how our dorm mates stretch their muscles feels really good." Ha, you're truly wise. Lee Kwon-bin said, "You are indeed the top academy. So honest. I'll see you at the training field later." Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The scene changes to outside the training field. Sweat drips as Kang Joma practices, panting heavily. Ha. His heavy footsteps echo on the ground, and the teacher's urging voice can be heard. 1, 2, this is just light exercise. Quicken your pace. Start running. At this moment, the whole class runs forward while Kang Joma continues his static run behind them. He's exhausted but tries to keep up. Die. Hell no, I'm studying. While running, he thinks, I'm going to die. The teacher's urging voice still echoes. 1, 2, faster. Chloe runs closer and asks worriedly, is this training too difficult? Her voice weak. Kang Joma looks surprised at her. Yeah. Despite being extremely tired, he forces a smile and replies, Ha, it's fine. Chloe notices something off but asks, Joma, how many laps have you run? Kang Joma answers, probably 5 laps. And you? Chloe, it seems like you're far behind. Innocently, Chloe replies, I ran 9 laps. Kang Joma is shocked by this. Chloe claps her hands and cheers him on. Come on, you can do it. She quickly runs ahead, while Kang Joma still struggles to keep up, exhausted. Keep going. The scene changes to a sunset sky at the academy. There are countless empty water bottles scattered on the floor. On the table, 2 empty water bottles lie there. Someone forcefully slams one down on the table. Kang Joma lies on his bed, sighing heavily. Damn it, I'm so hungry. A week into academy life, I've run into an unexpected trouble. In the dining hall of the academy, students are seated and eating after their intense training sessions. Kang Joma can't hold back anymore and quickly speaks up to everyone's confusion. I'm hungry. So hungry. Please give me some beef. Give me a piece of beef. I'm so hungry. So, what's going on? Chloe lowered her head and carefully explained that she hadn't seen Kang Joma at the school cafeteria all week and was worried about his health. On the surface, Kanyoma smiled and said, "Oh, I just don't have a habit of eating food cooked by others." Ha ha ha! But in his heart, he was drooling uncontrollably. "I really love eating food cooked by others." Hearing this, Chloe said, "Oh, I see now. Don't worry about it, Mr. Zonan." Suddenly, Chloe hesitated as she offered a suggestion. "If possible, I've been thinking of buying some ingredients from the school store so we can cook together." Before she could finish her sentence, Kanyoma, who had already put on his coat and was waiting for this moment, smiled and said, "Then let's go." "Why? Didn't you want to invite me for dinner?" Chloe didn't have time to react to his words or actions. Yes. What flag?" Kanyoma walked down the hallway, laughing joyfully. "I'm a great cook, so let me handle everything. Ha ha." Seeing this, Chloe ran after him happily. Zoma. Kanyoma continued. "Chloe's dorm is on the other side of the street. Right, let's go there then." By now, it was already dark outside. The sky was filled with sparkling stars. A few windows in the building were still lit up. Inside Chloe's room, she ate and praised the food. "This is so delicious," Kanyoma replied. "I'm very happy you like it." Chloe continued praising. "You're not just throwing everything together, right? And you cook really fast." He fell silent for a moment, looking at the clean plate and saying, "I only know how to boil fish. I never thought I would have the chance to taste such high-level cooking. I'll check the refrigerator." "Okay, sure." As he looked into the fridge filled with fish boxes, he was amazed. "But you really do like fish, right?" Chloe replied, "Yeah, I grew up by the sea." Kanyoma said, "That's amazing. My school menu is all about fish." "Really? Good, we can't sit still any longer." Kanyoma secretly felt satisfied. Then he started making the cooking milk. "Let's cleanse ourselves after a long time by slicing sashimi." But the problem is, with the blessing of the Sword Saint, Kanyoma looked at his knife stand and found it hard to choose the kitchen knives. Then he turned to ask, "Do you have any longer knives?" Chloe replied immediately, "Longer." "You explain, right? She knows that. My weapon is those types of swords, so using a knife like this feels a bit inconvenient." She said, "Got it." Later, while Kanyoma was fumbling in the kitchen, someone called out, "Yoma." Chloe happily drew her sword and said, "Is this okay?" This made him pause. He felt helpless as he said, "No, I can use a knife to cook too, even outside Japan. It's useless now. Finish this within 30 seconds. At that moment, he took out a sharp knife and started preparing the fish. The blessing activated. Kangjoma's eyes lit up. Chloe was extremely surprised at what she saw. "I'm known as the best swordsman in my country. I can do it." He encouraged himself. According to Blessing God, the blessing of the Holy Sword, a bright light emerged from the darkness, extremely sharp. Returning to the present, he looked down at the clean plate. 21 seconds is the time I took to fillet and remove bones, organs, and meat from the fish. Kangjoma smiled contentedly at his work, while Chloe sat opposite him, happily eating and praising it as delicious, a wonderful feeling, like a masterpiece. After finishing her meal, Chloe marveled, "Yoma, how can you cook so well?" He replied, "I used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant." Chloe was surprised. Part-time job? Part-time job? Kangjoma looked a bit helpless and asked again, "Don't you know what a part-time job is?" "Sorry." She's a bit shy, but she keeps smiling and says, no need to apologize." After thinking it through, "It's just as I thought, the class difference. Anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed the meal." Chloe is extremely excited, constantly nodding her head. She finishes her work happily. "Since you prepared the meal, I'll take care of washing the dishes." "Thank you. So I'll remember this moment." At this moment, a harmonious scene appears. Kangzoma sits there admiring Trang while Chloe stands in front of the sink after eating his cooked food. "I'm satisfied and full." He thinks to himself, "Trang looks very beautiful today too." She keeps smiling at Kangzoma. It makes her smile. Before he can enjoy it for long, a clang sound echoes along with an awkward voice. "Oh, I'm sorry." King Zoma is sweating profusely, startling him. Then more clanging sounds follow. Chloe panics and fidgets. I'm sorry again. King Joma finds it slightly amusing as he watches her back, thinking, haha, I wonder if she's ever washed dishes before. Yeah, at that age, I did the same too. While he was admiring the moon, something fell from the cabinet above. It's a book. The wind turns its pages, revealing the contents inside. He looks down in surprise. It's a diary. A page with content is shown. Someone help me with today's class stratification test. I must repay them later. He just sighs. The neat handwriting and cute stickers. Picking up the diary, he smiles thinking, maybe I should leave it where it is. Chloe really does act like girls her age. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows, turning to other pages. Oh, it's turned over. He looks down at the content on this page in surprise. Turns out, the one who helped me is in my class too. His name is Jama. My heart races and I don't know what to do. I can't approach him to talk. After reading it, he exclaims. Then he smiles. Cute. That's why you couldn't talk to me, right? The corner of his mouth quirks up in a mischievous smile. Should I read more? Jama, the pages behind are filled with "E love him, E love him, E love him," making him panic. The word "E love him" appears like written in bright red blood, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. A breaking sound is heard. Chloe stands beside the broken bowl and asks him, did you see it? Tell me about Chloe's family. Heroic families gained their reputation by defeating monsters, gaining respect from society, and solidifying their status. But within organizations, there are always those who use power to exploit the weak for personal gain. When even the public lacks the strength to condemn them, a heroic family steps forward, taking on the role of the shadows. Their name is Auditor Jasiclelia, a family that hides in the shadows but always aims towards light, using assassination to maintain order. People born into the Auditor family undergo mental training during their youth, suppressing emotions and undergoing harsh training. At this moment, a little girl with innocent eyes appears. Then there's a tired man who can no longer lift his head, followed by that old man with piercing eyes appearing. He stands beside young Chloe, correcting her sword grip despite her trembling, aiming to become an assassin, blood splattering in midair. Her first time, her hand touched the blood and trembled. Young Chloe stood there, gripping a bloody sword at 55 years old. The bent grandfather with a cane spoke up, Chloe, Auditor from Sicily, don't deny your assassination skills anymore. Those were words she had heard before becoming an adult, and Chloe accepted them. Continuous training warped her mind, leaving shadows in the depths of her heart, and so on. By the time self-awareness eroded away, only traces of emotion remained. Chloe was old enough to join the academy. This is Jarquin Academy, where classes are divided based on student skills. Even members of the Auditor family aiming for the shadows possess dragon-level abilities. They all attend regular classes due to family tradition and agreements between the academy and the family. Chloe always remembered her grandfather's advice, stay hidden. But despite 3 years of youth stolen by the family, losing freedom, facing destiny as an assassin, she said nothing. She accepted it, thinking it couldn't be changed anyway. Until she met a boy. Then someone appeared and shouted, "You bastards, leave her alone." Anger made him shout louder. Are you all crazy? Don't touch her. In the royal family's space battle, even death within the space isn't real. This might be the first time she experienced true death. She wasn't afraid at all. But those arrogant ones said another one? Chloe calmly faced life and death, accepting her predetermined fate. For a long time, she stopped fighting in vain. She learned to exist like that and continued living like that. Mao Xin grinned triumphantly then. I'll kill you first before going back there. Alright. It's the same for everyone. Destiny seemed very clear. Or, it used to be like that. Blood kept appearing in front of Chloe's eyes, but it felt as if the sun had broken through the clouds. Something hot and twisting coiled within her. The sword lifted at will. To protect others with the sword. The image of John Moss slicing Mao Xin's head in half appeared before her eyes. That was why that boy picked up a knife. Throughout her childhood, She remembered the fairy tales she had secretly read under the pillow. Young Chloe often sneaked to read fairy tales at night, about a princess trapped in a castle, smiling happily. Then a prince appeared like a god to save Princess Chloe. The love of the princess and the frog, about a prince appearing to rescue her. Her face turned red and she breathed heavily, feeling an unclear but profound emotion. Chloe had only one thought, standing there with her hands covering her face. This is love. Chloe felt the change in her emotions now. Damn it, snap back to reality. King Yoma was panicking. Chloe stood there looking at him with bright eyes like a completely different person. King Yoma scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha! Then everything fell silent again. Tense air filled the room. Damn it, he was genuinely worried to the point of sweating bullets. It's ruin. Total mess. This was the first time I saw her carefree side, or maybe because I followed blindly for a meal. Then Kaoma scratched his head and said, Chloe, isn't tonight beautiful? But Chloe stood there with bright eyes in silence. He forced a smile and waved, saying he hadn't had such a good dinner in ages thanks to her. So I'll go now, see you tomorrow. But at this moment, Chloe spoke up. Can you see it? King Yoma pulled away. Yeah. What's that? Chloe said. That thing. King Yoma noticed the notebook on the table. Then he forced a smile again. Oh, you mean this book? Haha. I bet you've been studying hard. Chloe interrupted very forcefully. My diary. King Yoma's lips trembled in panic. Do you have eyes in the back of your head or something? When did you start seeing through me? And we had to change her pronouns too. It feels like I've become a completely different person. After the argument, I didn't even read it. Haven't you read it? HMPH, I didn't see anything. Stop lying. In the end, King Yoma had to admit, yeah, actually I did read it. The room fell silent again. Suddenly, something flashed and startled him. Chloe, who had been holding a sword for some time, was about to draw it. King Yoma's face turned pale at this action. Huh? Why did you set that up? No, not like that. He swallowed hard and looked down. 4th floor, edge of the roof. If he jumped from here, he would be crushed to death. Then his target turned towards the door. Only one way out left. It's too difficult. Outside, everything was still calm and quiet. Inside Chloe's room, King Yoma met with their guests. We're trapped now. Suddenly, a sound made him jump and turn around. A sword dragged across the floor, sparking. Chloe approached with a lifeless expression holding a sharp sword. He was terrified inside. What is she doing? This can't be happening. Are you all right? I get it now. She's motionless, eyes bloodshot and lifeless. It must be yonder. That conclusion hit him like a meteorite. Moreover, Chloe's cheerful image flashed. Gemmer. Her enthusiastic attitude can change in an instant. This can't be happening. I find it hard to believe again. Multiple personalities. Yonder is enough already. Now she has multiple personalities too. Who would have thought that opening her diary would trigger such a personality change? It's dangerous. Maybe she'll chase me until I die. We need to establish our stance to ensure safety in the future. Her aura is even stronger than Mao's brothers. Oh man, life at the academy is really tough. You're complaining. First, we need to get out of this situation. Think, you were hit by a metal object then. We have 9 seconds left. We have 9 seconds remaining. The sushi knife is in our room. This is the knife I've been using. You're sweating bullets. No, if we do that, our hands and feet will definitely be crippled. Chloe has already prepared to draw her sword. King Yoma is still in a panic, thinking of ways out. Suddenly, he looks down and sees the glowing pen. It's a paper knife. Chloe rushes forward, releasing her power at the same time. King Yoma's eyes become serious. She attacked. He quickly grabs the paper knife. The pen falls down. I wanted to resolve this with words. He pushes the sharp blade up with his finger. Damn it! The system appears again now. The user's mental state increases with dexterity. Words and actions temporarily take a threatening tone. The restraining power starts to adapt to the user. The Holy Sword's protection has activated. King Yoma's eyes also glow brightly now. He decisively swings his blade. May the spirits bless you. Chloe is swinging her sword, while King Joma holds the paper knife to defend. His sharp eyes shine brightly. Chloe, her hair is a bit long. Chloe opens her eyes now. Let me cut it short for you. As Jorma speaks, bright cuts are made in the air. After some fighting, Chloe is laid neatly on the bed. Later, she sits up and puts her hand to her head. Huh? Jorma. Chloe looks outside and calls out. Where are you going, Jorma? I remember seeing her glance towards the window while washing dishes. I recall the sneaky look. Suddenly, Chloe exclaims in surprise, my katana! But her sword is neatly placed beside the table. Now Chloe sighs in relief. Lucky me, I'm used to passing out when using a katana. Great job, Chloe! She thinks back to past events. What happened? Don't worry, don't reject your assassin skills anymore. Then she silently looks at her sword again. Afterwards, Chloe buries her face in her pillow and blames herself. Chloe, you idiot! Why did you faint at that moment? Dorma! Her face was so red and hot it seemed to be emitting smoke as she kept calling out, Dorma, Dorma. Behind her pillow, her face looked like it was about to ripen. Did I say anything weird while unconscious? Suddenly, she saw a pair of scissors fall on the floor. Chloe scratched her head in confusion. Huh? Why are the scissors here on the floor? Then she grabbed her hair. It seems my hair was being blocked. The scissors were for cutting my hair, right? Standing up, she looked at the newly cut hair in the trash bin and thought maybe he had cleaned up and left. Thanks to Duma's kindness, I should write this in my diary before I forget. Around her, pink bubbles of love appeared. Chloe quickly sat down at her desk and picked up a pen. She focused on writing in her diary with a happy smile. Then she wrote, Done, the words in my diary are straightforward. Jammer, I love you. Cut to the outside. Someone is leaning against the wall panting heavily. A necklace was spewed out by someone. How did I manage to get through that situation? The effect of the chaotic blessing has ended. It's none other than Jammer. He wiped his mouth and panted heavily. Phew, I managed to survive 5 seconds within the 9-second limit. And here are the consequences. Nausea hit again, his mouth was cut off. Ugh, it's happening again, I'll throw up all my food. After a while, he slumped onto a public chair, leaning against it with a pale face. I've thrown up everything from my meal. So hungry, he complained. Chloe, at this moment, she looked up at the full moon in the distance. What is that? Usually, the goal of martial arts is to take a life with one strike or to destroy it. However, the sword Chloe uses targets vital points, as if it's specialized for assassination. If I were assassinated, my head would definitely fly off. Feeling the danger to my life, I aimed at her neck. Luckily, the knife was a bit short, so I only cut her hair. Thinking back, Kangzoma still shuddered. It's probably cleaned up, so there shouldn't be anything left. Everything seems fine. Stability, safety, and security are not easy to die for. They say becoming ordinary is the hardest part, but this goes beyond that. At first, I was thrown into this hateful game with no lack of ambition. For someone like me, who stood on top with a sashimi knife and bright abandoned the romance of a man, it's not an easy choice to leave. However, everyone has their own role. The blessing of magic, neon light streams down, and even soft feathers floating gently. This is the name of the game and the unique blessing for the main character in this world. Someone I haven't met yet. Along with the courage blessing, Lady Lo-Kin reminded me that there are only 2 legendary blessings in the game. The content of these blessings is very clear. Protect the world from the king of demons, and the main character is chosen by both a sword and a demon sword. On the other hand, I can only use my sashimi knife. Do I need to explain more? Ma hurriedly raised her hands to cover her face, calming herself down. Moreover, since joining the academy, there have been continuous encounters. The situations and virtual numbers made me forget my goal. I'm rewriting for some reasons. It's still early. There are no ordinary people in this world. I understand a bit of the importance of characters in the game, but my understanding of this world is still lacking. It's been over a week since I joined the academy. According to the storyline, it's time for something to happen. The main character's pressing HAS activated, and they are just now completing their enrollment process. The main character's blessings have been activated, and they're in the middle of enrolling, meaning that the story of the game is officially starting now. I know the main plot, but not the ending. It can't be because I missed it by not reading everything. Of course, knowing the main plot clearly is an advantage. No matter what happens, follow the main storyline. Stay on the left side of the mainstream. I want to live a peaceful life. Stay on the right side of the hidden stream. Will I be king, a level 1 warrior? If everything becomes chaotic, it will lead to valuable people being forgotten. If I remember correctly, the story gets darker starting from the second semester of the 3rd year, feeling the birth of a hero and demon. They will unify their forces under the leadership of the Demon King and threaten the academy. The scale will grow larger over time. Between demons and humans, a battle will erupt. Moreover, the story follows a typical fantasy plot. What's happening? Why has the storyline suddenly changed? Who wasted my youth without experiencing the days of innocence? Why are they all dead? Is there any hope at all? I'm too familiar with these characters. With that thought, I deleted the game. What a relief when such a terrible battle happens in this world. War. Will I die in this battle? No, snap out of it and quickly regain your composure. There are still 3 years left. Now, I need a more practical goal, not someone who runs away from problems. I can't afford to die so easily. I have to become stronger and survive. Most old school games end with a happy ending. It seems like the world will be saved by the main character. So I need to train to survive without drawing too much attention. If I stand out too much, there's a risk of being drafted and fighting against the demon army. That's something I want to avoid. I also have to be careful when using the main character's blessings. The blessing is painless because there's no other choice. I picked up a sushi knife, but the burden on my body is too heavy. At this moment, the system notification appears. If you do that, you'll suffer consequences. Physical strength or sword standards aren't strict enough. Mental strength creates an eerie atmosphere while working and acting. Weapon grade, King Zomer reads it out loud. Impressive stats. But there's a lot of new information. He raises his hand to check. Physical strength, mental strength, weapon. If you do that, you'll suffer consequences. Physical strength to sword standards aren't strict enough. Physical strength to sword standards aren't strict enough. Mental strength 3 creates an eerie atmosphere while working and acting. Weapon grade 1 doesn't meet the unlock criteria. Homogenization level 1.5%. The numbers probably represent rankings. And this homogenization level, what is it? King Jomar curiously looks at the screen and clicks on it. Immediately a red notification pops up. System access denied due to insufficient qualifications. Dang it! King Jomar is surprised. Well, that's not important now. He starts pondering again. Dawn! Another question was added to the mysterious power. The most important thing is physical training. And I need new weapons. I can't rely on Votong's blessing for 30 seconds forever. Getting dressed at lessons. I also have to practice swordsmanship because I don't qualify for the sword god's blessing. Luckily, there will be a combat training next month instead of the midterm exam. The reward is Murasami, rank B. If I can master it, it should be enough to graduate. If its characteristics are not sufficient to activate the sword god's blessing, using it as a secondary weapon is fine. There's more to do than I thought. While King Zoma was deep in thought, suddenly someone called out, "Here." King Joma looked up with a cold gaze. At this moment, a girl with green hair appeared. The one who just appeared is Abin von Nibelung. She held a sword and looked down at him, saying, "That's my place." King Joma remained silent in confusion. Abin von Nibelung was sweating profusely, her clothes hanging loosely as if she was very hot. She looked down and waited. King Joma stood still for 5 seconds looking up. The two fell into silence, staring at each other. After a while, Abin von Nibelung impatiently asked, "Can you move a little?" Kang Yoma grunted. Song-en was sweating profusely in panic. Abel, die! Damn, no matter how carefully I look at her, she always seems like a ghost. I inadvertently underestimated her. Abin von Nibelung spoke again. Not to another place. Just move over a little. They were sitting together now. Kang Yoma cautiously glanced at the person next to him. But your seat. This chair is public property, right? Is it because of the class system? Yes, that's right. If I stay with the main character, the main storyline will become complicated. So if it's uncomfortable, we should avoid it. Abin von Nibelung was still sweating from being hot. Damn, she's so beautiful. Kando marveled in awe. Damn, she is really beautiful. At this moment, Abin von Nibelung looked up at the sky happily and said, "This is where you can see the stars clearly." Kando was startled by her sudden words. Damn, I almost jumped out of my skin. His face was contorted in shock. Then he turned to look at the beautiful girl who was admiring the view. Are you really Abel? Is this the daughter of the sword saint I know? The main character, a beautiful but hard-to-approach figure. Suddenly, Abin von Nibelung turned and asked, "Your weapon is also a sword, right?" Kang Yoma hesitated to answer. How do you know that? She blushed and replied with her head lowered. My grandfather said so. I heard that swordsmen have very different looks. Kang Yoma's cheeks were also flushed by the beautiful girl. Then Abin von Nibelung passed his sword to him. Here, try holding it. She smiled and said, "It doesn't weigh much." Kando sweat profusely, looking at her skeptically. Hearing him dismiss the sword, she pouted cutely, then tensed up all over again. She was lying. Then he secretly looked at her to assess her. She is really hard to get along with. Is this really Abin that I know? Abin is looking down and suddenly exclaims, "Cow!" She turns to him and asks, "You know me, right? Or did he suspect me and that's why he's asking?" Kang Zomer looks at her in surprise. It's true, no one doesn't know Abin here at the academy. Song-en has to reluctantly answer, "I do know." Abin von Nibelung says again, "But I don't know you." He falls silent and thinks after hearing that. "So why are you asking me?" Abin von Nibelung laughs and continues, "That is a bit off, isn't it? You know my name, and I don't even know your name." King Zoma says, "It's just our first meeting, we should get to know each other." "That makes sense." She replies, "I thought you were a spy for the false king pretending to be a student here at the academy. Because I thought that since we met late at night alone like this." And the Ma felt helpless hearing those words. Isekai'd is furious, while Abin still holds his sword up. That's a strange reason indeed. Then King Yoma also asks back, "So why are you here?" Abel answers, "I was just finishing my training and taking a break." "I've been training too." She points at him in surprise. "What did you train?" King Yoma answers straightforwardly, "Breathing." Abin von Nibelung stands there for 5 seconds after hearing that. King Jomar looks at her fingers and thinks, those injuries are from. Abin von Nibelung panics as he sees his gaze fall on the scars on his hands, pulling his hand into his shirt. While King Jomar can only helplessly watch this foolish action, the silence continues awkwardly. Then they start speaking again. "It's true you're really dedicated." "Maybe. Outsiders can't know that. Those with Nibelung blood wouldn't think like that either." Abin von Nibelung starts recounting his difficulties. "You have to always be at the top of the academy. Any mistake will lead to immediate punishment. But this year, I didn't come first." "That's right, it's my first failure." But you don't know that King Yoma just silently listens to her. Suddenly Abin's cheeks turn red and she smiles softly. Her. She straightens up and says, "Even though I failed, I feel relieved. I'm quite curious who won me at the academy, so that when I meet them, I can." As this moment becomes extremely tense, the feeling of swallowing saliva doesn't go away either. "Defeating him to avenge my humiliation," hearing these words made him spit out. He quickly turns around and asks, "Why do you need to do that, Abin?" Abin von Nibelung answers, "I just can't accept it. I heard you say that the leader isn't from the top class like us. He doesn't even bother to swear it anymore. That made me, who's second in line, feel irritated. Huh? Oh my, why am I telling this to you? A first-time encounter, right? Even the ghostly beings kept glancing over. Why are you doing this with me? Ah, Ben said suddenly. Look at how weak you are. My family says we need to be strict with the strong and compassionate towards the weak. Plus, it's hard for us to get along in our class too. So I don't have any friends either. Even Ben has run out of things to say about this girl's opinion. Turns out that's why she became so aloof and couldn't get along with others. After chatting for a while, Ben von Nibelung stretched and said, "I'll be going then." King Yoma replied briefly, "Goodbye." Suddenly, Ben fell silent in thought. Standing up, she reluctantly asked, "Aren't you going to tell me your name?" King Yoma firmly answered, "No." Why? She couldn't believe it. The scene shifts to a classroom lecture. Now, life at the academy is simpler than I thought. Chloe has quickly integrated with her friends. I always feel scared when facing Chloe and avoid meeting her. When we meet, Chloe's new friend looks at me coldly. Used to that look, I don't care anymore. There aren't just me as a special student here. Many others are like me studying here too. But it seems everyone keeps their distance from each other and appears quite insecure about themselves. Indeed, I was right not to choose the advanced class. Now, the classes of elite students are gathering in groups and competing with one another. So I can't really get along with them. If I were among them, it wouldn't be good at all. Just thinking about it is scary. But at least the food issue has been somewhat resolved. King Yoma held a black card and thought to himself, "What should I eat today?" He remembered Media Poison handing him the card and smiling, saying we should have given this privilege earlier. Sorry for the late delivery. A glowing card with anti-member symbols appeared in King Yoma's hand. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, such kindness can't be repaid. Suddenly he sighed. Closing his eyes, he focused on sensing. Thank you so much. Indeed, I'm doing my duty as a student. And haven't done anything bad that affects the plot either. Good. So living like this for 3 years isn't bad if it works out. Suddenly he smiled excitedly. With what we desire, we'll have a better future. The scene shifts to an ancient-looking building with clear blue skies 700 years ago. After the Human-Midge War, Professor Joaquin, who taught history and was once a hero of old, realized training next-generation heroes was necessary. Therefore, he and his 7 disciples founded this academy. This is important, please remember it. Even the ghostly beings sitting above were getting sleepy, as everyone knows. The original 3 heroes of Joaquin appeared vividly on the board, and the king's powerful arm, Lycan, commander of the vanguard army. For 20 years, it was a bloody battle. Many battles and fierce confrontations are shown. 2 streams of power clashed, and he emerged victorious. A loud explosion in the air obscured visibility. However, he lost an arm as well. Unable to fight anymore, bloody wars broke out across the land, but no one knows who can gain a decisive advantage in this Human-Midge war. Luckily, however, the truce signed by the demon race was a blessing for both sides. Then Hero Balor Jackwell founded this Academy of Sa to train the next generation of heroes. The teachers are still teaching right now. The first great war between demons ended with a ceasefire. That's why we've had peace for 700 years. Right now, some people are whispering about CISPR among themselves. But will there be another war? It might be hard because both sides know each other's strength and it's unlikely to start a large conflict. So it has been 700 years of peace. As Ma thought, only she knew the upcoming conflict between them would unfold. What will happen if everyone gets to use to this peace? I also want to tell media about this. But if we do that, it might lead to unforeseen consequences that can't be predicted. Even though she always says she wants to step down as principal, she has done a great job so far. King Zoma recalled the principal joking with him. Maybe we should leave here and live in peace together? With her poet's blessing and skills, media can recognize differences in stories, and she was the first to fall in the battle. Sung Feng stood up for the students, even though he hadn't witnessed that scene, but when he checked the forum one day, he saw Media Poison's injured image. Showing her as the first among the 7 heroes, to sacrifice herself against the kingdom of demons. Someone was clicking their computer mouse, reading the heartbreaking news. They were extremely shocked and exclaimed, "So she's gone then?" Back in the present, King Joma fell silent again. Media Poison's cheerful image appeared. He thought about it. If only I didn't know that. The teacher has just finished her lesson now. Class is over for today. Make sure to review your notes. The students, who were given a break, immediately rushed out to enjoy themselves. So relaxing. It really was tiring studying. At this moment, a red-haired boy hurriedly called after his friend, "Come with me." King Joma looked surprised. "What's the matter? Is it him?" The voice startled him. On May 5th, King Joma quickly checked his phone time. He exclaimed, "Today is the day." At this moment, the students were gathered outside gossiping. "Is he coming to our class? Yeah, it must be the romance class." King Joma also stepped out and stood behind the group of people thinking, "If I remember correctly." On May 5th, his first day at school, he looked visibly nervous. The main character, the ruler of this continent, a golden-haired figure walked in like a prince. Golden hair, blue eyes, and a cold demeanor, Leon von Reinhardt. And the 700-year peace between demons had its first crack. Even the sturdy wall showed signs of water damage. That bastard. He looks just like the main characters. Plus, he has a whole group of girls around him if this were an 18 game. Ma's face was clearly agitated. Thinking about it made her tired. He had already died from exhaustion before fighting the Demon King. Moreover, the female characters followed him. Rachel Zimiura, daughter of the Merchant Saint. Saki Ryo, daughter of the Celestial Archer. Abin von Nibelung, daughter of the Sword Emperor. Abin von Nibelung. All these main female characters are talented. Although I find him a bit uncomfortable to look at, he does have the good fortune of being a main character with miraculous blessings. But soon enough, in 3 years, he will be drafted into the military, whether they call it that or not. Ma clenched her teeth. Avoiding it wasn't an option anymore. She was officially forced to join the army. But then I remembered that they say Valor Joaquin can only fight under a warlord's command. I wonder how powerful the warlord is. Could it be that game over, the main character will have to fail in this game? Leon van Reinhardt was still happily chatting with his fangirls. Then suddenly, he turned and looked straight into her burning gaze. King Zomer couldn't dodge the intense stare and panicked. But there was a friendly smile on his face that held a hint of malice. I felt uneasy seeing it. Meanwhile, the students were still chasing after Leon van Reinhardt. King Zoma stood by watching. As the main character, he could do miracles. Then he started to doubt himself. But at this moment, he didn't seem trustworthy at all. Forget it. What's important now is here and now. Lost in thought, a voice called out, "Hey!" King Zoma was startled and turned around. The scene changed to the training ground. It was getting dark outside. Inside, King Yoma was swinging his sword back and forth as he trained. After a while, he looked down at his hands and thought, sure enough, without being the main character, I don't have that glow. He resolved to practice harder. Chloe, who called him by his name, approached with concern. What did I do wrong? King Yoma's face stiffened as he thought, what could be wrong? Just a little more and I'd be dead, but we still have many classes together. He smiled brightly and replied, nothing. Chloe asked again with great unease, really? King Yoma nodded to reassure her. Yeah, this place is full of the best monsters. They live in peace here. Hearing his response, Chloe heaved a sigh of relief. What luck! King Zoma looked puzzled and wondered. What's she thinking? Even though she was unconscious, I could still feel the sadness from that sword. It seemed like someone wanted to save it, and it emitted a terrifying aura that made everyone feel afraid when facing it. If she had murderous thoughts, how dangerous would that be? Chloe spoke up again. Zamba, if you're not busy, can I invite you for dinner? King Yoma was surprised, huh? She looked worried and said, I really want to invite you, but I'm not a good cook. King Yoma thought of the previous night's meal and grimaced, eat me up. Chloe looked at him hopefully. Her eyes made it hard to say no. King Yoma was sweating bullets, thinking about how to refuse without offending her. Haha! but going out for dinner would be scary with her. Ah, right. Suddenly, he had an idea. Chloe, can I ask you a favor? Chloe was happy to be asked and replied, what is it? She seemed pleased. Sure. What do you need help with? King Yoma smiled confidently. Can you teach me sword skills? Haha. I'm not good at swordsmanship. I need someone to guide me. Chloe blushed and asked, only me? What is it? King Yoma scratched his head and replied with a handsome smile. Teach me how to use a sword. Haha. After all, my sword skills are weak. I need someone to help me improve quickly. She's the perfect teacher for me. From that day on, before going to bed, I would always review it. How to act around another error at times. What you need to know. You need to survive. You need to survive. Handling yonder. After watching those videos, it helped a lot. Later, Chloe appeared wearing a cute outfit. She had her sword on her side. Whenever King Joma appears, hearts start to appear around her. Joma, when did you get here? I'll wait over there. Seeing Chloe arrive, King Joma replied, ah, you're here. I just got here a bit early for you. Chloe became less shy and more cheerful as she interacted with him. Alright, let's get started then. He asked, what time is it? She answered, it's almost 7 o'clock. Then he said, wait, we agreed to start at 8. Hearing that, Chloe scratched her head and laughed cutely. He focused on observing her again. Feeling shy, Chloe looked down at herself and asked, do you think I look weird? Link said, nothing's wrong. But in his heart, he had been evaluating her for a long time. While the outfit was a bit unusual, her body was indeed strong. She trained hard to be as strong as she is now. But looking at her again, she was really cute too, a strange girl indeed. Then Joma took out a piece of wood and said, take this practice sword. Chloe received the sword in surprise. Huh, not using a real sword? He sighed inwardly. Using a real sword would be like fighting for your life, right? That's too dangerous. He explained with a pale face. It's just training. A new sword is safer, got it? Chloe scratched her head and laughed foolishly. Oh, that makes sense. Suddenly, the look on her face exuded danger, making him jump in fear. You're really kind. Ha ha! Then Chloe began to examine the practice sword. She swung it immediately and a gust of wind blew up dust from the floor. King Jom's face was covered in sweat, thinking, this is not good. A wooden sword with her could be very dangerous for me. I need to be careful or my life will be over like a melon hit by a wooden sword. He hoped it would be safe. At that moment, the system message appeared. Divine Sword Blessing. If the target uses this move, they will suffer severe damage. The skill level will increase with strength and agility. More types of swords can be used based on proficiency. The higher the spirit, the more accurate the sword path. Skill levels will increase over time through training. Proficiency in sword techniques is 2%. The blessing will be stronger if a suitable sword is found. After reading this, he felt somewhat relieved. Alright, it seems fine. Confirming now. So the sword has no issues, and with the blessings, there are many conditions that can be met for upgrades. The higher the proficiency, the more effects can be enhanced. There are also many additional factors. I need to meet these requirements to satisfy and upgrade these skills. It's not easy at all. Now there are too many issues making me feel overwhelmed. Seeing King Joma standing still, Chloe called out, hey. She asked with concern, is something wrong? He replied, nothing. In his heart, he thought that Joma must think he's acting crazy from fear, probably thinking I'm in shock. Then he told her to be careful. Alright, for your first practice session, handle it gently. Chloe happily agreed. Okay then. Alright, King Joma said and took out the wooden sword. Let's start, I'm ready. The two are facing each other, ready to practice. In my past life, I had similar experiences in real combat. True, it's better to get hands-on experience than just listening. Keep practicing and accumulating experience will help. To regain the peak, I still need to work hard. This body needs a complete transformation. Now, a stream of energy is emanating from the wooden sword. I need to quickly adapt to the academy and this environment. Even Chloe has already released her power when she assumes her serious sword stance. That's what I need to do first. As Ma on this side closes his eyes, he prepares for battle. Then he opens his eyes, holds the sword correctly, and steps smoothly to execute moves faster and more accurately. At this moment, Chloe rushes forward with her powered-up sword. King Yoma just stands there in shock. He stands there holding the sword, waiting. She's attacking. Too fast. Chloe doesn't stop her strike. King Yoma grits his teeth and ducks to avoid it. Not good. King Yoma is terrified. I'm still not adapted to this temperature. At this moment, Chloe swings the wooden sword down. She grabs it with her other hand, still maintaining a serious expression. Now another swing. Chloe strikes while King Yoma holds the wood tightly, preparing to slash. King Joma's hands holding the sword are trembling as he thinks his fingers are going numb. Luckily, I dodged that move. Time for my counterattack now. Surprisingly, Chloe jumps up in midair. Gorma is extremely surprised. Why did she jump to slash? Now he's in a bind again. Damn, it's hard to defend from below. Songyun also uses all her strength to swing her sword, hoping this time she'll be more lenient. At this moment, the two wooden swords clash directly. Chloe presses down from above while Gorma struggles to hold on below. Suddenly, there are signs of cracking on the bottom sword crack. King Joma's feet are pushed back, but the rapid attack continues unabated. At this moment, Chloe keeps attacking. King Joma can only frantically defend. Too fast and too strong. I'll be done for if I don't focus. He's really pushed to his limits now, barely holding on. There's no chance of a counterattack. At this moment, one piece of wood falls off. King Joma's sword is broken by Chloe's power. Both are stunned as they look at the fallen piece of wood. Chloe looks worried and says an apology. I'm sorry. I was trying to be gentle, but it got intense. At this moment, King Joma stands still in shock. Chloe anxiously calls out to him. Gorma, are you okay? Her expression is growing more concerned. His status screen appears at this moment. The condition for upgrading equipment has been met. The weapon has been destroyed. An error occurred, so the user's personality has changed. Humanity decreased while strength increased. The Divine Sword Blessing is activated. Gorma's expression becomes more rigid as he transforms and releases his power. At this moment, the condition for equipping weapons is met. After King Zoma's transformation and release of power, Chloe quickly jumps back. The weapon has been destroyed. I apologize. Her expression is extremely worried now, pressing to adjust the user's humanity. Humanity has decreased. King Zomer still stands there with his broken wooden sword. His eyes became sharp. Everything around was a bloody red. The sword god's blessing. Another image appeared. He saw someone standing in a bright stall. Kim, where are we? Kitchen, am I dreaming? Before him were neat and clean stoves. Yes, I was preparing fish. Just get to work. A fish is already on the cutting board. 3 knives appeared. It's been a while since I used these. Let me see how they work. When he picked up the big knife, an error message showed up. Huh, what's that? Can't choose anything. Holding the longsword-like knife also showed an error, making him confused. So even this small knife won't work. Why is that? Keep choosing. Only this sashimi knife remains. Now, only when holding that knife did the message appear. Yes, Aoparke Sonia, but it's a bit awkward to hold. What time is it now? Everything feels comfortable. I've been familiar with this knife for so long. That's right. Get back to work. Cut precisely. The chef was controlled by mysterious hands like a puppet. Let's create a masterpiece together. Back in the present, King Joma's aura burst out. He seems to be controlled here. Chloe on this side is worried and calls out. King Joma, are you okay? King Yoma, but he doesn't seem to hear her and walks through the black smoke. Then he returns, leaving Chloe confused. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted. Flash! The power surged like electricity towards Chloe. King Yoma lost all consciousness as his eyes glowed fiercely and attacked Chloe. Chloe was caught off guard and struggled to defend. She's trying to wake him up. Hey, what are you doing? Wait! Hold on! His feet were pushed back from the ground. Kanyoma charged again, creating a powerful light. Now, Kanyoma kneeled and unleashed his power, pushing Chloe back. Chloe's body couldn't hold steady and hit the wall. She started coughing blood from the impact. Chloe clenched her teeth, thinking he's like a different person now. Flash, Kanyoma didn't stop and attacked again. Chloe stood firm to wait for his next move. Kangjoma's eyes still glowed as he charged forward. She saw an empty wooden sword hit the ground, thinking she was pushed back by that attack. Now, her whole body trembled and hugged her chest in pain, realizing she can't move now. What happened to him? I don't understand. This fight must stop. She called out again, Joma, please stop here today. But King Jomar didn't hear and leaped towards Chloe. She thought this attack couldn't be avoided now. Jomar. She tried calling his name. Jomar, wake up. But the strong strike still fell on Chloe by King Jomar. Suddenly, in that space, King Joma opened his eyes and wondered, why is this happening? Why does this fish keep dodging? How did you manage to avoid that bizarre situation? Right now, because of that rope controlling him, he needs to snap out of it and quickly kill it. It sounds like the fish is talking. Is this an illusion? What words is the fish on the cutting board saying right now? His expression turned serious as King Joma regained consciousness. On the sharp blade, he saw his own face in reality. That's right, so where is? King Joma was called again. The red ropes controlling him have been cut off. He wore the chef uniform holding the sushi knife before the fish. His eyes turned serious as he looked down. Chloe's struggling image appeared in front of his eyes. She kept calling out, Joma, wake up, Chloe. That image gradually faded away. Now a piece of wood was firmly stuck into the wall, looking extremely dangerous. King Joma quickly moved his weapon to another place. Chloe was injured and scared, raising her hand to cover her face as tears slowed down. She cautiously opened her eyes and looked up. She was incredibly surprised to see the pale expression of King Joma supporting her waist. He said, today's training is over. At this moment, she felt a little relieved. So he has woken up? The demon tried to force a smile and waved his hand. Thank you for helping me practice swordsmanship. I'll go back to my room now. Chloe just stood there, staring at his retreating figure. Outside, the sky was already completely dark. As she walked alone, she thought that indeed, she had sensed something different from him. She remembered that scene where the demon King Joma revealed an incredibly terrifying aura and attacked her without her being able to defend herself. This wasn't a fighting skill but something originating from instinct. All of it was expressed in unconsciousness with some trigger condition, making her no match for him in that state. With just a wooden sword, he had already pushed her back. She knew he didn't intend to hurt her. Suddenly, someone appeared from the shadows and spoke as she approached. You look happy, huh? Chloe's brows whereupon in discomfort upon hearing this voice. It was Nox Auditor of Class 52, appearing from behind a wall. He still called out to her. Brother! Nox Auditor pulled his collar up to hide his face and said with disdain, how could you befriend such an incompetent person? Chloe rebutted, don't call him that. Nox Auditor continued, his name is John Ma. If you keep getting involved with him, the Auditor family will have to eliminate him. Do you understand? Chloe stared at him without saying anything, showing no fear. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Passing by him, she said honestly, even if the Auditor family is as strong as they are, they might not be able to defeat him. After speaking, she disappeared, leaving Nox Auditor standing there watching her go. He began to wonder, what makes that person special? Turning back to King Zoma, who was still in doubt, he needed to clarify whether the power he had gained during his outburst came from a divine blessing or not, or if it was a curse that made him lose reason and become a murderer. To no longer rely on divine blessings, he needed to find a new weapon more suited to his hand. But the power he had gained seemed to want to control his body. There was no discomfort or restriction, only comfort that expressed his desire for destruction and violence, an unending urge to kill when entering unconsciousness. That curse controlled him like a puppet. Whispering words always echoed in his heart. urging him to act against any obstacle with greater force. Kill more, destroy everything. He couldn't let that control him. When he was about to act, Chloe's scream woke up his humanity. At that moment, he suddenly realized his actions had gone too far. King Jomar. The name King Joma. Gold has bonded with him, almost breaking his soul into a unified whole. Everything seemed to be connected, making the sword in his hand stronger. When I was going crazy and killing mindlessly, I might have entered the path of demons. She's the one who brought me back to reality. Chloe, she gave me faith in my human goodness that was lost. At first, it was her who struck down the wooden sword, leading to my demonic tendencies flaring up. It's uncomfortable thinking about that situation, but I'm grateful for her awakening me. So I just want to sincerely thank her. Of course, I still can't control my physical state. I don't know when the demon side will flare up again. Therefore, I need to return to the contemplation room to find a way to deal with this situation. Who will awaken me in the future? The sword's blessing, a powerful skill, but at the cost of one's lifespan. In this different world, everything still operates according to such laws. This is a skill I have and can't get rid of it, so I must adapt to it in the future. I can't just ignore it without thinking about it. Here, living a peaceful life seems not that simple either. All these incidents are still small, but I can't solve them completely yet. At this moment, King Zoma walked up the stairs with 2 steps. His face was blank as he looked up to the sky. Only now do I vaguely realize that there's something in my body, gradually growing and leading me into the path of demons, becoming a violent person. This is not the blessing of a god, but a wish wanting to possess this body only. Although it's a powerful move, I need to be careful when using it. 3 days later, in class, students were seated neatly at their desks. The blue-haired boy next to Chloe turned and laughed at her. "You should check again. It was really good yesterday." Chloe replied, "Okay, I'll check it out." She glanced over to the neighboring desk and thought. After that day, King Joma didn't appear for 3 days straight. Chloe remained silent for a long time. She thought, but now, I don't know how to contact him anymore. Truly foolish. Why didn't I ask before? She recalled when she went to find John Ma. I went to the dormitory to look for him, but all I heard were painful groans. When Chloe looked through the gap, she only saw scattered items on the floor. She remembered wanting to push open the door, but hesitated due to his anger and left instead. Sad, looking at John Ma's seat, remembering him sitting in deep thought. I don't know how many times I secretly watched him before, afraid he'd call me a nuisance, so I was shy to talk to him. The early memories flooded back. Initially, I thought I was attracted to him because he saved me, but maybe that wasn't the reason. Chloe couldn't help saying, "I want to see him." 1 day passed, the next day at the academy. Li Wenbin entered the classroom and shouted loudly, "Be quiet, settle down." Li Quanbin roared, "How can students of a prestigious school be so noisy with each other? Today it's raining, so we'll stay in for self-study." He hesitated. Today is drama. He wonders if the student isn't here yet. If he did that, there must be a reason. Trusting and waiting for his students is what a teacher should do. Li Wenbin sternly instructed, "Everyone settle down." The whole class responded in unison. Strange. He threatened with a fierce expression, "Anyone who leaves this classroom during self-study will be punished." Li Wenbin suddenly paused. Huh? A figure appeared from above the stairs, then walked down calmly. It was King Jomar. Jomar walked to his seat with a stern face. Chloe stood up and called out, "King Yoma," glaring at Li Wenbin and said, "I'm sorry for being late, teacher." Li Wenbin got flustered and sweat dropped. "Alright, go sit down." The classmates chattered excitedly. What's he looking like today? He doesn't look like that, right? His presence is getting more serious. They all turned their eyes towards Jorma. The students seemed very focused on listening to the lecturer, while Jorma stared blankly into space. After class ended, everyone left. They walked and laughed together. "We're so hungry now. Are you this hungry after just a little bit?" Chloe called out nervously. "Hey, Jorma." Jorma was surprised and asked back, "What's up, Chloe?" She looked up at him. "If you ask, what's wrong with you?" Jorma replied, I'm fine. Chloe continued to ask, then why haven't you come to class for a few days? That's when she thought maybe it was because of that fight. Zoma heard this and fell silent for a moment. Then he turned back to look at her and explained, I just got sick for a bit. Thanks for taking care of me. Chloe widened her eyes in surprise. She then shyly said with a slight frown, good thing there's nothing wrong. Zoma thought to himself, she still seems suspicious about what I said. That makes sense. Then he fell into his thoughts. Over the past 3 days, I was tormented mentally almost to the point of exhaustion. It felt like I had lost all hope. He remembered that dark period when he confined himself in a room and didn't eat or drink anything. Just lying on the bed, thinking aimlessly, fearing and hoping for things to pass. That was the price of using my power with a broken weapon. It was more painful than any pain I had endured before. But that wasn't the strangest thing. My face has become colder now. A part of my hair has also turned white. This is a change. It's a punishment for some vow. Something I can't avoid. Returning to reality. Zoma fell into deep thought. She seems to feel guilty. We trained together the last time. She feels bad that I've been in such a poor state for 3 days. We need to do something to relieve his stress. Thinking about it, he spoke up. The last time you invited me to eat. Let's go to the restaurant now. Chloe's eyes widened in surprise. What? Are you serious? Want to go eat together? Jorma replied, yes, but you have to cook. Chloe jumped with excitement and shouted, of course, I'll make a lot of food. Jorma smiled and thought, she seems less tense now. Chloe excitedly said, okay then, Jorma, today I'll make all your favorite dishes. What do you like? Jorma replied, I haven't eaten fish in a while. The last time was at your dorm. He continued, I threw up after that. It's a pity, but it was expensive, and I haven't had it since then. A red laser beam shot past Jomar's neck. Zoma glanced back and thought, what's going on? Then he turned around again. Chloe looked surprised as Nox Auditor stands leaning against the wall, staring at them. His eyes glow brightly and he runs a hand through his hair. Chloe is dazed and confused, almost in shock. Seeing her reaction, Jomar asks curiously, is this someone you know? Then he hesitantly looks at Nox. The classroom is quiet and still. The two men stare intently into each other's eyes. Jorma speaks up. Just say what you need to say. Don't just look at him like that. Nox Auditor's eyes glow fiercely. Jorma thinks to himself, what attitude is he showing? Chloe suddenly steps forward, blocking Jorma and shouts, Jorma, don't worry about this person. Mr. Nox, I told you not to come here anymore. Jomar glances over and thinks, brother, why does Chloe shout like that? Jorma thinks to himself, she seems quite afraid when talking to him. Nox Auditor speaks in a stern voice. He doesn't look so impressive, but someone dared to break the Audit family's rules and stay by his side. Chloe shouts angrily, the Audit family has nothing to do with me, and Nox looks at her hesitantly before replying. Once you're part of a family, you can't deny it, blood-stained hands can't be washed clean. Jamma whispers in amazement, these two seem like oil and water. Chloe is strong and rebellious, while Jomar is tough and cold. They are from the same family, but so different. Nox threatens Chloe, give up this weak-minded name and return to your family. He shouts loudly, do you understand? Chloe is furious and shivers with anger. She yells angrily, don't talk about Jomar like that. This surprises both Jomar and Nox greatly. Jomar looks around and thinks to himself, the atmosphere is too intense. Luckily, everyone has already left the room. I've gotten used to this kind of situation, he thinks. But the Audit family, I remember them now, they specialize in assassinations. He recalls that they are a group often hired for dark missions within games. They appear mid-game. Their direct combat skills are somewhat lacking, but darkness is their support. Children from the family are trained as assassins from a young age. As they grow up, they develop incredible strength and agility. Turns out she's from the Audit family. If so, then Dumas' contemptuous heart technique comes to mind for these two brothers from the Audit family. He thinks, she does have an odd personality. And she is indeed a killer who could take someone's life with ease. Her brother looks like a true assassin. It seems there's quite some competition within the Audit family. He glances at trembling Chloe beside him and thinks, that's why members of the family treat each other this way. Looking down at her bloodstained lips, he thinks to himself, Chloe, maybe she came here to distance herself from the family, to live a normal life. But being born into an assassin family, she can't just do whatever she wants. Her life is already predetermined as an emotionless killer. It's so cruel. I'm not a hero or anything. I never wanted to be like that either. But after some thought, he speaks up. What am I doing? He thinks to himself, I can't save the world, but I can help this friend of mine. Zomer reaches out to Chloe and says, let me talk to him. He thinks to himself, he believes this is what he can do for her. This is what he wants to do. The screen displays a message, blessings from the gods will always be with you. Zomer whispers in amazement, like a wish or blessing. It's something I have to carry. Hopefully, it will come into play when needed. Zoma asks quietly, your name is Nox, right? Looking at Nox without any reaction, he thinks to himself, even if I try to escape, I can't get away from those constraints. The blessing of the sword spirit is what I need. Whether it's heaven or hell, I have to go through it. No matter how much suffering there is, I won't give up. As Nox stepped forward, he was thinking that if he couldn't escape, he could only face it head-on. I'm King Zama, king in the sword and Ma for devil. He walked past Nox and said, follow me. Let's talk as a swordsman. At Professor's office, Li Hoon-bin sat silently, deep in thought. He thought to himself that something must have happened with King Zoma. That face showed something very different. A female professor opened the door and asked excitedly, Senior, is there anything wrong? You look so worried today. His baldness cut off Li Huan-bin's train of thought. Li Huan-bin frowned like a monkey's bottom. Don't touch my head. The professor answered in fear. Sorry, sir. Li Huan-bin turned to answer the phone. The professor continued talking to Li Huan-bin on the phone. Is there something urgent? That female professor looked at him intently and thought, turns out it's a wig, but he looks cuter with it on. Li Huan-bin suddenly panicked and shouted, what? Dimensional space? What happened? Is there a student registration for combat? Who is it? The other end answered, it's King Jomar's student. The opponent is Nox Auditor. Li Huan-bin was surprised. Why the flag? At the arena, Jorma stood with 2 daggers in hand as the doors opened gradually. Hundreds of colorful 761 numbers floated around, and a countdown timer appeared. In the room, Dan Chow thought that it was only 15 minutes until training in the auxiliary space. I thought the process would be complicated, but everything turned out to be quite simple. He remembered Media Poison's advice. Jama, if you're determined to do this, be careful. He sighed inwardly that even though there was no physical injury here, it would definitely have some impact on his mental state. He said, but as long as I win and don't get injured, that's fine. Phantom looked up at the window and wondered if the battle sounds could be heard in the waiting room too. It's true that watching others fight can teach you a lot, but I didn't expect these battles to be so different. Not long ago, we tried hard not to attract attention at the academy. Thinking about it now, it was really ridiculous and futile. Chloe called out with tears streaming down her face. Jorma. Jorma thought, she probably thinks this is my fault. Fighting his brother is impossible. Then he smiled at her. It's not your fault, Chloe. He pointed to the bright red dagger and said confidently, I have the weapon you gave me. So just be reassured. They fell silent after that. Chloe worriedly said, my brother is very strong. Phantom replied, I fought him before. Therefore, I know a bit about his family's techniques. Chloe looked up and shouted, don't think that way. My brother is a genius in the Auditor lineage history. No one in this generation can match his dark weapon control skills. He was only 14 years old, but had already reached the level of a Knight Assassin. Phantom sighed inwardly. Knight Assassin, huh? It sounds dangerous. He looked at his pink dagger and thought, thinking about it, this time I have to get involved in an unwanted fight. Even if we try to avoid it, we still end up on this path. Well then, I'll give it my all. Remember what your teacher said. You were born to wield a sushi knife for life. And he thought silently. Indeed, who would have thought that even in this life, I still can't escape the fate of wielding a sushi knife and fighting. The organizers announced. Pairing up for combat in the auxiliary space begins now. Combatants registered, prepare yourselves. Yama stood up and laughed, saying, I'll go in there. Chloe stood still, her face showing extreme unease as she faced the audience at the back of the room. Yama turned around and called out to Chloe, Chloe, are you surprised? She looked up with widened eyes. He smiled and said, throughout history, there have been many talented fighters. It doesn't matter what era it is. As he spoke, he tightly gripped the handle of his knives. Chloe's eyes widened as she watched him. Yama left and said back, Sito will win this round. A small light appeared, growing bigger over time. The door opened and Yama put a hand to his eyes before looking up. He stood in the arena, holding two knives in each hand. The spectators below were extremely excited, cheering loudly. Hey, you win this one! We've been waiting for this moment for so long. Zamba laughed and thought to himself. Indeed, being under the cheers of the crowd makes you feel like a warrior. How exhilarating! He suddenly noticed a position in the stands, and he silently marveled. Looks like even our class is here. The students above are very focused. Abin von Nibelung stared intently down. Jorma whispered to himself, feeling a bit excited and anxious, but he would do his best. Nox appeared and shouted loudly, You bastard, who are you playing with? Jorma was surprised and glanced over. Nox roared, You really can't say anything about your arrogance now. Using that kitchen knife to fight me, you're dead meat. A strong iron aura rushed towards Jomar. He silently marveled. That crazy iron aura made him feel short of breath. Jomar said with amusement to Nox, You think a master like me needs a legendary weapon? Just this kitchen knife is enough. Nox roared in anger, trembling. Damn you! He tightly closed his eyes and threatened, I'll cut off your heads and see if you can still make noise. As Nox stroked his sword, he said, Just wait a moment, you'll get what's coming to you. Joma smirked, thinking, surely the S-rank weapon of a wealthy family is different. Looking at Nox's Teredian swords, Joma thought, and they're paired with that distinctive assassin aura too. A secret technique of an assassin clan. This is one of the stronger techniques in the game. It's called Hakna. Jomar fell silent in thought. The killer aura spread strongly. He needs to be wary of his surprise attacks. The S-rank weapon would surely deal massive damage, combined with his extremely fast sword speed. So it seems he'll find it hard to dodge the attack. The host excitedly shouted, Alright, both fighters are ready. In the side space, Jomar hesitantly looked at Nox. Nox also stared at him with a menacing gaze. The host continued, Now, defensive magic will be deployed on the stage. Everyone was extremely nervous. The host sincerely wished for divine blessings. Two beams of light flew forward quickly. The host continued, The two fighters, Ma and Nox, will face each other directly. The system continuously announced that the godly blessings had been activated. The sword god's blessing was activated. The divine blessings would accompany you in this battle. With a determined look, Jomar shot towards Nox like a missile. In the audience, a brown-haired guy exclaimed, What kind of fighting is that? I can't see clearly at all. The students' table was in an uproar. Is this a fight between two students? Why so fast? How fast is it? It's too fast to follow. How can ordinary students have such speed? Jomar and Nox were fighting intensely. Nox frowned as he charged towards Jomar. Rachel, Jamie, Yuri expressed their amazement. Those two are moving too fast. Abel, Vonnie, Belling thought silently. He didn't think the weak one could fight at such a high level. Jomar and Nox were attacking each other non-stop like 49 versus 50. Nox's strikes were powerful and fierce. He swung his sword, then delivered a strong strike. Nox kept slashing wildly from behind, leaving marks on the ground. Nox thought to himself, Alright, you're good too, but let's see if you can land this secret technique of mine. A beam shot straight forward, Nox performed the Three Crows strike. Joma stood there in shock as the ground beneath him exploded. Nox gloated, "It seems like that's over now." The image of Joma faded, leaving Nox bewildered and staring wide-eyed. Before Nox lay a pristine soul crystal with no scratches. He was surprised. Did he actually dodge that? Joma glanced back. In the stands, the red-haired student couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It looks like second-year students still have superior combat skills. The first-year student using the kitchen knife could only dodge and run away. The orange-haired student chimed in. Indeed, it's undeniable that second-year students are far more advanced than first-years. Nibelung remained silent, observing carefully. It seemed true, but not entirely so. It is indeed the case that the second-year student with his assassin skills was attacking quite dominantly. But the first-year student also showed impressive skill in dodging attacks. He seems to be waiting for an opportunity to counterattack when the opponent makes a mistake. Nox was both panicked and furious. He thought, now I've acknowledged it. Just as Chloe said, this guy is not ordinary at all. Damn, he used the Haka's God amulet to boost his speed and movement. How could he still dodge so easily? Watching Ma approach calmly, Nox thought, my attack might be too fast, but it's not enough yet. I need to carefully observe his dodging pattern and deduce his movements. Then, a single effective strike will save him. It's getting more frustrating. With that kitchen knife, he could block two S-rank swift swords from me. Jorma suddenly dropped the knife on the ground. Nox was startled and exclaimed. He put down his weapon? Then he asked, what are you planning to do? Jorma grabbed the remaining knife with both hands. He pointed the knife at Nox. The air grew thick with tension and a menacing aura. Jorma hesitated, looking at Nox. Nox was alarmed, frowning. Is he trying to provoke me? Then he shouted, you scoundrel, dared to provoke me in this battle. You must be hoping for a quick death. Nox clenched his fists. Black energy emerged, and the space glowed red with intense fear. He thought, with this shadow strike technique, you will die. Determined, he shouted triumphantly. This battle will end quickly. Anyone standing in front of the red flame sword will not escape their fate of death. Green beams appeared on the ground. Jorma shouted, the one waiting. Nox was shocked wide-eyed. A blinding light emerged. Jorma fell into deep thought. I just want to live a normal life. Like these unexpected battles that always bring me trouble. In this battle, with the overwhelming momentum of Han, I found an effective way to counterattack. All blessings or curses from the gods are a blessing in disguise. To control my body as I wish and master my techniques proficiently, I need to remain calm. Even though deep within me, there are curses that want to drive me mad. But no, I won't lose my composure. If I'm forced into a situation where I can't avoid it, then the only way is to fight for survival with all my might. Nox's arm was severed and he stared down in shock. He whispered, too fast. I couldn't see his shadow at all. Zombo cut off Nox's arm like a flash of lightning. The students on the stands were all amazed. Leon Van Renhart watched intently as John Marr and Nox stood still. John Marr hesitated, looking forward and silently thinking that whether it was a blessing or a curse, their value to him now was beneficial. With this battle, my peaceful future might be broken, but the new wind is just the beginning. Nox froze, staring down at his blood-stained arm on the ground as streaks of light flashed across the cuts. Nox Auditor's pupils contracted with extreme fear, a few threads of blood visible. In an instant, the blade severed Nox Auditor's neck, causing his head to fall. The arena immediately activated its spatial shield, smoke rising thickly. The students in the stands were silent, unable to believe what had just happened. Nox Auditor fell to his knees on the floor, calmly sheathing his dagger. When he put the dagger away, it emitted a blue light, incredibly ethereal. Rachel Zimiura and Abel von Nibelung sitting in the stands were also surprised by what they saw, with Ma standing there looking very imposing. An announcement echoed that the virtual space battle had ended. He scratched his neck wordly, thinking everyone seemed shocked, but this reaction was understandable. Now I've shown my true strength. Things won't be like before anymore. He looked at the knife in his hand. Pondering though it was just a fish-slaying knife, it had helped him win. Though victorious, using such a knife to kill someone felt uncomfortable. Glancing at Nox's auditor trembling on the floor, he thought it was fortunate that everything happened in virtual space. Although different from reality, the experience was quite perfect. Nox and Jun had their faces cut, bloodless, drenched with sweat, eyes wide in horror of what just happened. Fortunately, it was only a simulation. He glanced at Nox's auditor, thinking that guy is indeed as strong as Chloe said. His combat experience feels impossible to judge. He changed his gaze and thought although he revealed his skills in battle, too many of them were exposed, leading to actions I can predict, also partly due to the divine blessing that allowed me to win this round. The program announced King Yoma from Class Lang as the winner, appearing on the winner board with a time of 26 seconds. The entire audience erupted in cheers for King Yoma, the first-year student who defeated even second-year students. King Yoma stood there listening to everyone's surprised words. He closed his eyes contentedly, thinking he would become famous after this match. Then he said arrogantly, but after stepping into battle, results must be like this. As he walked out of the arena, he thought it was the path he chose and just kept moving forward without worrying about anything. At this moment, outside the hallway, people were discussing wildly about the 52 assassins from the Auditor family. Was yesterday's match real? Even in class, everyone couldn't stop talking. Could he really beat all 52 of them? Someone replied yes. Honestly, it seems that guy was a bit overconfident. But this match is enough to make King Jomar famous. In the class, people kept talking about King Jomar. Jomar? Abel von Nibelung sitting by the window whispered, King Jomar? He looked out the window and thought it's true that wherever he goes now, everyone talks about yesterday's arena battle. After all, that match was quite interesting. Recalling King Zoma cutting Nox's hand during the match, Abel suddenly realized something. Previously, I thought this match wasn't special at all. Abel reflected on it, but when observing their fight, he noticed how fast they moved and executed moves. He realized he couldn't keep up with their move speed. Alongside King Yoma, that guy has some very unique skills. Just a kitchen knives made him incredibly surprised. Abel silently pondered as a grandchild of the Sword Emperor. She had always been confident in her swordsmanship. But today, it's truly opened my eyes. With just those two knives, King Yoma accomplished things that seemed impossible. His brain buzzed with thoughts from before. I thought he was weak back then. Recalling their conversation on the bench, Abel thought he had wondered who the winner and top student was. Now he understood. Next time we meet, I'll find a chance to challenge him and defeat him. Remembering that conversation, Abel said, you seemed weak back then. How did you get into this school? My family is very strict. Compassion isn't always visible. And though the top student, I didn't know who he was either. Abel von Nibelung was shocked to realize that he was the top student. He was furious, his face turning purple as he clenched his fists, thinking clearly now. That day, he deceived me. I'm really angry. Even when talking, I couldn't gauge his true strength. Abel von Nibelung could no longer contain his anger and slammed the table, standing up to shout that he can't let this go. The noise woke Dwaicho Miura up next to him. Dwaicho yawned and asked what was going on. Abin shyly said sorry, there's nothing wrong. Dwaicho wondered if really, there's nothing wrong? Abin replied that he was just thinking about some annoying things. Plus, his training lately has been a bit tiring too. Rachel heard this and said from the look on your face, I bet you're hiding something. Abin pouted and said I'm not hiding anything. Rachel pleaded, can't you tell me? Fine. Seeing Abel still reluctant, Rachel guessed he might be hungry and suggested going to eat. Abel reluctantly agreed. Rachel asked if he didn't bring any weapons with him. Abel kept his cold face and said no. She continued asking if it was because of stomach pain wanting to go to the bathroom. Abel got impatient and said no again. Rachel concluded, so you must have a girlfriend then, right? Abel was shocked as he felt like his heart had been hit. Hearing this, Abel's face turned red immediately while Rachel laughed loudly. Standing up, Rachel pointed at Abel and said out loud, "Our Miss Abel has a boyfriend now. I thought you would never like anyone?" Abel stammered, "No, that's not what I meant." Rachel wiped her tears from laughing too hard and asked, "Then who is the guy you're interested in?" Abel remained silent again. Seeing Abel quiet, Rachel continued saying, "Someone who caught Miss Abel's attention can't be ordinary. Let me guess. It must be Leon. He's handsome and cool." The image of the blonde-haired guy appeared in my mind. Abel replied no. Noticing Abin's change in emotion, Zaycho was worried, thinking their temperaments are opposite, so it can't be him. Thinking this, Zaycho said, "Then maybe it's a fighter from yesterday's tournament who caught your attention, that black-haired guy." Abel was shocked and shivered. Seeing his reaction, Rachel, satisfied, laughed and said, "We got it right the second time. Our Miss Abin has fallen for him." Quickly, Rachel grabbed Abel's hand and dragged him out, saying, "Let's go." Abel asked angrily, "Where are we going?" "I don't understand," Rachel replied. "Where else? We're heading to the classroom." Soon enough, they arrived at the classroom. Rachel held Abin's hand and pushed open the door, saying, "Hello, everyone. We came here to bother you a bit." Abel's face turned red with embarrassment. Everyone in the room was surprised. "Rachel? Both Miss Abin are here together? They're both here?" Ignoring everyone, Richard walked forward. Behind him, Abin shyly said, "Let's go, Richoso. Back to class." Richoso replied, "Okay, we'll sit down now, Abin. I'm going up here." Richoso stepped onto the table. Standing on it, he asked, "Can anyone find a student with black hair who fought in yesterday's tournament?" Smiling brightly, Richoso continued to see where he is. A green-haired student approached and said, "What are you doing up there talking like that? That's not right." Richoso winked and asked why. The green-haired student's eyes turned into hearts and shouted, "Oh my god, so cute. Do whatever you want." The classmates laughed quietly. It was hilarious. Abin helplessly slapped his face. Richoso widened his eyes, saying, "I found him." In front of them was King Joma lying on a desk next to a red-haired girl, calling out, "Joma-kun. Are you surprised, Richoso? That's his girlfriend, right?" Richoso laughed triumphantly. "Even if he doesn't have one, it's fine. In fact, it's better than that." Then Richoso stepped down from the table and loosened his tie. So competition makes it even better. The red-haired girl is laughing happily, but her smile fades when a shadow covers her face. Vecho approaches King Joma's side, whispering something. This action turns the red-haired girl to stone on the spot. Not just the red-haired girl, but even Abin nearby is shocked and wide-mouthed. Reko then sits directly on King Yoma's sleeping desk and says, "Oh, hello." King Yoma groggily wakes up with drool at the corner of his mouth. Right in front of him is Reko's scorching figure. Vecho tries to look cute and asks, "Did I wake you up?" King Yoma still doesn't understand what's going on, marked by a question mark. "Yesterday at the arena, I noticed you." King Joma's brain is now in shock, wondering why she's here. What's going on with this situation? Reko reaches out to touch his nose and says, "You're really handsome up close." King Joma fears that something isn't right. She must have a reason for being here. Suddenly, someone interrupts, "Excuse me. Who are you?" It turns out the red-haired girl is tightly holding Abin's hand with an unfriendly expression. Chloe grabs Abin's hand and asks, "Who are you?" Chloe remains still, glaring at Abin. Abin looks confusedly back at her. Joma outside doesn't know what Chloe plans to do. Chloe wonders why her intuition is so strong. It seems like the other personality has completely changed due to being provoked. She tilts her head 90 degrees, staring intently at Abin and mutters under her breath, "Apaini, Ada Apaini," ready with a straight blade in hand. "Jama, give me the straight blade." Yen struggles to keep his teeth from chattering. If there's a fight in class, this is an unprecedented meeting. Even in the game, what's happening? Suddenly, Abel pulls Rachel back. "Rachel, why are you in another classroom? Go back." Rachel teases Abel with a few words. "Why?" "Miss Abin, I just came to say hello." "Right." She looks at Chloe again. Rachel stands up and walks towards Chloe, patting her head gently. She smiles and says, "Little one, don't butt in when adults are talking." And kids shouldn't play with dangerous things like that. Do you understand? Chloe still looks intimidating at Rachel. Rachel happily turns away. Let's continue our grown-up conversation then. Behind them, Chloe flicks the straight blade up. She slices a straight line towards Rachel. Die! Joma and Abel are shocked. My face falls. Rachel in front is unaware. She turns around to react, blood already spilling. But the scene transitions to another student argument over spilled ketchup. Hey, all the milk is gone, be careful. But if you don't do that, have you ever paid attention? Shut up, a familiar figure appears in the distance. This side belongs to Joma and Rachel, who easily subdued Chloe, slowly moving, thinking only a small body, who knew her mind was also tiny. Chloe struggles to escape. RRR. Abel shouts at Rachel to stop. Rachel looks at Chloe, throws her far away. Chloe is surprised, reacting by spinning round and landing. The crowd outside cheers loudly. Even Ma is speechless with rage. He evaluates Aben, a noble family, adhering to the principle that in front of absolute power, technique is useless. This is a clan following strength supremacy. Students from the star class, Lemira, handmaiden of the noble family Aben. She asks him, "Is she your girlfriend?" Joma's face darkens and answers, "No, just searching." On the other side, Chloe looks at them intently. She seems under pressure. It's scary. Anyway, this is indeed troublesome. He corrects her. She's my friend, and now Rachel, Joma, and Joma realize something strange is happening. He looks at Abel, who is scared and worried about the rope. Oh right, Abel's here too. I was so flustered I forgot. With a cold look, he stares at the rope. What are they looking for me for? Vetro speaks up after a moment of silence. They say Abel misses you and wanted to see you. Abel's face turns red and she waves her hands frantically. What did I say like that? Huh? Isn't it because of that? Rachel, you dragged me here without asking. I thought Aben wanted to come along willingly. Aben stands there stiffly, unsure how to respond. That's right. People are gathered around watching the commotion. What's going on? Are they fighting? I don't get it. I'm just curious to see what happens. Abel looks cold and composed. Maybe there was a misunderstanding after all. I never said I wanted to come here. Zoma is disappointed. Then go back then. He rubs his head. If nothing, the two of you should go back to class. The other to stop moving. Hard to believe. Rachel approaches him. She wraps her arm around him. You're really interesting. I like guys who are interesting like you. Zoma doesn't pay attention. His cold expression repels guests. Lucky for me then. My personality is so boring, huh? Rachel tries to charm him. She pulls at his arm. Come on. Why like that? Hey, let's go to my room after school and watch a movie. Chloe from the other side bursts out laughing, backing away quickly. Rachel, what are you doing now? She smiles triumphantly at Chloe. Precious little demon. Look, ha ha ha. Truly hilarious. Miss Aben, did you hear that just now? Joma. Joma looks tired from the side. More trouble. Miss Aben glares at Rachel fiercely from behind. Close her voice. Rachel. Commanding tone. Finally, she stands up. Too bad. Meeting you was fun. Joma. Ha ha. It's time to head back to class. See you around. Joma. Don't come anymore. Splat. Cold and unyielding. Even though I go this way, I won't forget the temptation. Go in now. Okay. Jomar looks visibly upset. Hurry up and get going. After settling things, he'll just fall back asleep. Aben walks with a slight backward glance. She secretly watches him. Aben stares at Jomar for a moment. Later, she shyly turns away. Aben's cold expression changes. She leaves the room. But Jomar doesn't care about this. He just wants to sleep. Rachel and Abel are walking back to class. Rachel thinks as she walks, I didn't expect it to be like this. His cold attitude is enough on its own. She remembers his handsome face, a rare beauty, but those dark eyes seem to hint at something sinister, making her feel as if she's been cut by a sharp blade. Rachel touches her neck. It was scary. She felt weary of him, Unlike the superficial friends who only wanted to tease him, who knew it would end up like this? The harvest is good, with valuable information. The merchant saints have always had connections with outstanding warriors, so, from that perspective, Rachel looks dangerous as she licks her lips. He's a talent worth watching. Indeed, he deserves the attention of the Ice Empress. Now she notices Abel behind her. Rachel happily turns to Abel and smiles. Miss Abel, sorry. Abel sighs in relief from a headache. 2. If it's about the commotion earlier, you should apologize to the class. Vecho interrupts her. No, not that. Abel is surprised. What? Vecho shines with confidence. Declaration. King Yoma, I won't give him to you. Abel's eyes widen in surprise. The scene changes. The wheels are turning. Nox Auditor is visibly angry and agitated. Kill that damn guy. He thinks bitterly, I've never tasted defeat as a genius of the Auditor family. Nox Auditor quickly walks down the hospital corridor. If it were night, things might have been different. As an assassin, I would have the advantage. Maybe we should ambush and kill him tonight. Nox Auditor remembers that terrifying cold expression again. He pushes a patient aside. Move. Walking down the dark corridor, Nox Auditor thinks about mobilizing the entire Auditor family. With the strength of the whole family, I can take his head. Nox Auditor remembers his sister. Kill him and bring Chloe back. Chloe's potential is equal to or even surpasses mine. He reaches the door. Now, act now. The family's strength combined with my Dark Knight. Nox Auditor firmly opens the door. You'll see what it means. Nox Auditor turns to stone, dealing with someone who is about to bite an apple. And there's Jorma sitting by the bed waiting for him. Here you are? In class, Chloe bites her nails and looks off into space. As Jorma glances at her, he thinks. He looks angry, but it was him who drew the knife first. On this side, Chloe tightly held a paper knife and muttered, Do I like it? You Jorma also. Suddenly, someone called her name, Chloe, which made her pause for a moment. Really? Really? She turned to Jorma with a smile and asked again, What's the matter? Is something wrong with you, Jorma? Jorma was sweating and thought inwardly, Put down the knife. He felt a bit awkward and scratched his ear as he inquired, Nox? Chloe looked at him with wide eyes, bewildered. She looked down sadly. Then she replied to Jorma, My brother is in the hospital of the academy. Jorma was surprised and exclaimed, Why did he get hospitalized? Chloe explained at that time, Nox wasn't injured at all in his space. Honestly, I'm not sure about it either. She looked up and said nothing more. I only heard that he was taken to the hospital. Even though there were no visible wounds on him, everything will be fine. Jorma reassured her, You don't need to worry. Jorma thought to himself, Even if we cut each other in half, he's not that weak mentally. He wondered, is he thinking of something else? Then he called out, Chloe. He patted her head and asked, Can you tell me Nox's room number? First thing to deal with Ender. Chloe blushed and said, Tau. The space shifted to the hospital where Nox was panicking and sweating profusely, shouting, You. Jorma lowered his head and glared at him. He picked up an apple and asked, Can I eat it? Nox thought inwardly, He's already eaten. Jorma sat calmly on the chair and said, Auditor must be rich. A special room for one person, no joke. Nox shouted, Why did you come here? He panicked. No, could it be that he came to end things? When Jorma reached out to grab the knife on the table, Jorma picked up the shiny knife and began to skillfully peel the apple with its tip. The peeled apple was clean and white. Nox whistled in admiration. Why? Why did he cut it like that? After peeling the apple, Jorma placed it neatly on a plate. He stood up, walked past Nox, and said, If you're tired of rice, eat some fruit. Nox thought angrily. Damn! Dared to pity these two bodies? A knife appeared in Nox's sleeve. He turned his head, glanced at Ma, and thought, I'll kill you. Ma suddenly stopped and said, you're saying. Besides, if he was planning to revenge me, Nox looked out from the room. Ma glanced back and continued, I will eliminate Auditor. Nox's eyes glowed fiercely before he slammed the door shut. Red light suddenly appeared around the apple on the table. Nox panicked as he sat down when he saw the apple being cut evenly by Ma walking on the street under the influence of a ghost. He walked while thinking, no matter what, his enemy's presence is like a sword. Perhaps his heart has completely shattered. That's why my intimidation works. Auditor is the only elite assassin group in the world. It can't be handled by all members within 30 seconds. If it takes 10 people to control them in 30 seconds, that's the worst case scenario. We should minimize killing as much as possible. He looked up at the full moon and sighed, feeling like he was standing before a terrible storm. He recalled past battles and wondered if he had become proficient enough. Jorma raised his head and said, I wonder what will happen to my head. He thought worriedly, Nox is no longer something to worry about. The problem is the person we don't want to see, Rachel. Even in the game, her character approached the male protagonist first, but attacked later than Amen, the female protagonist. He picked up his phone and said to himself, alright, let's put that aside for now. It's time to prepare for the midterm exam. The reward is significant, so I need to seriously plan this out. Jorma focused on his phone and thought, Murasami, I need a weapon that can fight for over 30 seconds. Joma stood still for 2 seconds when he saw the schedule on his phone screen. To be analyzed, the exam content doesn't differentiate between classes. 5 people need to cooperate to defeat 1 monster. Teamwork is important, but trust among teammates is even more crucial. Although the team members are quite uncomfortable together, if they work well, he imagined the worst-case scenario of working in a group and thought we might take the bus and face the monster from the Fishman Masu exam, which was already unpleasant during the game. We have to fight it outside. I feel like I'm about to throw up. He helplessly thought, even though I've been fishing all my life, being a mermaid would be better. He thought of the mermaid from the rainy night and said, I didn't break my nose, did I? Walking along, he fell into his thoughts again, thinking about how the mermaid was just alcohol. The key figure of the demon race. He sat on a chair, gnawing at his face as he thought, compared to strong alcohol, demon blood is like a guard dog. Fortunately, my only goal is to conquer this dream monster. I don't need to deal with alcohol. It's been over a month since I arrived here. Sure enough, the night is peaceful. He looked up at the starry sky and said, peaceful. Joma fell into his thoughts again. 700 years have passed since humans and demons signed a ceasefire agreement. Many conflicts of different sizes have occurred in this world. Like Batman half a century ago, they said they would revive the commander of Legion 1 who was sealed. The commander of Legion 6 crossed the ceasefire line himself. A strong fist moving towards someone with a call, "Return tomorrow," appeared. Then came an image of a huge monster shouting, "I will bring you back." The faces of warriors fighting that monster showed absolute determination. Humans, the strongest among all heroes in 7-star heroes, won after a week of bloody battles. To gain life, 3 people sacrificed themselves. Fortunately, no one wanted to cross that line anymore. Someone sat in the bathroom and sighed at the screen. The strongest humans. Just a commander from Legion 6, right? That peace has continued until today. He said aloud, "I wonder how long it will last." Joma stared at his phone and thought. Thinking back, Joaquin was the one who sealed the commander of Legion 1. He said aloud, "Not a human, right? However, there will be a war between demons and humans in 3 years, including the king. Only 3 years away." Demons whispered to themselves, "Worrying is useless now. Stay alert and focus on the midterm exam. It will be troublesome, but I need thousands of trillions first. I've been too quiet for too long. I don't have any friends." He glanced up and came up with an idea. But thinking back, I'm now one of the most famous people in the academy. If I use this to make money, can I? He silently sighed. Good. Anyway, I can't live quietly for 3 years. Then he said excitedly, "We need to join a good group and complete the midterm exam perfectly." He decided to change from being quiet and alone to being noisy, but comfortable. Alright, I need to change my goal now. A week later at the academy, it seemed that students had teams, except for John Ma, who was left out. He thought, this is confusing, no one invited me. He remembered fighting Nox and said, "It's serious." Helplessly rubbing his face, he thought, "Am I someone without limits? Why are people afraid of me?" Suddenly, he glanced over. He looked at Chloe and thought, is it the same for him? From then on, Chloe was also isolated. He approached Chloe and called out. Chloe looked up and replied, "You, Zoma?" Zoma asked, "Has no one invited you to join yet?" Chloe answered, "That's right, no one has." Zoma spoke, "Are you okay? After all, I didn't have any friends from the start." Chloe smiled widely and replied, "Ah, I'm fine, if only I had Jorma as a friend." Before she could finish, he cut in. "So you'll join my team then? We need to find 3 more people." Chloe happily exclaimed, "Sure." Jorma thought to herself, "Chloe is definitely the one I need. The goal is to catch as many dreams as possible within an hour. If you catch one person in 30 seconds, it's about 1,000 points." Chloe excitedly said, "So much fun here." Jorma thought to herself, "Such happiness, huh?" A familiar sound echoed. It made Jorma shiver. Rachel Zemiura ran towards him and shouted loudly, "Jorma, I'm here to visit." Unhappy, Jorma asked, "Why are you here again?" She replied with a pout, I just came to play." Chloe's eyes lit up and she held a bread knife as she exclaimed, "Here you come, here you come." Jamma walked towards his seat and said, "You go today. I don't have time for visitors." Rachel looked pitiful and tearfully said, "Jammer, you're so mean." Jammer waved his hand and said helplessly, "Hey, stop calling me Jamma, okay?" Rachel stretched her arms and replied, I don't know, I won't listen, I won't listen." Then she added, "I didn't hear anything and fell onto your table by accident." She looked up and said, "Oh, right, Janma's test went well too." Janma thought to himself, "She doesn't even bother listening to me." Janma casually replied, "No, Rachel," he said with a smile, "Oh, great job." Then she looked at him with sparkling eyes and offered, "So come on, join my team." King Joma coldly said, "Great." Rachel smiled and called out, "So you can join then, my team." Rachel lifted Joma's chin, making him feel a bit flustered. Immediately, Joma uncomfortably pushed her hand away and asked, "Why me? There are plenty of others who want to be in the same group with you." Vecho laughed straight-faced and replied, "They're bored. I have a feeling there will be something interesting if we're in the same group." To tactfully refuse Zecho, Zoma said, "I promised Chloe that I would form a team with her." Vecho put Zoma in a position where he couldn't refuse. She said, "No problem, just a spot's left." As Zoma helplessly thought to himself, not only did they not mention the rewards, but how would their scores fare when hunting monsters with these people? This way, he'd be exhausted by them. Jorma glanced over at Chloe on the other side. She didn't seem very interested in joining this team either. King Jorma helplessly said, "Then let you do it." Rachel immediately grabbed her phone and added Jorma's name, saying, "It's all set now. Once you're in, don't back out." Jorma also asked curiously, "Who's the team leader?" Rachel answered while pressing her phone, "Oh, Leon, you know him?" Just hearing Leon's name made Jomar furious. He started yelling, "Damn it!" He was so angry his whole body shook, fists clenched into tight balls. Jomar shrank back, wondering what terrible sins from past lives had brought this upon him. For nearly 30 years, all he knew were swords and work. Thinking of Zecho and Abel von Nibelung, even if it was unintentional, he got to see some pretty girls, which wasn't bad either. But in the end, this still happened. Leon van Venhat was different. He was the main character of this game. Zoma gritted his teeth in frustration, unsure where the story would go and knowing all the blame would fall on him if anything did happen. Zoma was haunted by Zetro, to the point that he couldn't even change teams because of her. Before she came looking for him, she had already signed him up for her team without his consent. Zoma's anger made him shiver and grind his teeth. He was fed up and thought about just withdrawing from the game. He never wanted to fight a girl so much in his life. Just as he was fuming, Chloe approached and asked Zoma, "Zoma, what's wrong?" Zoma quickly regained composure and gave a faint nod. Chloe tilted her head with a big smile. You look so sad. Ever since that blonde girl left, you've been gloomy. Zoma didn't look at Chloe but replied, just feeling a bit pressured being in the same team as all these star students. Chloe excitedly said, no one from the star class is stronger than Zoma. I guarantee it. Zoma glanced over and thanked her with a smile. Zoma smiled lightly at Chloe. He told himself, well, Chloe's in too. Leaving alone would be irresponsible. Thinking about it, the team was all top players. Actually, this could turn out to be a good situation. Think positively. Jorma asked Chloe. Chloe, what time is the team meeting? Chloe replied that the blonde girl said it's at 6 p.m. in the main building cafe. Zoma thought Chloe would start calling her the blonde from now on. He turned to Chloe and said, we're late, let's go. Chloe nodded and agreed, then prepared to leave. The two went to the cafe under the main building where the team was supposed to meet. Inside the cafe, a matcha cup was placed firmly on the table. Chloe happily exclaimed, yum, it's so good. Zoma beside her raised his coffee glass and couldn't help but admire. Jorma rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, this single green drink costs 50,000. Prices are really going up. As he thought, he took a sip of the coffee, finally waking up from his drowsiness. It was bitter, but a proud young man couldn't let himself lose face. He calmly said, oh, is this Starbucks okay too? Chloe laughed while Jomar tried to reassure himself, maintaining his adult composure. Jomar thought in his head, only Esprit speed weapon no, costs less than 20,000. Calling it a generic name was such a hassle. Being off-campus meant no discount card usage. Probably won't come here often. Suddenly, Jomar's phone vibrated and the screen lit up with a new message. It was from V.E. asking, Dorma, where are you? Not seeing them anywhere. Dorma replied immediately, I'm here in 5 minutes. Aren't you coming too? V.E. responded, sorry, got caught up cleaning for the others and was late. Dorma replied, I'll be at the meeting room with Starbucks. V.E. happily exclaimed, oh, there they are. Here they come. The door to the meeting room opened. Rachel entered first and said, oh, Jomar and little guy, sorry for being late. She asked, did you wait long? Jomar's and Leon's eyes met. Jomar was slightly surprised when he glanced at the speed weapon with the orange coconut hair. He has a carefree look, turning his head around. Jomar watches him, silently guessing. The playboy Leon politely extends his hand to Jomar and says, hi there. Jomar also reaches out to shake hands with him. He introduces himself as King Jomar. They shake hands warmly. Leon smiles lightly and says, the virtual space battle you had a few days ago was quite impressive. It's reassuring to have you in the group. The silent voice of Ma then comments internally, with a warm and dignified tone, he is indeed the main character I controlled. Those who came later all ordered the same Americano. As the team leader, Leon speaks first. Let's start by introducing ourselves. Hands up. Agreed, Leon says seriously, I'll begin. I'm Leon Van Reinhardt from the Star class and became the team leader through chance. Though there are still many shortcomings, I hope everyone can help me during this exam. Zamba looks at Leon with a sparkling smile, mouth agape in admiration. His face is well done too. The main character is different. Life is truly unfair. Rachel laughs and says, since everyone knows me already, I'll skip the introduction. She pokes Speed Weapon and says, next. Sweet Weapon speaks sparingly, introducing herself as a member of the class line, Sweet Weapon, who admires heroes. He really does admire heroes. He even has hero tattooed on his neck here. He talks so little it's like drama is over, done with. That name sounds cool, but he's so quiet. Likes heroes, very different from what I imagined. Chloe stands up and says, hello everyone, my name is Chloe Adito, a member of the class line, please. She didn't finish before being interrupted by Jorma as please. Chloe's eyes light up with clear frustration at Jorma, but she lowers her voice to follow Jorma's lead. Thanks to this, I got to join the team. I look forward to working with everyone. Only Jorma hasn't introduced himself yet. He seems the most anticipated. Jorma speaks sparingly and says, King Jorma, loopy dragon. Leon fumbles in his backpack for documents and says, everything's ready now. So Jorma sits quietly as if he spoke a bit too little, feeling shy. Leon pulls out the laptop and says, let's start learning. The image on the computer is projected onto the ceiling. It's an image of an island. Leon says, today at lunchtime, our class teacher gave us team leaders a set of documents. This is Scopely Island map, where we will take the test. First, on exam day, we'll be transported to this island through the space gate. However, only the gate is in another space outside, while the island itself is in real space and can be attacked by monsters. Everyone should remember this. Leon operates the computer a bit. I'll zoom it in for everyone to see. This is the northeastern coastal area assigned to us, including our team. There will be 3 teams hunting fish in this area. The key to this test is which team can eliminate more fish within a limited number. Everyone listens attentively and takes notes carefully. Leon folds the laptop. That's all we need to know. Leon looks around and asks, does anyone have any questions? Speed Weapon raises her hand first and asks, is Scopely Island where mermaids appear? Is it dangerous? Leon answers, the teachers have already surveyed it so everyone can be reassured. Chloe worries and asks, may I ask if there will be conflicts or fights between teams in the same area? Leon explains, the purpose of this test is to eliminate monsters, so student fighting could result in elimination. Are you satisfied with my answer? Mothan silently marvels at how quickly Leon answered all questions. He's from a hitman family, no doubt about it. Leon said, that's all for today. Everyone get ready for tomorrow's test. We'll meet again at the position distribution meeting tomorrow. Rachel put on her Speed Weapon and spoke cheerfully. Done. Speed Weapon, let's go eat that. Speed Weapon insisted. Don't pull, it's time to wear the coat now. Leon carefully placed Elpatah back in his backpack. Everyone left, only Joma and Leon remained. Joma thought they were alone since everyone else had gone. Facing him, I'm scared to death. Let's go outside. Hurry up and get up. Let's leave. At that moment, Leon called Joma back. Hey, Joma stood still in surprise. Leon hesitantly asked, Jorma, where are you from? As Jorma was about to leave, Leon called him back and asked, King Jorma, where are you from? Leon looked distant, eager to hear Jorma's answer. Jorma frowned in confusion at the question. Jorma paused his actions, looking at Leon, wondering what was going on. It seems I've been asked this before, but not like now. He asked where I'm from, right? In Leon's eyes, there was a strange and deep light that made Jorma think deeply. Jorma didn't know how to answer. I don't understand what he means. Is it about geography? But then Jorma remembered something. No, if it was, he would have asked during self-introduction. He waited until everyone left before asking. There must be a reason. Joma started to doubt. Could he not be from this world? When Joma remained silent for a while, the atmosphere became awkward. Leon then said, sorry for asking. I just thought you were like me. Joma was confused again. What do you mean by that? Even though the common language in this game world is Korean, there's still a difference between countries. I'm clearly from Korea. Leon added, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Leon stood up and left, leaving Joma stunned. Joma placed his hand on Leon's shoulder to call him back. Joma hesitantly asked the same question again. Where are you from? In a moment of urgency, Joma lost control of his actions. Only now did he realize and blame himself. Damn it, I unconsciously frowned at him. If he left like this, I'd lose sleep over it. Leon turned back, grabbed Joma's shoulder, smiled, and replied, I'm from Germany. Then he quickly walked out of the cafe, leaving Joma standing there with a glare. Joma was puzzled. What kind of guy is this? Joma sat down at the table, tapping his fingers to clear his thoughts. After hearing Leon's answer, Joma's eyes showed anger and disappointment. Maybe I overthought it. At that moment, he couldn't help but think he was from another world too. When he got home, Joma still thought about this, but reassured himself, after all, there's no guarantee only me is in the game. Plus, he's the main character. This ability is higher than mine as a side character. Jorma sat silently, looking at his dinner and sword, mumbling to himself. Under the influence of the sword god's grace, my senses are unusually sharp. But Jorma slowly drew his sword, feeling the sensation brought by the sword god's grace. He closed his eyes and focused energy into it. But a strange sound echoed in Jorma's mind. Lion is from this world. Lion is from this world. Jorma's eyes widened in surprise. He was equally surprised that the voice appeared again. Just like before, when activating and focusing on the divine sword blessing, I could hear vague voices. Jamma's whole body was drenched in sweat. He clutched his most painful head. The more he tried to think, the more his head hurt. Even the indiscriminate blessing couldn't help. After all, Leon I met today is the same Leon I controlled in the game. No actor could convey it like this. Or did he really just ask about nationality? Jamma tried to regain his composure, but still felt something was off. But if he only asked about nationality, how would his words be similar to mine? Jorma pulled out his phone and searched for Leon van Reinhardt's name, but no articles were found. There are no articles about Leon in this world. Only then did Jorma blame himself. If only I had read the wiki, I didn't care about male characters anyway. Jorma cut his tongue and looked up at the ceiling, sighing. Never mind, probably just this time. If anything happens again, I'll ask for media help. Thinking of the media, Chloe Editor's voice echoed in Jorma's memory. Have you come to visit me lately? When are we going to run away together? Can we do it now? Jorma advised himself not to overthink. It was strange, but despite the unexpected situation, he remained calm. That must be due to the blessing. Thinking of Jorma, he checked his information sheet and silently marveled at its progress. Physical level 57, expanded control range. Mental level 3, increased authority in speech and actions. Weaponry level 1, not yet unlocked. Synchronization to 0.56 corresponds to 6.8%. Spirit and weaponry remain the same, but physical strength has slightly improved due to rigorous training. Weaponry, it must be Murmasa to increase. There's a line on the information sheet that keeps Jorma preoccupied. What is this synchronization? It's the only thing that increased dramatically. On the notification board, synchronization to 0.5 corresponds to 6.8%, reaching 7% to unlock conditions. Conditions for unlocking are almost met. Jorma hesitated when thinking about Chloe Editor and Nox Auditor. I've only played with those two kids recently. Is it related? Jorma fiddled with the notification board. He couldn't understand himself anymore. No one to ask. Another notification came in. Minimum activation times reached. Duration adjusted. Jorma stopped abruptly. Huh? What's going on? Indiscriminate blessing. Duration 30 to 40 seconds. Recovery time 12 hours. Jorma was surprised as well. Oh, 40 seconds. Really? Jorma approached and picked up the sword. All my efforts have finally been rewarded. Majo looks at his sword and laughs loudly. Haha. Just thinking about it makes me really happy. Time flies so quickly. It's only 5 days until the final exam week. Every day, Majo persists in training until he sweats profusely. With 4 days left before the final exam week, they had a group meeting with Geico, Leon, Speed Weapon, and Chloe to prepare for the test. There were fiery arguments and hearty laughs. 3 days before the exam, Zoma spent some time training Chloe on wielding the sword, but it seems she's really clumsy and awkward. 2 days before the exam, another group meeting was held. Chloe went crazy seeing Geico approach Zoma, even though Zoma tried to avoid her. With just 1 day left for preparation, Jorma still diligently trains his physical strength and reaction speed. A drop of water falls, Majo quickly chops it with a swift motion. He stops all actions, quietly observing the result. He smiles slightly, showing satisfaction. The final exam day has arrived. Today's training ground is bustling with people and lively. Majo stands solemnly. This is the spatial gate. Just having it changes the atmosphere of the training ground. Jama was lost in thought when someone called him over here. The other 3 group members are already present, only Jama is missing. Kim Dway-cho, who holds the main damage position, says, always on time, but today he's late again. Leon, as the team leader, speaks up. Here you are, Speed Weapon, who supports, remains silent as usual. Chloe, in a supporting role, greets Jomar with a smile and a cheerful good morning. Jomar, in a rear support position, says quietly, sorry for being late. Jomar approaches the group. He's surprised to see their weapons. Rachel teases him, Jomar, you're paying a fine. Jomar silently observes them, judging. Rachel uses an S-rank heaven skill. Leon hasn't got one yet, and Speed Weapon. Jomar looks at Speed Weapon suspiciously. Why is that a rank weapon? Feeling uncomfortable under Jomar's gaze, Speed Weapon asks, what are you looking at? Knowing Jomar is curious, Vejo whispers to him, but it's one of the few S-rank healing weapons. Jomar responds in surprise. Really? Vejo says. Indeed. Joma looks at Speed Weapon's weapon, thinking that even with tens of millions in game, it's hard to get an S-rank healing weapon. But appearance is part of its effectiveness too. This looks a bit untrustworthy. Joma approaches Speed Weapon closely and examines his weapon more closely. He mutters under his breath. Strange indeed. Speed Weapon, startled by the sudden attention, quickly steps back. Step aside just as everyone is panicking, a teacher's voice rings out. Pay attention, the midterm exam for this semester officially begins now. Other students look up attentively. The teacher says, it seems you are all ready. Lee Hoonbin sternly says, the rules have been explained thoroughly, so I'll just be brief. If you see danger, retreat immediately. Remember, you're still students, not heroes. The teacher emphasizes, don't risk your life for grades. If injured or want to quit, contact your instructor right away. Leon mutters under his breath, talking too much. He says, it seems the time has come, prepare yourselves. Don't be nervous, just try your best. The other 3 nod seriously, agreeing with most words. Let's start. Jorma notices Chloe sulking and asks Han, Chloe, what's wrong? Chloe answers grudgingly, it's just that I'm late, but I remembered the Scopely Island where mermaids appear. Jorma pats her shoulder, teachers have already checked. Everything is fine, don't worry, Chloe. Chloe reluctantly agrees and follows everyone. But Chloe is still worried. My hometown in Sicily has many stories about mermaids and related incidents, though we're currently at peace with the demon race. It's very hard to encounter demons outside the dungeon, but rumors continue to circulate, indicating how unpredictable a mermaid's appearance can be. Lee Hoon-bin announces, now enter through the gate. The spatial gate is being activated. Ma caresses Chloe's head and says, come on, Chloe. Chloe blushes and replies, okay? Jomar's comforting pat reassures Chloe, making her feel much better inside. Don't worry. Chloe leads everyone to that place. Is it here? It's a big cave inside pitch black with light from fish eyes glowing. It's a group of fish lighting up to keep warm. They peer in and estimate about 50 to 60 fish. That number isn't small at all. Jorma seriously thinks, we really need to consider this carefully. Jorma says if they can eliminate all of them, they'll definitely top the midterm exam. But as group leader, Leon points out he needs to think about everyone's safety. This cave, if injured, there's no way to contact the outside world. Should we risk it or find a safer alternative? The decision is with Lion. Lion lowers his head in thought. Before coming here, during group meetings, Lion had assigned tasks. Chloe, when you arrive at the island, scout ahead first. Speed Weapon, stay behind to support buffs and healing. At that time, Jomar teased Speed Weapon about being Heller. It still feels strange he's named that way. Speed Weapon angrily retorts, what? His hero's power is helping others. Don't know. Leon looks a bit uncomfortable assigning tasks to Jomar. And what about Jomar? Leon says Jomar should stay behind for contingencies. Jomar hears and happily agrees. Great, it'll be easy. As for Leon's task, I'll command from the middle without rushing into battle. Of course, depending on the situation, I'll join in the attack too. Rachel anxiously asks, and what about me? Leon looks a bit strange, like he's planning something. Rachel, and you? Everyone is eagerly waiting to hear about their tasks. I've decided. Back in the present, while fighting the fish people, Leon calls out Rachel's name. She immediately prepares to attack. Rachel uses her S-rank Heaven Slash to slash a powerful and decisive path towards the group of fish. The strong throw pierces through several meters straight into the cave. A bright explosion occurs inside the cave. The fish are stunned, unable to react in time. Rachel jumps up ready for another consecutive attack. The fish people are also gaping in amazement. Rachel dives down like a gust of wind, still holding her Heaven Slash weapon tightly. Rachel continuously hacks at the weak fish with her weapon. These few injured fish are cut in half, heads severed from bodies. In fact, when assigning tasks during the meeting, Leon had given Rachel this important responsibility. She destroys everything. Can you do it? With her S-rank Heaven Slash weapon, Rachel confidently accepts the task. Of course I can. Sweet Weapon also picks up his flute to boost Rachel's blood flow. The blessing melody sounds normal to humans, but is extremely harsh to the fish. The sound from Speed Weapon's flute makes the fish panic and scream. One direction, Speed Weapon blows the flute. Another, Rachel attacks wildly, counting out loud. 6, 9, 11, that's how many fish she's eliminated. The number keeps increasing. The more she hears the flute, the more enthusiastic Rachel becomes. She uses her great saber continuously to hack at them. Rachel turns to Weapon and says, "Thanks for the buffs." 26 fish. Even Drummer is quite surprised. Rachel is really doing a great job. Chloe feels a bit jealous of Rachel. She draws her sword out too. A red light appeared. Chloe was about to use a Mew Tribe blessing. A powerful sword swing came down. Chloe had just killed another batch of fish. She counted around 8 that had just died. 2 large fish leaped at Chloe to attack her. Chloe swung to decisive swords, raising the number of fish killed to 10. The net wielder was swinging wildly, killing 45 fish. Even though there were no more fish, Chloe and the net wielder kept charging forward. Leon and Jama stood still, watching the two girls. Were they teammates or rivals fighting over the fish? Why not stop? They might end up hurting each other. Do they think this is the craziest scenario possible? Chloe and Rachel both glanced in Leon and Joma's direction. A large fish appeared between them, but they were still facing each other. The distance between them was small. As soon as they stopped, they raised their swords. In a second, the fish behind was chopped into pieces. Rachel complimented Chloe, "Oh, kid, you're getting faster." Chloe boasted about her kill. "That one was mine." The two turned in opposite directions without looking at each other. Rachel snorted, finding it amusing. Chloe called the net wielder a blonde. Jama stood there, visibly sweating and relieved. What a close call. Looking at Leon, he had just killed another fish too. Leon turned to Jama and asked, "Are you worried?" Jama replied hesitantly, "Not really. Don't think we're looking at the dead fish. We've killed 60 of them." Leon reminded Joma, "As teammates, we should trust each other." Leon sheathed his sword and said, "Done. Let's go." Joma nodded slightly. Joma silently assessed Leon. Resolute and a good leader. A solid support for the group. It can't be fake. This world is real. Joma's face showed a hint of disappointment. It turns out it was just about hometowns. But now he knows the truth and can stop worrying. Leon turned around, suddenly attacked from somewhere. The attack hit his stomach, causing blood to spurt and tearing through his shirt. Everyone was shocked by how fast everything happened. Vecho stammered that. How could there be a mermaid here? Speed Weapon echoed, "Didn't we survey this place beforehand? Am I blind?" Zombo was worried too. Damn it, everything seemed to go smoothly. But now, if Lolian is injured and runs away, the whole group will be in danger. So Rachel told Speed Weapon to contact the teacher, reporting a mermaid. More fish are coming. Speed Weapon lied. No signal, can't contact duo, CO. Zomba was different from everyone else. While they were panicking, he remained calm and disconnected. Panic is natural, it seems only him stayed alert. Without Leon, Zomba took over controlling the group. Rachel blocked those fish. At all costs, Rachel hesitated but followed. Zomba asked Speed Weapon, "Did you use all your healing buffs on Leon?" Jama called Chloe's name. She responded nervously. Jama held Chloe and said, "You go find another student nearby and bring them to safety, then call the teacher." Chloe worriedly asked about Jama. Jama replied, "It's too risky to take everyone at once. Hurry before more fish attack." Chloe hesitates but follows Jomar's orders. Chloe jumps out of the cave quickly. Rachel turns to ask Jomar, "Jomar, what do we do now? Is there any other way? What are you doing?" Speed Weapon panics and speaks. "Hey, you, he's lost it. Where are you going?" Jomar turns away from them. Rachel, Speed Weapon, let me handle the little fish. Speed Weapon and the harness ask in alarm, "What are you planning, buddy?" Jomar closes his eyes, feeling the power of the Divine Sword's blessing, never really liking those small fish. No hands for them. Jomar tells Speed Weapon and the harness that this is my specialty, big brother. Then he draws his sword and prepares to deal with these troublesome little fish. As Jomar thinks, magic, a characteristic power of demon races, similar to humans, and the protagonist was defeated with just one ordinary attack from a magician. Looking at someone being attacked in front, King Yoma confirmed this as the strength difference between humans and demons. King Yoma approached. Even Divine Sword blessings might not guarantee victory. In the game, without forming a group, it's impossible to defeat demon users of magic. Now, King Zoma is facing off against the mermaid. I have to face this boss designed for team play alone. A bad situation, can't curse about it. King Zoma's eyes were serious. After all, there's no going back now. Looking at the satisfied mermaid, Chloe returned her gaze. There's only one way out. King Yoma calculated. In 40 seconds, I must kill this fish. Hold up some sashimi. The unease settled a bit. Demon powers, similar to humans, add gravitas to speech and action, adjusting for the user. Divine Sword blessings activated. King Yoma suppressed a smile. It's been a while since I've bought proper sashimi. With loved ones watching over, Rachel is fighting on this side. The merfolk are fierce too. Rachel blocked the fish's mouth with her weapon. Rachel pushed 3 huge fish away in one go. Rachel's strength was evident. Moving over, Rachel fiercely attacked. Disappear, Rachel wiped sweat from her face. Weapon watched as Rachel fought the merfolk. I wanted to buff him, but Leon frowned. Now he could only focus on healing Leon. Weapon healed Leon's wounds with a hand. The wound was deep, but it was gradually healing. Weapon thought knowing Jomar from the space battle showed his strength. But Weapon watched as the boundless power mermaid faced King Jomar. He's crazy! Weapon was alarmed. Just watching made her shiver. Should she stop him? A call. King Jomar. The mermaid raised a hand and smiled. Then she launched an attack. King Jomar quickly dodged. King Jomar assessed the mermaid's magic-based attacks. Even with magic, that creature is still a flesh and blood being. King Jomar flew up, drew his sword, and charged. King Jomar's eyes full of power, he slashed. The mermaid's body was cut but vanished. Then the mermaid targeted Weapon again, who froze in place. The mermaid smiled and lunged, opening her wide mouth. King Jomar quickly sliced the mermaid in time. King Yoma looked at the mermaid after his victory, examining his cut. Hell, it was too short. King Yoma leaped again. He slashed once more. The lake's water splashed due to the power. King Yoma landed on the ground. It is a mermaid, hard to predict its water movements. King Jomar thought, is it targeting the injured? Anyway, I need to be quick. Hey! King Jomar glanced at Weapon, then looked down at Leon. King Jomar asked, are you okay? Weapon's power is formidable. I'm fine. King Jomar flew away. So keep going with you. Hero! Weapon watched as King Jomar fought the mermaid again. Weapon's eyes widened at those two words. Hero! Webern recalled Webern had praised before. Cool indeed. Just, brave, sacrificing for others, turning despair into hope. Webern thought, but even after training in the world's top hero academy, he hadn't seen anyone with that quality yet among those dragon students, right? At that moment, King Zoma thought, if I find one, would you be okay to confess your feelings? Weapon looked at Zetro, so I asked Zetro to join this group. Then Weapon looked at Leon. Leon, he's definitely the hero I've always dreamed of. King Zoma agreed in his heart as well. That was right. Weapon smiled. But why? Sorry, but you don't look like a hero at all. Though strong, King Yoma said, I decline that kind of thing. Heroes are meant to be given, not earned. Weapon is currently very deserving. That's King Yoma. The mermaid kept unleashing vicious attacks. Powerful strikes were launched continuously, the mermaid attacking relentlessly. King Yoma skillfully dodged them. King Yoma thought, so slow. King Yoma guessed, luring me in. The mermaid screamed and laughed loudly. The hanging path on the wall glowed as the ghostly thread swung out. The mermaid's attacks aimed straight at the ghostly thread. The mermaid was very excited in this battle. She laughed joyfully. Ada continued to launch her attacks. Rachel screamed. Weapon, treating injuries, looked up. The mermaid stretched out a huge hand towards him. Could it be that ghostly person? All this time. Aimed at you. Weapon was startled. Just in time, the ghostly thread arrived to save Weapon. This attack is like before. The more the ghost gets annoyed, the more it curses internally. You want to collect her hand. The more annoyed, the more focused. The mermaid's arm was cut, but still couldn't hide its ferocity. Her attacking hand, that hand was severed. A huge force erupted. It flew off the island. A massive power surged out, flying from the island. The mermaid was saying to herself. Her attacks rebounded back at her, hitting and damaging her. Outside the island, someone shouted loudly. Look over there. Kim turned his head around. He thought some noise like an explosion. Before he could see, a flash of light appeared again. Then came a downpour. He felt, oh, it's raining. Kim speaks up. Come on, anyone injured, gather your things and move out. It's raining now. You must have seen that lightning earlier. The student follows orders. Yes, ma'am. Professor Kim smiles. Return to the academy immediately. Rain pours over the island. Weapon is treating Charlie on. The fish suddenly panic. Rachel watches them flee. Run! King Yoma and his men are still at the scene. King Yoma thinks, damn it! 30 seconds, no fatal wounds. I was to focus on Charlie on. The mermaid was buried when the cave collapsed. She didn't die, right? Earth and rocks explode. King Yoma smiles. Of course, it's not that easy to kill me. The mermaid charges again. King Yoma removes his outer jacket. King Yoma says, Rachel, the fish are almost taken care of. Take care of Weapon and Leon for me. Rachel agrees. Yes, sure, okay. Weapon thinks, can't believe it. King Yoma is really fighting a demon alone. I thought he was crazy just now. Could this be a historic moment? King Yoma isn't scared. He's very confident in the fight. Finally, can focus fully. 10 seconds of extra time starting. The mermaid looks furious. Veins pop on her face. She charges straight ahead. King Yoma calls out too. Come here. King Yoma closes his eyes, then opens them. Holding two knives, I'll cut you down. Chloe runs as fast as she can. She keeps encouraging herself. Faster, faster. In the forest, Chloe shouts, don't stop. She pushes her strength to run harder. Chloe grits her teeth. Her legs feel like they might break. Just keep running, just to seek help. Chloe thinks, and if she's in this much pain, what about Jama? She remembers Jama's back. Chloe goes to call the teacher. Jama is stronger than anyone I've ever met. Chloe thinks, but he always avoids fighting. He always tries to avoid it, and only retreat in absolute necessity. Chloe's eyes are extremely determined. I trust his judgment, so I left as he instructed. Like a mermaid. If only I were stronger. A boom echoed from inside the cave. Chloe looks back. The explosion. Chloe grits her teeth. Can't this be a drama? Please stay alive. Chloe stumbles over a rope on the ground. She almost falls but regains one leg. In the rain, Chloe runs frantically, no stopping, no giving in. Despite falling tears, she continues running. She must find and save him. In the rain, Chloe shouts loudly, "Anyone? Please? Is someone there?" Seeing a group ahead, Chloe thinks there are signs of life. I'm not sure due to sensory confusion. There's a mermaid. Chloe thinks in her head. Mermaid. Chloe feels uncomfortable. Why now? Chloe rushes forward to attack. Chloe's eyes seem to see a savior. Abel glances back, seeing Chloe fly past his head. Person. Lucky. Sorry. Abel cautiously looks at Chloe lying on the ground. Teammate Abel asks, "What happened?" The other teammate also speaks up. A sneak attack? Why rush in like that? Everyone looks at Chloe lying on the ground. She must be crazy. Try calling out to her. We can't just leave her. Abel tells them to stop. Wait a minute. Familiar face. Chloe sprawled on the ground. Help me. Help. Abel hesitates and calls out. Gale, Jomar, under the rain, Abel's team looks at Chloe. Over here, Weapon's eyes are wide with shock. I wonder what shocking scene I'll witness next in this lifetime while we're like this. Weapon imagines a fish lying on a cutting board and an experienced chef preparing to cut it. The chef is skillfully handling the live fish, but the opponent is a demon. Not only evenly matched, but completely outmatched. Looking at the powerful demon facing off against the mermaid, Weapon evaluates that it's more than just quick movement in space combat. With precise technique and incredible speed, he dodges attacks and approaches the demon. Through each of King Joma's strikes, Weapon continuously assesses the simple chopping action. Then the mermaid was cut into pieces, clearly showing the outcome. Even the heir to the Holy Family, Weapon and his trident were no match. Vecho's eyes are wide with shock at King Joma. Never heard or seen anything like this before. Like this, he will really kill the mermaid. Looking on, Weapon calls out to Vecho. Hey Weapon. Weapon is surprised as Vecho saves him. Rachel angrily shouts, don't be careless. Do you want to die? Weapon still hasn't recovered. A long cut lies on the ground. Thinking in his head, he almost forgot about this unreal scene. Different now, the opponent is a demon using magic. Rachel stands up. Weapon thinks a chef's knife against pure magic is disadvantageous despite the advantage if one can't be dodged. The demon's face darkens, eyes filled with determination and ferocity. The mermaid still hears her sharp teeth cackling. The mermaid launches a powerful attack. Snowy rain! A demon fights a human under the rain. Powerful light and energy shine brightly. The mermaid fiercely attacks. The strength of their powers is terrifying. The mermaid aggressively strikes out. These powerful blows are aimed at King Joma for destruction. The blows are coming from behind King Joma. King Joma dodged quickly. The knife in King Joma's hand is worn down from the magical strike. King Joma glanced around. He threw a punch out. The mermaid was cut off. The mermaid's eyes bulged as she pressed her sword forward under pressure. She shouted loudly, a bright light shooting out. The eye of the mermaid showed surprise and she sneered, attacking. She bared her teeth filled with sharp fangs, raised her arm, and clenched her fist tightly. Then she let out a powerful scream. Inside the mermaid's throat, a huge force was surging. She spat that out as a terrifying power, weapon, and fell back in shock. Dodge! King Yoma froze. How can I dodge it? One of his eyes turned dark. King Yoma was standing on the clear water surface. He was panicking. Below him, the water was clean. He raised his hand to lift a wave up. Suddenly, he sensed something. A ray of light was piercing through King Yoma's body. He couldn't defend in time. His eyes widened in alarm. The sound echoed. Dodge! King Jomar opened his mouth slightly. I'll be cut down. His eyes were now cold. King Jomar looked at the knife in front of him. He reached out and grabbed it. He moved the knife. Reality showed a light slicing through both sides. And magic! Then the power dissipated. Only King Jomar and the weapon were left in the air. King Jomar confirmed, "I'll be cut down." The sword was wet from rain. Below, a red puddle formed. The mermaid fainted under the rain. King Zoma's face darkened as he looked at her body on the ground. King Zoma's eyes were cold, and the mermaid's body was cut into pieces, but her head still emitted a weak laugh. Rachel and Weapon were in defensive positions, their eyes filled with horror. A bright light flashed through, and the mermaid's body parts rolled away. They rolled far from King Jomar and fell onto the wall. Weapon's eyes lit up with satisfaction, looking at King Jomar in the rain. In the rain, King Jomar whispered to himself, "I won!" King Jomar was surprised. He defeated a demon, and he did it alone, and he's only in his first year. Vecho and Weapon were also surprised and worried about King Jomar. A drop of fresh blood splashed out. King Jomar knelt down on the ground. He supported his heavily injured abdomen with one hand. Blood flowed in a large patch. Rachel is worried and flies in to find Ma and Weapon looking at Leon. "Leon, lucky you!" Then Weapon's eyes freeze. Hearing some noise, Weapon wonders if the 7 singers might have returned. Chloe and others rush into the cave entrance. Weapon's gaze softens as they finally arrive. Chloe is brought in by Abel, unconscious. Abel looks shocked. Abel's teammate looks even more surprised. "What's that?" Then seeing bodies cut into pieces on the ground. Everyone is alarmed. "Look, it's a mermaid." Noticing King Zoma unconscious against the wall, they wonder, why are there mermaids here? Cut into pieces like that. Rachel tries to stay awake but faints. Abel is shaken. What's with sticking so close? Abel looks at Leon. Seeing Leon, he smiles and scratches his face. Abel thinks to himself, his teammates are panicking, but the captain just cares about his image. Abel is annoyed. "I hate it." Then he announces, "I've contacted the academy. They'll be here in an hour at most." Amidst the heavy rain, Abel asks, "What happened?" Weapon responds, "Professors said they surveyed the island, but why are there mermaids now?" Abel replies, "Alright, explain." Weapon questions, "Are you ordering me?" Abel is annoyed. "Why do you have such a bad temper?" "I'm asking for your help." Weapon sighs, "You won't believe me anyway. Go on." Weapon speaks up, "I'm good at this time." Explain. The rain hasn't stopped yet. Listening to Weapon's explanation, Abel interjects. "So," Abel summarizes, "you mean the mermaid appeared suddenly and killed all by herself, right?" Weapon agrees. "Yeah, more or less like that." Abel thinks to himself, a first-year student alone eliminating a monster without any warning, recalling his father's stories, more thrilling than fairy tales he heard as a child. Though hard to believe, it seems true now. Looking at the scene, Abel is sure they wouldn't lie. Lost in thought, an epic tale of Balor Jarwin and his disciple Aaron Nibelung. And my heritage has made me special from birth. His eyes serious about bloodline, still lost in thought. But I don't want to be defined by that, so I explored my talents and achieved this position. Then Abel thinks, King Yoma's situation is different, a mix of fear, trembling, and horror. Ben looks up at the sky, maybe he's just an ordinary person. Ben asks, "Can I have some healing magic?" The girl agreed, "Alright." Vecho is supporting King Yoma. Ben uses magic to heal King Yoma. Ben continues his thoughts. Even though he's nearly dead and in a terrible state, King Yoma, the same age as me, already defeated a demon alone. Ben sighs, "Phew." Weapon asks, "So you did contact the academy earlier?" Ben replies, Yeah. Weapon offers an opinion. "I think we should avoid giving too many details to the teachers." Ben wonders, why? Weapon explains, "Didn't they say they've already surveyed this island?" Ben agrees, "Yeah, that's right." Weapon analyzes carefully but asks, "But isn't it strange? Even though Scopoli Island is vast, this cave shouldn't be too hard for the academy students to find. But a demon appeared here, something doesn't seem quite logical." Abel remains silent. Weapon looks at Chloe, who's still unconscious, and concludes, "In short, it's just my guess." Leon finally speaks up. "Weapon, you mean there might be a spy from the demon race in the academy?" Both Weapon and Abel remain silent. Weapon avoids eye contact. unsure, but can't rule out that possibility. Abel thinks to himself, indeed, this area isn't hard for students to find. Abel looks at unconscious King Yoma, thinking if not for King Yoma, Leon's teammates might have died in the test under the demon's attack. Abel wonders, but why, despite 700 years of peace, there were still some conflicts. But demons never dared to directly attack Academy students. Moreover, there are clauses that could lead to war. Suddenly, Abel's eyes widen in realization. Could it be? Weapon touches Abel's shoulder. Abel, I know what you're thinking, but such thoughts are too far-fetched. Weapon shares his own thoughts. We should consider the possibility of a spy within the Academy. This alone isn't enough to conclude anything. Leon suggests, so we need to coordinate our statements. If there's a spy and they knew about the demon acting alone, then he could be targeted. Weapon agrees. Yeah, that makes sense, but we can't stay silent. Weapon looks at Chloe, who's unconscious, and at Leon for his help. So, Rachel supports King Jama with a question mark above her head. Abel suggests, why don't we ask my grandfather? Everyone is surprised. The Emperor? At the Academy, the wind blows through the door, making the curtain flutter. Sunlight shines in. King Jama gradually opens his eyes. King Jama seems to guess. Hospital, King Jama raises his hand. Looking at his hand, King Zoma laughs. I'm still alive. King Zoma recalls the moment when he was shot by an arrow before dying. It was a strike that couldn't be avoided. King Zoma remembers seeing a bright line pass through, but clearly saw it. King Zoma dodged but seems to have been hit. The sword sliced through the line, and the magic shattered like bubbles, definitely. At that moment, King Yoma looked back and thought water. Sitting against the wall, King Yoma wonders, what was that feeling? Since awakening the sword god's protection, he's always had indescribable feelings. The system appears, sword god protection, anything cut by this will be severed. Physical level is 7, loosening the limit of sword spirit level to 34. His words and actions exude authority. Weapon speed is 1, not yet meeting the unlock conditions. Synchronization rate is 6.782%, new, now meets the unlock condition. As demons noticed, his spirit level increased by 4, definitely due to this that he wasn't afraid when facing the demon. The effect is real as demons press their hands. Finally, on the screen, it shows synchronization rate at 7.2%. A message from an anonymous source appears. Reach a 15% synchronization rate to unlock the next condition. Demons think in their minds, didn't the mermaid's magic get unlocked then? I was too focused and didn't notice someone entering through the door. Media rushes to take care of the Grim Reaper, Demon King. Media exclaims, I'm so worried about you. Those damn teachers, I'll deal with them all. The Grim Reaper struggles to speak. Thankfully, Academy President, hold on. Media searches for something in his pocket. Sorry, I'm so happy. Ah, right. Here you go first. Where is it? I left it nearby. King Yoma looks at Medea holding a bag and guesses. Is this my space? Medea is happy. We found it. Take it. Medea holds a sword in her hand. Midterm Ramasa reward ceremony. King Yoma's eyes are extremely surprised. The numbers 50,630 to keep appearing before King Yoma's eyes. The sword stats screen appears. Infinite power. Medea looks at Joma sitting by the window with a bright look on his face as he holds the sword. I hope you like it. I should have given it to you formally, but sorry about this. Someone is whispering outside the sick room. Medea reveals who's standing outside. Hey, old man, come in without being shy. Siegfried hesitates. Medea, I've told you many times not to call me that. Medea glares at Siegfried, a 70-year-old acting like a maiden. King Jama feels this strange feeling in his heart and then asks, Emperor Kim, why are you here? Medea replies, I've heard everything from your group. On behalf of the Huaxing Academy, both Siegfried and Medea bow their heads. We apologize. Medea bows to accept the apology. What happened during the midterm exam is the Academy's fault. That's why you and your group. No, almost everyone there could have been in danger. King Jama is slightly stunned by what's happening. Medea continues to explain. Ah! Medea Poisson, as the dean of Huaxing Academy with honor, swears to clarify the cause of this incident involving the demon. Siegfried adds, "You saved those students." King Jama is still a bit confused and scratches his head silently looking at both of them. King Jama modestly says the truth, "I only did what I could." Medea's eyes shine with pride. "Your actions are truly admirable. But maybe this matter needs to be kept secret until it is thoroughly investigated. It's a bit funny that as our dean, I am doing this." Medea explains, but it seems like an internal issue of the academy. "I really apologize. Jama, I should have paid more attention to you." Jorma smiles nonchalantly. "It's fine." Medea feels a little relieved. "That's settled then. Thank you for everything." The three of them in the room basked in warm sunlight, with laughter and understanding filling it. Siegfried and Medea bid farewell to King Jama and walk down the hallway. Medea walks ahead while Siegfried follows behind. Suddenly, Medea stops. Medea looks out the large window. "Sieg, do you remember?" Siegfried doesn't respond. Medea continues to speak. "The very first time we entered the academy, you were lying on a chair. I told you to move aside. Then you drew your sword right away. Didn't you tell me not to give orders to him? That guard." Siegfried looks out the window with Medea, seeing the academy through the glass. Siegfried bluntly answers, "I don't remember." The media looked at Siegfried with a gaze I've been holding back for so long. But they continued to reminisce. Just 60 years have passed. Time flies really fast. The media expressed their thoughts. "We haven't even covered 1/10 of the Academy's history yet. That's funny. When we came here, the Academy had already been around for a long time." A long history indeed. Siegfried didn't respond. He just listened to the media. Despite some big and small events, the Academy has trained and protected its students for 700 years. Then the media's eyes darkened again. Suddenly, the media's body awoke, the glass doors shattered, and shards of glass flew everywhere. The media created a barrier to protect themselves and Siegfried from the flying glass shards. The expression on the media's face was very uncomfortable and angry. The media remembered that before the midterm exams, they had received reports from teachers about multiple field surveys. Because Scapelli Island is where mermaids might appear, we were very cautious. Yet, Siegfried just nodded without replying. Siegfried touched Medea's shoulder as if to comfort her. "Medea!" Medea returned to her usual gentle demeanor. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I got a bit worked up." Siegfried's expression turned serious, calling from within, "This meteor." Then Medea seemed to flip a switch. Her tone became cheerful. "Hey, Joma is really good, right? He defeated the mermaid all by himself." Siegfried looked helpless. "This old lady." Medea was in a happy and proud mood. "Sieg, what do you think?" Siegfried said with 3 dots looking at the media. But inside, Siegfried also assessed. Natural talent. I've seen countless geniuses praised as prodigies. Those chosen ones who fade like a comet. The noble families yearning for fame and glory. As soon as their children show any promise, they rush to bestow titles upon them. That overused title, prodigy. Even with my granddaughter Abel, I forbid using that term. Siegfried looked at Medea seriously and confidently in his heart. If there was a true prodigy, it would be this boy. With more experience, who knows how far he could develop? Siegfried thought of King Yoma's image in his mind. Could King Yoma reach that level we've always dreamed of? Siegfried walked past Medea. Siegfried left a message. "I'll stay at the academy for a while." Medea! Medea just smiled and didn't respond. The academy under the evening sun. Medea gave an order. "All right, then clean up this place for me." Siegfried firmly declines. "No, the media are furious." "What's wrong with this old man?" Siegfried simply replies, "I don't like it." In the classroom, King Yoma thinks to himself, "The fact that I killed a mermaid on Scapelli Island, as the dean said, has been kept secret." King Yoma sits down but keeps thinking, though somewhat self-satisfied. Perhaps it's because of stopping the mermaid that everyone can now laugh and be happy. King Yoma recalls meeting the blacksmith. After being discharged, My first thing was to go to the Academy Forge to sharpen and strengthen Murmasar. At that time, King Yoma greeted. King Yoma arrived, actually with the Divine Sword's favor. It's just a broken blade, so strengthening is necessary. King Yoma handed over Murmasar to the blacksmith. Strengthening will help me. The blacksmith agrees. Got it. The blacksmith winks. On the 700th anniversary, I'll do it for free. Come pick it up next week. The blacksmith's spirit is high. King Yoma thinks, lucky me, hoping the strengthening goes well. King Yoma smiles in response. Okay then. King Yoma was lost in thought when he hears Yomer called out. Chloe resists the urge to ask, "You're discharged now. How are you feeling?" King Yoma is surprised. Chloe, why are you here? One of Chloe's legs is bandaged. Chloe smiles and says, somehow I ended up like this, but thanks to timely first aid, I can walk normally in a week. The doctor said it would take about a week, though, as an Atador member. Chloe laughs happily, so happy. King Yomer is also happy inside. Glad you're healthy. King Yomer remembers something. Right, not just because of my own efforts. Indeed, I did defeat the mermaid, but it was due to everyone's cooperation. King Zoma asks, is everything okay? Chloe answers, yeah, I heard the dean and the elders are in conflict. King Jomar imagines Chloe running with a sword, seeking help, and Rachel fighting alone against many, plus speed weapon trying to blow healing flutes and providing healing buffs. A large question mark appears in King Jomar's mind. Leon's image comes up. King Jomar wonders, what is Leon doing? Commander! King Jomar stops thinking, how can a commander defeat the Demon King? Or was he caught off guard? Someone enters from the door silently. A soldier announces, everyone please be quiet and sit down. Before we start training, I have an announcement to make. Wonbin looks at the neatly seated students and says, it may come as a surprise, but in the future, our class will have another teacher assisting me. Let me introduce him. The students look curiously. Then Isekai'd appears, walking into the room with a commanding presence. All the students stare at Isekai'd entering, eyes wide open. Isekai'd enters confidently, exuding the aura of an experienced and powerful person. The soldiers bow to Isekai'd on the podium while the students continue to talk. Sword, King of Swords, right? Really? So cool. Isekai'd looks seriously at the students, who are still in shock. What's wrong with him? In another place, in a dark corner, an elder was beaten and slammed into the wall. Blood flowed from his mouth as he trembled and pleaded for forgiveness. Then he received another blow to the face. He trembled even more, pleading, sorry, Miss Kim. Professor Kim sighed, Elder Gladys. Professor Kim's eyes sparkled with determination. Her hand was strong. The cult aura was palpable. The 5th Battalion commander was very angry. She took out a flexible worm-shaped candy and slowly put it in her mouth. Why didn't you do it carefully back then? Isn't it better to bother others? Someone's shadow spoke, sorry. Before he could finish speaking, another blow struck his face from above. She stared at him and tried pleading again to see if she would get angry. The frightened man retreated. Yes. Professor Kim no longer paid attention and turned her head in a different direction. Leon said it was hard for the half-corpse to bring back, right? How? Even as an aspiring hero, bringing the mermaid still resulted in failure. Because of this elder's mistake, the Emperor has come to the Academy now. The frightened man continued apologizing, but quickly clamped his mouth shut, realizing he was wrong. Sure enough, she kicked him in the face with her foot, making his wound even worse. You're treating my words like they're just passing wind. Though angry, she couldn't show it and only fumed inside. Damn this incompetent teacher. After kicking him, Professor Kim bent down to shake off the dust. She sighed, so sticky and bloody, disgusting, it's funny how I say that. Turning her head, she spoke sarcastically, a mermaid being surprised by first-year students. Well, looking at this year's students, it's not impossible either. The man looked up to recount. That was done by one of the students, ma'am. Professor Kim turned back with a puzzled look. What you mean is Leon? He trembled and answered, no, ma'am, as she asked softly. Who then? Just spit it out. The man slowly said, this year's valedictorian, King Jomer. Professor Kim didn't seem too surprised by the name. Kang, that special case name. She tightly gripped the flexible candy in her hand. Her face turned sly and she seemed very interested. That's interesting. The scene switched to the academy. Everyone is training outside now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lai Huanbin was instructing everyone to run. Shout louder. Again, the students behind could only reluctantly follow the orders. Yes, all the students were running hard after the instructor. Their mouths kept shouting. 1, 2. Only one girl was sitting far away, seemingly injured. She is Chloe. She's cheering for everyone. Kang Joma, exhausted from running, looked at Chloe with envy in his eyes. Ha, I'm so envious. Still dazed, someone called out behind him. You're moving too slow. The Emperor is almost catching up to Kang Joma. And mocking, got injured on your leg during the exam. Huh? Kang Joma replied while running, no, ma'am. The Emperor's nearness to Kang Joma made him even more suspicious. What's going on? Why is he running beside me? That man is the Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung, my father's right-hand man. The first Sword Saint, known for his title and evaluated as the strongest combatant in humanity. Not only that, but he also taught Leon swordsmanship during the Second Human-Monster War and played a crucial role from mid-game onwards. But why? Why is he here? Sword Emperor. Then he quickly left Joma behind. Please go to where Leon is. The main story seems to be going off course. Joma is thinking about the title of Sword Saint. It looks like in the end, Leon didn't inherit the title of Sword Saint either. This is a well-known issue, so even if Leon doesn't get the title, it's fine. He runs while feeling extremely frustrated inside. Not really, it's just annoying now. Damn, he feels like this all the time. Zoma glanced at the Sword Emperor next to him and thought, running together. Huh? While running, the Sword Emperor taught Zoma basic knowledge. Basic for a warrior lies in physical strength and endurance, no matter how talented you are. Without good physical condition, it's useless. These basic training exercises form the foundation for further development. He urged, don't be lazy, focus on your training. Zoma replied, yes, sir, he shouted loudly. Zoma ran while shouting, I understand now. The Sword Emperor smiled contentedly. Good, he then quickly ran ahead. Keep up. Then Janma ran behind him, panting heavily. He thought about the Sword Emperor again. Is he younger or something? Scene changed to another space. A voice echoed, dismiss yourself. Except for outdoor training sessions, all other training is strictly prohibited from using personal weapons. Then a pile of weapons fell down, looking like scrap. Everyone felt very confused. The Sword Emperor continued instead. He requested that they choose a weapon and get familiar with it. Seeing those weapons surprised Joma greatly, even including sushi knives. People were quite unhappy with this request. My weapon is an inherited treasure. How can I? Surprisingly, someone spoke up, the Sword Emperor. I have a question, he asked doubtfully. What's that about? The clear student said, I think training with an inherited weapon will be better for the future. Why are we forbidden? The Sword Emperor responded calmly. That's a good question. He began to explain everything needs a foundation. The Sword Emperor's voice slowly echoed. Relying more on high-grade weapons makes users prone to neglect training and confuse weapon power with personal strength. One of the students agreed, but others laughed. Loosen up. The Sword Emperor continued. Even if the weapon is excellent, without sufficient ability, it's just a waste. His eyes flashed sharply as he emphasized, masters don't blame their equipment. The Sword Emperor's words left a deep impression on Joma. Mima chuckled to himself, right? Can't be more accurate. Suddenly, the staff in the Sword Emperor's hand struck hard. He shouted loudly, once you master basic skills, weapons will naturally fit your hands. That's why. Students who are proficient with common weapons will be highly evaluated at the end-of-year grading exam. Everyone was excited after hearing this. They rushed forward to choose the best one. Really? Step aside. I'll go first. People were competing for weapons, making the scene very lively. Only Jorma remained calm. It's good advice. I thought he was just a media punching bag. Jorma sighed deeply. When the chaos ended, Jorma looked at the pile of old stuff and regretted his choice. Knowing this, Jorma found a kitchen knife in the pile and quietly observed his every move. The swordmaster seemed puzzled by that gaze but continued thinking. Then the swordmaster announced the lesson for the day. To familiarize ourselves with weapons, we'll have one-on-one sparring matches. Some students looked surprised and asked if they wouldn't use virtual space, which could result in injuries. The teacher explained clearly that they came here to inherit the legacy of legendary heroes. To become true warriors, only through dangerous real combat training can a warrior grow. The swordmaster took out a sharp sword and told everyone that if they just stabbed each other, both would die, so he would demonstrate a match first. Excited by the prospect of seeing the swordmaster fight, the students cheered. I've only seen this in virtual reality before. Li Quanbin's hair turned golden as he reminded everyone to be quiet during class. The thought of having to spar made the golden-haired teacher very anxious and worried. I'm Li Quanbin, a top global academy educator. Never before have I faced such danger in my career or life. Even though this is just a demonstration, my opponent is the swordmaster himself. Oh mom, please forgive me. Maybe I can only make it here. Without giving Quanbin time to compose himself, the swordmaster waved him away, surprising him. The swordmaster's gaze became determined as he called out, "Student King Jomer." Everyone turned their attention towards John Mar, who was taken aback by being called out. He repeated, "Step forward." Seeing this, John Mar suddenly felt afraid. Siegfried held his sword and spoke with authority. "Student John Mar, step forward." The students were amazed at the sight of him. How cool! Even just a broken blade was glowing. Compared to mine, it's amazing to see the swordmaster demonstrate in person. But suddenly, they all exclaimed together, "Why did he call that guy?" Even those on this side heard their conversation. He silently cursed them for whispering, "Damn it." Clinch Siegfried sternly asked him, "Are your bones stable?" "Young man," King Joma cautiously replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Clinch Siegfried raised his sharp sword and said, "Then, pick up the sword." The blade of his sword pointed directly at him, ready for combat. King Jomar felt tense as he thought, "Even though it's just sparring, this is too intense. With the cushioning, my body is in top condition." But with Siegfried the swordmaster as the opponent, a fight against him can't be easy. At least one of us will lose an arm. Or worse, we might die. Yet for some reason, the blessing seemed to have such an effect. Instinct told him to fight. But I've gone too far from the original purpose, thinking about the consequences later. After weighing his options, John Mar directly said, "I'm not your opponent. Please sheath your sword." His words immediately drew laughter from those around him. Of course, just keep getting hit, coward. Despite hearing their taunts, King Jomar's eyes still held determination. "But Kale Inger E," Siegfried bluntly questioned, "do you have the honor of a swordsman? Do you think you can hide your strength forever? Talent like yours should not be wasted on cowardice." King Jomar fell silent as he thought about his pride. Since receiving the title of world's greatest swordsman, he always kept those two words in his heart. That was why he didn't give up on his pain. The swordmaster was challenging him. Everyone hoped for his defeat, but Li Wenbin and Klo were worried about him. Considering the situation, accepting this challenge would definitely lead to regret later. He clenched the knife in his hand unwillingly. But feeling uneasy, Li Wenbin ran over and shouted, Wait, student King Joma." Clinch Siegfried didn't say anything but raised a hand to stop him. In the stern eyes of Clinch Siegfried, it seemed he had made up his mind. Li Wenbin and others anxiously called out to him, "Student King Joma." Seeing King Yoma's determination, he activated the sword god blessing and said, "I seek your guidance." The space suddenly became silent as they entered a white void. Only Clinch Siegfried and King Yoma remained. They stood facing each other, no longer caring about what was happening outside. John Mar firmly swung his knife with determination and strength. Seeing this demeanor from him, Klinge, Siegfried couldn't help but think of his past. Indeed, despite being in his 70s, that moment was still vivid in his mind. meeting through the sword when Klinge. Young Siegfried had already started practicing with his sword. Back then, he was still inexperienced, remembering the Wandering Knight's graceful moves. That person appeared and grabbed the sword from his hand. On that day, in Ge's eyes, young Siegfried was only filled with curiosity and surprise at those knightly sword techniques. Witnessing firsthand the elegant and decisive sword movements of that knight, in Ge's eyes, Siegfried evaluated him. Clearly, he had caught his attention. At that time, he felt completely captivated by this magnificent sword technique, and Siegfried tightly held the sword forward towards the swordsman. Just like now, he was holding a sword directly at Janma's position. He thought to himself, the boy we noticed during class ranking tests. King Jomar, that boy might be our key to finding what lies below. Thinking so, Klinge. Siegfried swung his sword. He was sure it would come true. And King Jomar moved swiftly and easily behind Klinge. Siegfried. Klinge. Siegfried quickly swung his sword backward, but his speed was too fast, evading the attack. For a moment, he was surprised by this fan's agility. The opponent's movements were not to be underestimated. He tightly held onto the knife in his hand and lunged straight at Klinge. Siegfried. Klinge. Siegfried did not let him get away, immediately swinging his sword upwards. The clash of blade against blade produced a powerful sound. Neither was giving an inch. Klinge. Siegfried silently assessed the situation, charging straight in without dodging, his strange sword movements like a diving swallow. After blocking the opponent's sword, King Jomar's knife left his hand. Quickly, he deftly caught it and continued to attack Klinge. Siegfried directly. He noted that his physical abilities were not as impressive as before. It was easy for him to retreat now. Klinge. Siegfried held the sword tightly, enraged. Our sword. King Jomar immediately understood his opponent's move. Klinge's eyes widened in determination as he thought, it can't be that light, and he swung down with great force. 16 among the crowd finally noticed the difference, utterly baffled. Isn't this just a lucky break for him? Because of his weak class, at most, he's just a talented special case. But why does the Sword Emperor care so much about that special case? He harbors a deep hatred towards King Jongma. If only he could teach him a lesson properly and see him cry his eyes out. Despite the intense battle, those outside only saw to people standing silently. This 16 is truly shallow. It's hard to understand. He wondered why they were just standing there. Li Hunbin was greatly surprised. Not standing still, I had already doubted the Sword Emperor's words. King Jongma, I never thought he'd reach this level. Before the match, Li Hunbin asked Klinge. Siegfried, Sword Emperor, if the director knew about this, other students might be affected too. Klinge. Siegfried only asked him one question. Teacher Li Hunbin, do you think we would really fight that boy? He reassured, don't worry, if my guess is right, King Jongma can enter there. Li Hunbin countered, what place are you talking about? Klinge. Siegfried answered succinctly, state of mind. King Yoma not only blocked, but also withstood the blow. It was unbelievable. A battle in the state of mind is a mental struggle, just touching swords, and you understand each other. That boy has grown immensely within that brief moment, less than a minute. King Yoma did not hesitate to raise his sharp knife towards his opponent. He silently praised, excellent. Klinge. Siegfried's rage-filled sword said, let's see if you can block this. He activated the sword spirit blessing, a swirling aura emanating from his body. The aura continued to expand, enveloping King Yoma. Everyone outside could feel Klinge. Siegfried's powerful presence. Li Hunbin was shocked. He saw that as an aura. The students felt tense. Li Hunbin thought in his heart, did it just leave the state of mind? Klinge. as Siegfried's eyes seemed to regain their spirit, holding his sword high in reality. King Zhoma seemed unable to let go of his weapon anymore. Li Huanbin considered the potential dangers and was extremely worried. Things are different now. Battle Emperor. We need to stop them. If we keep going, there will be bloodshed. Li Huanbin shouted loudly. Stop! But it had no effect. Clinch Siegfried and King Zoma were already agitated and moved out of position. At this rate, someone will get hurt. Li Huanbin yelled, stop. In that moment, the media appeared to intervene, rushing so fast that the ground seemed to shatter. She was angry, her eyes wide with bloodshot irises, shouting, what are you doing to the students? Are you mixing up your age? After everything happened, Clinch Siegfried returned to the media room. His clear voice apologized. The media was extremely upset and could only ask, what? Clinch Siegfried quickly reassured her, nothing happened. In front of this old man, the media felt angry. She couldn't help running over to grab Clinch Siegfried's collar. Roaring fiercely, are you still in your right mind? If you're mixed up, go home. Do you want to die? Thinking about what happened on the battlefield, the media couldn't stay calm. Clinch Siegfried was so agitated that he used aura with a student. The media looked at the students and felt uneasy. After being stopped, Clinch Siegfried seemed to calm down and said, I didn't mean to. The media replied irritably, nonsense. Looking towards King Zoma, Clinch Siegfried saw him calmly putting away his saber. After the battle, he was really tense. I lost control too. I used all my strength and even called on aura. The media questioned, hey, old man, did you hear what I said? Clinch Siegfried spoke slowly. Media! Standing in front of her, Clinch Siegfried clearly said, I'm sorry. These words made the media gasp in surprise. Oh, snap back to reality. The media sat down abruptly on the chair. Calmly sitting with her legs crossed, she couldn't help thinking silently. For over 50 years, this is the first time I heard an apology, and twice in one day. She confirmed, so what happened just now? You used your sword spirit on a student to fight. Without me, who knows what would have happened? In response to the media's question, Clinch Siegfried calmly replied, we couldn't gain an advantage without it. Those words made the media exclaim. Huh? She was stunned. We can't take that for granted. What did I just hear? How could Siegfried, who is so proud, say such a thing? I know King Zoma's natural talent well, but more than anyone else, I understand Sieg's strength. Clinch Siegfried seriously explained. That boy's power has reached unimaginable levels. The media was shocked and stood up abruptly. Huh? What has reached that level? Didn't it take you nearly 30 years to achieve this? A 17-year-old kid did it. Can you believe it? The voice of Klinge, Siegfried said, I don't know either. Just that. He looked steadily at his teacup and continued speaking. If there's something that can compensate for experience. The media were utterly exhausted, clutching their faces and exclaimed, oh my god, this world. She calmed down and remembered that student Zoma. After stopping Clinch Siegfried, the media only thought of the student, rushing to Zoma's room to check on him. He's fine. But before she could speak, she saw a massive oppressive aura emanating from Zoma's body. It made the media pause. She thought that at that moment, the solemnity of the 7-star or an educator had vanished. The fear we felt from Zoma was like facing Bassman for the first time in the 6th Legion Commandant Order, or maybe it was because his name contained a ghost character. Looking back at Clinch Siegfried, she silently assessed him and thought he wasn't lying. The media seriously asked, are you admitting defeat? And Siegfried's words were extremely agitated as there was no such thing. No matter how talented King Zoma is naturally gifted, he still can't match me, plus, I wasn't fully equipped at that time. The media asked, what's the matter? Why are you suddenly angry? And normally, you always talk about not blaming equipment for a master. The media realized King Zoma was indeed a formidable opponent to this old man. Feeling a bit amused, she teased him, so now, using weapons as an excuse? Do you find that embarrassing? And Siegfried's words were so incensed he wanted to spit out curses. This damn woman, the media continued teasing, Why do you want to die? The favor of the sword. Images of swords and scabbards flashed in her mind again. Clinch Siegfried was extremely determined while Jomar couldn't retreat even with his weapons. King Yoma stood in shock. That battle still echoed in his mind, making him dream about it every night. Jama thought that although the end was rushed, thinking back on the match, the Sword King really is a warrior. If not for media's intervention, things might have been dangerous. He lay on the bed tossing and turning, his mind wandering to today's battle. That must be the feeling, experiencing something truly strange for the first time. The feeling proficiency and knowledge of weapons when all conditions are met can activate this space. It is said that only top masters who spend their entire lives refining a single weapon can enter. In this world of blessings and curses, fewer than 10 heroes could freely enter this state. Even the protagonist Leon, with his natural talent, needed 3 years of personal training to enter this state. I knew this because I quit the game at that exact moment. But why can I do it immediately? King Joma was complex. The main character's buff still took 3 years. Thinking about the protagonist, he remembered that knife. King Joma jumped up and thought to himself, a sushi knife. In my past life, I spent over 20 years refining swords. Moreover, every time I activated the sword god's favor, I gained enhanced focus beyond comprehension. Life here and in Danson harmoniously complement each other to overcome difficulties. He took out his knife, finally understanding. Right, based on my past experiences, just running away only makes things worse. Instead of being passive, do what you're good at and tackle it step by step. He smiled slightly. Jama holding the knife stood up. He told himself, let's give it a try. Calmly drawing his knife out. If I can freely control this state of mind, I can practice combat without activating the sword god's favor. King Yomer closed his eyes and focused fully. The surrounding space gradually transformed. King Yoma truly entered another world, a state of mind. His reflection in the mirror showed large watermarks appearing on its surface. The memory of his battle with KL Inner Gear Siegfried reflected through the suddenly broken glass. A hand appeared behind King Jomar, lightly touching his shoulder. His knife hand suddenly emitted a faint aura. King Jomar's eyes widened in surprise as the knife in his hand began to vanish. King Jomar was utterly stunned and wondered, what is this? In the quiet night, arguments erupted. This day has gone too far. Elder Gladys, yes, clearly an act of disrespect towards us. The other person forcefully hit the table to emphasize his point. Didn't you all agree? The elders gathered together in a heated debate. Lines 59 and 60 are repeated, so I will end here at line 60 as per instruction. The council members gathered together in a heated debate, but Ma humans were sent instead. They are our enemies. Is that important? We need to quickly eliminate any suspicious elements now. I must remind everyone again to investigate the special candidate, King Jomar. An elder spoke up. Isn't he a potential hero candidate too? The hero candidate is Leon von Reinhardt. Clady wiped his sweat and replied, that name hasn't even activated its blessing yet. Everyone has already forgotten about it. He tried to remind them. During class checks, he saw the twin geniuses had aged significantly. Moreover, media coverage was blocked under the guise of protecting special candidates. This whole situation is suspicious from start to finish. The one-eyed elder suggested, after all, we can't avoid eliminating heroes eventually. Clady agreed, yes, dealing with the crisis has been tough. We need to eliminate potential threats early on. The one-eyed elder said to him, this time even brought the Sword Emperor into the academy. Clady responded, right, that can't be allowed. He began considering the benefits since the media's appointment as school president, how much our elders' council position had weakened. After Batman was destroyed, people only revered the crisis. We were seen as useless imitations. We are the ones guiding the masses and maintaining balance. That's the situation now. If a hero appears, our existence will be threatened. For the greater good, another elder said, to maintain power, we need common enemies. Glady agreed completely. Yes, heroes must be eliminated. They threaten the Demon King. He pondered, I am also an academy elder. I'm not trying to persuade the Elders' Council for a woman. The 5th Legion commander was agitated. If we do nothing, begging for death would be more bearable. The one-eyed elder sat there and said, I understand. Go ahead with orders. He sternly reminded them regarding the Adito family. Cut to a scene where a hammer suddenly dropped from above, hitting the floor. King Joma was extremely angry, his eyes bloodshot, body trembling violently. Muramasa's sashimi version shuddered in fear. The blacksmith was terrified by King Joma's appearance and fell to the ground. In his hand was a cherished chef's knife, but it wasn't whole. The blade had to be tightly bound to the handle with wire. King Joma cursed under his breath. Damn it, broken. He looked at the blacksmith, unsure what to do. The Murasama katana was 35 centimeters long, power C, range E, hardness E, potential known as the Moonlight Sword. With the blacksmith's secrets, it had been reborn as a carbon steel chef's knife. Despite its small size, its strength depended on the user. Janma's expression was clearly uncomfortable upon seeing this information. Seeing his reaction, the blacksmith spoke up. After nearly 30 years of forging, I've never encountered a case like this before. In other words, it refused to be forged, so I had to melt and reforge it. Thankfully, its shape was still intact. Anyway, if another blacksmith tried, it would have turned into scrap metal. He stood silently without speaking. The persistent blacksmith said loudly, just one hammer blow and done. That's right. Hearing his words, Janma had a hint of doubt, thinking to himself with 20 years of knife experience. I see it was well made and the size perfectly suits its blessing. Just the hardness is slightly lacking. The stressed blacksmith continued, but its potential is very good. If reinforced, it would definitely be useful. As an apology, bring the reinforcement materials and I'll offer free forging services. Hearing this, he got angry, glaring at the blacksmith and shouted, what if it breaks again? The blacksmith waved his hand and replied, even a grade E potential. But with a potential, this katana could reach grade A or higher, and we have reinforcement materials that never fail. His eyes showed some relief, but the materials? He thought to himself, A-class monsters are equivalent to E-class Ma humans, meaning I need to kill mermaids like her. I don't want to risk my life for equipment reinforcement. We could also get materials from lower-level monsters. His expression showed hesitation. Thinking it was too expensive, he wouldn't buy if not necessary. He then spoke to the blacksmith. I promise. The blacksmith replied cheerfully. Of course, I swear by my blacksmith's honor. Jama added, that's that. Give me half of the leftover iron. He seemed surprised by what Jama said. How? Go on. 10 million. The blacksmith stiffened, looking puzzled as he replied. I followed your request and even did it for free. He gripped the sword tightly and responded. Its grade was reduced from B to half its original value. At market price, this is reasonable. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, What? What kind of person are you? How dare you cheat an adult out of money? Dumas with his cold iron gaze held the belt and stared at the blacksmith. Seeing this, the blacksmith flinched and waved his hands in fear. He fell to the ground and said, Ah! Alright, the system screen appeared. Mission information displayed. The Kim-Shen Grace will sever all connections. Physical level 7 to 8. Expanded sword acquisition range. Mental level 4, increased authority in speech and actions. Weaponry level 1 to 3, reduced pain when activating the grace. Synthesis level 7.2% to 9.3%, reading lines to achieve 15% synthesis for unlocking next condition. The grace can only be activated with a sword shorter than 36.2 centimeters and wider than 9.0 centimeters. Dumas sat on the bench, looking at the system screen in deep thought. After acquiring new weapons, weaponry level increased, additional options available. While eating lazuli, he pondered that the main reason for avoiding the Kim-Shen Grace was the terrible pain. But it reduced so much. Thinking about the future, definitely need to upgrade this. Actually, after seeing these words, I tried them out. Although the pain decreased from wanting to die to just enduring, it still felt very uncomfortable. But if only one level was enough like that, maybe with further levels, I could use Kim Shen Grace without Unify Grace. It seems weaponry level increases when acquiring new weapons or enhancing them. The system screen showed the upgraded weaponry level. Midterm exam ended. Now the top priority is weapon enhancement. If we continue to develop like this, maybe I'll understand the power granted here. Suddenly, someone's shadow passed by. He was still savoring his thoughts and possibly even the identity of the one who threw him here. Suddenly, Chloe lowered her head, speaking in a mysterious tone. Hearing that made Du Ma very startled as he turned to ask, "Oh, Chloe, seeing you like this," I asked. "Eating, what are you doing?" "Ah, nothing. Just not feeling hungry." Looked down at her feet and asked, "You stopped using the cast. Feeling better?" Chloe leaped up confidently, turning to answer, "Yeah, though I still need some pins, but Min feels stronger now, bones that break and heal become sturdier." Hearing this, Jomar was speechless at her thoughts. Bones aren't muscles. Suddenly, Jomar leaned in close to whisper, "Wait." He picked something from her lips, staring intently. Seeing Jomar's actions, Chloe's heart almost melted. She gradually slid down, falling, and exclaimed, Seeing this, he reached out gently asking, "Are you okay?" I'm fine." No problem." Chloe looks at the ice and asks, "What is that?" Holding it in her hand, she exclaims with excitement, "Wow, this is the first weapon of Jormakinsao. It's so beautiful." Hearing her say that, I just stood there quietly. Yeah, thinking to myself, it should be fine. Chloe raises the sharp sword high and looks at it intently, praising its beauty. Even though it's only a grade E, it's still very beautiful. Hearing her say that, I feel slightly disappointed. Grade E, realizing my words might have been inappropriate. Chloe stammers, "Oh no, not what I meant. What I mean is, compared to the lowest grade, it's very beautiful." "Oh no, not that." After a moment of contemplation, I reply, "Don't worry, at least I got some money back from the blacksmith, and he offers free enchantment if you bring your own materials. Enchant it gradually and it will get stronger." Chloe nods in agreement and praises. That's right, John Mao used a Daiso sushi knife before, which was still strong, for sure. With better weapons, you'll be even stronger. I reply, "Thank you," feeling sad inside. Actually, I didn't need to get stronger after defeating the mermaid. I could already handle most common monsters, and the main reason for enchanting my weapon was to reduce pain from mana consumption. Seeing me like this, Chloe panics and speaks up. "Mana consumption, sorry, I didn't mean to criticize your weapon." Hearing that, I reply, No, not at all. Chloe." Looking at the sword, I say, "Just seeing Ramasa made me feel a bit disappointed." Suddenly, after Jorma's words, Chloe's expression turns dangerous. She looks down and exclaims, "The blacksmith who ruined Jorma's weapon." Her eyes flash with anger. "Those who made life hard for Jorma, all of them. Kill them all." I call out to her, "Chloe." Quickly snapping back, she replies, Sorry." Jorma senses something. Turning round, he looks at the distant tree and thinks, why can't Chloe sense that? As they approach the tree, Chloe asks, "Jorma, where are you going?" Using my foot to kick the tree, I shout, "What are you doing?" Nox falls down from above exclaiming, "Ack." Jorma looks at him unhappily and thinks, this guy is really strange. Nox quickly shifts into a defensive stance. Link spoke up first, acting a bit hesitant. Seeing her presence, Chloe was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh!" Jomar quickly picked up his sword. Chloe hid behind Jomar and nodded to give him a signal. He stared at the person intently, thinking to himself, no smell of blood. He must not be carrying any weapons now. Jomar called out loudly, "What do you want from me?" Nox was startled and jumped up suddenly. The silence enveloped the room. Nox didn't say a word. Jomar then spoke up, as if he had already explained clearly to someone. Nox turned his face angrily and replied, "Me, I came here for something else." Jomar asked, "Then why?" Nox immediately answered, "Anyway, telling Chloe is like pouring water on potatoes pointless. It's better to tell both of you at the same time." He pulled back his mask and continued, "This also involves King Jomar." His feet moved closer to their spot. Nox spoke up, "The council elders of the academy have ordered the handling of King Jomar." Hearing that, he seemed startled, eyes wide in confusion. He thought, "The council elders from the academy are here. They want to deal with me." Chloe stood up abruptly and shouted, "So you came looking for Jama because of this?" Nox replied coldly, "Chloe, you haven't been home in a while and got careless." Chloe's hands revealed weapons as she went into defensive stance, shouting loudly, "Jama, step back behind me. This guy needs to be handled by me." Chloe kept signaling for Jama to move behind her. "Move back quickly, hurry up. I can't talk to her anymore." Nox said, "You still blink a lot, you know?" "Chloe," he stared at us and said, "No matter how dark the deed, I don't care what they're doing, but the council elders are obsessed with them." The images of those people appeared, not just for me, but also for Editor, who felt strange and wanted to postpone their mission. Their secret order without going through the dean was another issue. Moreover, assassinating a student goes against our principles. He crossed his arms and continued, "But since it's a direct order from the council elders, we can't ignore it. If pressure continues to increase, Editor will have to investigate them." King Jomar. Nox fell into deep thought, remaining silent. He looked at Chloe with affection and spoke, "Anyway, Chloe, as an Editor member, I'm telling you this." Hearing that, Chloe stiffened but didn't speak. Jomar thought to himself about the situation. Although he came under the guise of violating family principles, his real intention was for Chloe's sake. Nox turned around quickly. He spoke up. "I'm done talking," he called out urgently. "Knock!" Nox turned to look confusedly. Jomar avoided his gaze and asked, "What was that?" "Girl, it's the same as before." Nox stared without saying anything. He spoke up again. "Chloe is happiest when she's with him. Even I, her older brother, have never seen her like this." Jomar didn't understand and looked puzzled. Nox warned, "Don't let Chloe get hurt anymore." Jomar was surprised and confused, thinking to himself, "What is he talking about? It's not my fault that she got hurt." Nox stared intently at him with a tense expression. Jomar turned to Chloe, then back to Nox, replying, "Ah, all right then." Nox pulled up his face mask and said, "I'm here just to ask one thing." He stood there with his arms crossed, asking, "How did you become so strong so quickly?" Hearing that, Janma seemed thoughtful, wondering, "Am I really strong?" Thinking of the unpleasant images, he must be a powerful swordsman who can face any danger at any time to be considered strong. Isn't that right? I only possess strength for less than 1 minute each day. I don't have enough power or skill to discuss it, and I can't say this either. With a cold, piercing gaze, Nox used Chloe as an excuse to reveal the Academy's secrets to me, relying on that to threaten me too. But with that threat, I will be prepared, so he won't keep silent completely. Joma spoke up, "Nox, I can only say this much. You lack the intense desire." Hearing that, Nox was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" With a cold expression, he continued, "Even though you come from an assassin clan, there are things only gained through experience. Through real combat, if you stay in the academy or the shelter of your clan forever, you'll soon hit the limit of maturity and get stuck there. So accumulate social and combat experiences. When you work hard with sweat and tears, you will definitely gain something." Nox seemed to not understand what he was saying. He exclaimed, "What?" After speaking, Joma turned and left. I said, "That's not entirely wrong. Run now." In the classroom, the teacher was lecturing to the students. Above all else, including order and prosperity in the celestial realm, the revered gods have existed. But now, Joma's thoughts kept resurfacing. The Academy elders are targeting me. He scribbled down notes on his notebook. Janma's thoughts continued to run through his mind. The Academy elders are descendants of the 5 out of 7 disciples of Baal Ho-Ajin. Even in the game, they are a powerful group, not just within the Academy, but also worldwide. He remembered the intimidating figures from his clan because they always obstructed forces that threatened their interests. They did this to protect their power. This led to many oppositions from people in this world, known as the Five Great Powers. That's one of the dangers I need to face. John Ma looked sad. But why is my existence a thorn in their eyes? Lee raised his pen near his notebook. He wrote down an analysis of the issues he was facing. Writing it out helps. Deception. Chaos. I really have caused so much trouble for this academy. Peace. Stability. Safety. Nothing at all at this level. It's like intentionally drawing attention to myself. The elders are paying attention to me. His gaze looked down at the lectern as if lost in thought. But no matter how much trouble I cause, the academy elders targeting me is unbelievable. His eyes lit up as he stared intently at the information in his notebook. Scopely Island Lion Mermaids. He recalled past images. The one targeted isn't me, it's actually Lion. I've been a hindrance to their goals there. Media images clearly showed her anger, even if the media tried to hide it as much as possible. The truth that I eliminated the mermaid couldn't possibly escape the ears of the highest nobility. And targeting Leon, the hero candidate, means they're either one of them, a senior elder, or possibly all of them are colluding with the demon race. Moreover, not only hindering him, but also planning to kill a young student, just a teenager. No matter how brave they think they are, it's unbelievable that they value their privileges more than human safety. I didn't expect them to be this corrupt. His hand stopped completely, not moving at all. I could go to the senior elders and deal with them all. But not now, not now. When the time comes, then we'll destroy them all. The professor's voice echoed again below. He continued speaking, please take notes. The demons are lost in deep, sorrowful thoughts. I can't focus. The heavenly realm destroyed everything. His hand swiftly erased on the paper. All right, we need to strengthen our weapons and improve our strength. I need to go into the dungeon for more training. First, I have to find my teammates. Going alone will be very difficult. If I ask Chloe, she'll definitely help. It would be better if we could find someone with strategic thinking instead of a war god like that. The professor's voice echoed again. Future humans will respect the existence of this one. He suddenly grabbed his pen, and a light flashed in his head. Gosma quickly wrote on the notebook, speed weapons must be found by those who possess them and ask for help. Called gods. Outside the classroom now, a tall and strong man approached John. He twisted his hand and mocked with disdain. Hey, famous person! He appeared behind him quickly. This isn't a place for scum like you to enter. Special student. Seeing his presence, John hesitated. He thought silently. What? Suddenly this way. A third-level minor character from the previous life with 20 years of experience in the service industry had faced so many scoundrels. These young guys now. I don't deserve to bother about them. He quickly left and responded, don't obstruct me. Go away before I break your square jaw. Hearing this, the other man was surprised and exclaimed, what's that? He tightly clenched his hand, preparing to attack John. This bastard. Seeing his movement, Duma thought silently. So slow! His eyes suddenly widened in shock as he punched the man straight in the face. Everyone around them was talking noisily at the scene. What's going on? Is there a fight? After beating up that loser, 333 sighed. Oh, it hurts. Why is this chin so hard? Seeing this, he smiled silently. It seems I've heard about powerful mages before, but this is the first time seeing such a recovery of strength and power. 333 said, I must have hit too hard. He turned to John and asked, are you here to find me? Let's go outside to talk. In another part of the academy, 333's voice echoed as he took a water bottle and said, all right, what you mean is I need to quickly gather a team, right? Leaning against the wall, he continued speaking, I'll help you with recruiting teammates. The rewards will be evenly distributed among the others. In exchange, you'll get monster materials. I got that right? After hearing this, he hesitated before replying that if I wanted to form a team, only Chloe would be willing to join. If someone from our class could help, it would make things easier. 333 raised his can and drank. saying a team needs at least 4 people to get permission to enter the dungeon. You probably could have cleared 5 or 6 dungeons alone if not for the academy rules, right? Hearing this, he helplessly turned around to respond. I couldn't clear any dungeon by myself. 333 continued. Stop exaggerating. You've already defeated those mermaids and still say that? Being too modest can be annoying. Do you know this? Thinking about what he said in his head, do you think I'm pretending to be humble? 333 smiled at him. Then he said, it seems your condition is better now. Huh? Hearing this, John Ma replied, yeah, being able to rest in the hospital for a few days after such an effort. Feeling much better. Saying that, he looked at his kin and continued, alright, that's good enough. I'll accept your proposal. There's no reason to refuse. Plus, it feels like traveling with you will be a new experience. Hearing this, Ma smiled and thanked him. 333 then asked, have you thought about which dungeon yet? He replied, Sea Level Buffalo Dungeon. The one at the source, right? Yeah. 333 thought for a moment and said, Bordeaux's dungeon? That's the most classic one. He continued, so you, me, and Chloe, 3 people in total. Do you have any preferences for the last member? Hearing that, he replied, as long as it's not a goat or Leon. 333 laughed loudly. Haha, they won't be joining anyway. Thinking about Goat and saying, Goat has been training hard in the school's training area since enrolling. Leon is preparing to attack a higher level dungeon with 2nd and 3rd year seniors. Hearing this, he sighed inwardly, lucky me. 333 said, HM? Oh, I suddenly remembered someone who must be sleeping there right now. Hearing that, he asked, sleeping? At this time of night, 333 replied, he's always like that. He threw his kin into the trash and said, let's head to the cafeteria first. I need to buy something. As evening fell, they approached a quiet area. 333 said, permission granted, open door, enter now. Surprised, he thought it must be his house, already lit up inside. While acting dramatic, he looked around cautiously. Even in the game before, I never came here. In my past life, I was a Japanese chef but never visited Japan. I wanted to go there once to survey the market, but now I can only be satisfied indirectly like this. They arrived at the school's courtyard. 333 turned and looked towards a house, over there. He approached that person and called out, wake up. Then he sat down next to a girl lying on the floor and said, get up, try this, no good. Whispering softly into her hand, I brought it here. The girl immediately sat up, looking around. Where is it? 333 pointed at him in black clothes and said, that guy over there. Hearing this, the girl quickly ran towards him like an arrow. Ma was confused and a bit flustered. The girl snatched the black bag from his hand. Ma couldn't react fast enough to stop her. Her eyes were dangerous as she unexpectedly attacked, falling back with a loud thud. She lay on top of him, leisurely enjoying the delicious snack. So good, so yummy, really tasty, very tasty indeed. Ma was surprised and asked, what's going on? Ryuzu said, hey, any more bean paste cakes left? As usual, 2 chefs were diligently preparing food as per their tasks. Suddenly, a loud excited scream startled them. Ma widened his eyes and exclaimed, here it is, here it is. His screen lit up with a golden light. All he knew was work, and now this blessing has come. He looked at himself as he faced countless difficulties in both the game and real life, struggling among smelly men. His whole body trembled with excitement. Finally, she's finally here for me. Damn it, paying up really pays off. A beautiful white face appeared before him. I paid because of her. The shadow gradually faded as John Ma pressed his finger on the door. An unexpected strange sound echoed, hey kid, opening this will get you Lexaki. Do you like that? The young man's face turned to stone. A frozen smile remained on his lips. At this moment, Jomer replayed the story in his head. Blessings revolved around the protagonist Leon with numerous beautiful female leads appearing. And Abel smiled as attention shifted towards her. Among them, the character designated by the developer is the main character. The difference was clearly marked by the game developers, despite many female leads with unique appeal and abilities. Leon held Abel's hand and together they raised the legendary love sword to save them. Both of them charged forward, but the story focused on how Abel and Leon overcame challenges and developed feelings. Jorma watched while donating blood for the game. Even I was drawn in by Abel and didn't hesitate to spend money on the game. Among the girls standing there, class distinctions were clear. Therefore, apart from the lead character Abel, other characters gradually faded into obscurity. The screen switched to Saki's bored face. She was the first 5-star character among those who failed as female leads. She is Ryuyo, the daughter of the god of arrows and the one standing before him now. Any more cake? Having just woken from a dreamy state after many wishes, she sighed and turned away in disappointment. This name is really silly. He thought to himself, she's got this playful personality. The shadows he saw made him break out in cold sweat. I used Ryuyo before. She was one of the top damage dealers. And although not very clear, Ryuyo is a smart character unlike Le Bon Sens. He tried to connect the dots around her and concluded that she had limited roles in the main storyline, so her participation this time wouldn't significantly impact the plot. Jorma still doubted himself as he asked, "Sure, no problem." Ryu approached Speed Weapon. "Why are you here?" He held a bright chocolate bar and replied, "Yeah, that's it. She just took that right away." "Speak up." Then he began to recount. "The name is King Joma. You know him?" Ryu coldly replied with a chilling yeah as she continued the story. "He came looking for me today." She nodded. "Then what happened?" "She only speaks when her speech weapon is activated. At that time, he was dealing with a colleague. And to the point, right? I'm recruiting someone for the Hell Cave raid team next week." Jumar raised his eyebrows at this strange explanation. He's only good as support. Sweet Weapon handles loot distribution, Shuang Zhuang shares with us, and completion rewards are split evenly. Ryu stared intently at Yama, then walked towards him slowly. Her eyes sparkled like she was interrogating him. You're him, right? The name from the virtual space battle. He didn't deny it. Yeah, she faced him with a sharp gaze. Yama also nodded and looked back without saying anything. After exchanging looks, she turned away. Completion rewards for the dungeon are counted in points, so there's no reason to refuse since he doesn't seem persistent or strong. Suddenly being talked about behind his back made him a bit uncomfortable. Telling me that makes me feel sorry for myself. Ryuji gathered his things and made a decision. Sorry, but I don't want to work with someone as impatient as you. Sweet Weapon tried to persuade her. Saki, you watched the match too, right? This guy is no pushover. She put on her jacket and ordered the surge. Probably just because the opponent was weak. He's getting more impatient. No, are you crazy? The opponent is from Editor. And this guy performed poorly in the midterm exam. He quickly covered his mouth as he spoke. Yama frowned at his friend's careless remark. Sweet Weapon struggled to speak up. Oh, don't say it out loud. I'm really annoyed. Let me explain. Saki didn't care about him. Am I your dog? Why should I listen to you? He betrayed the team by accusing us. Well, just saying a yokin makes my mouth water. If not a dog, then what? Saki got really angry. What do you know about yokin to say that? The person in front of me isn't giving up either, knowing that I bought it here because they argued with the owner and had to think of a way out. He lowered his head and started strategizing. Although I wanted her to join the team, her unpleasant personality is still unpleasant, so there's no need to beg for her cooperation. He decisively turned away. Weapon, let's go. This uncooperative attitude will harm the group. We'll find someone else. Saki suddenly spoke up again. Don't you want me to keep fighting in hell anymore? They stood facing each other without saying a word. Suddenly Chomer took out a hot item from his belt. Both of them widened their eyes and were surprised. The sushi knife gleamed under the moonlight, making it look sharp. He threw it straight outside the training ground. The tip of the knife pierced right into the center circle on the wooden board. Saki was shocked by that action. Before she could recover, another flash of light passed in front of her eyes. Her blue eyes quickly chased after that monster speed object. Another knife hit the red circle on the board. After showing off his skills, Roma asked, "Do you need to see more?" Saki's whole body trembled, and her legs were unsteady as she couldn't respond. Everything stopped there until the sunny day of the next day. The door was pushed open. This time, Saki wore a school uniform and welcomed the newcomer. "Hello!" Weapon and two others walked to the large table in the middle of the room. "You're here already." "Good morning." Janma's eyes accidentally met with that girl. She raised her hand and smiled warmly. "Hello!" He responded blankly. Hello." The sushi knife is really effective. Weapon turned to look at her. "Did you finish everything?" Saki obediently tapped on the keyboard and reported back. "It's nothing. Just a few reports and we're done. Here's the permit. Everything is set up." The room returned to its quiet state as the initial step was completed. Sweet Weapon held a feather pen and cleared her throat. "Alright, let's get started then." He drew a distorted illustration of a water elemental prison on the whiteboard, just like its name suggests, where water elementals live. They are also known as water elements. Chloe and Jamma were impressed as they listened to his explanation. They attack by charging from afar. Saki nodded in agreement, noting that while close combat would be difficult, their clear weakness is their inability to withstand long-range attacks. He paused mid-speech to emphasize something important. "However, there's one thing you absolutely mustn't do." Sweet Weapon's face was serious. "Absolutely don't open the central stone gate." Chloe wondered, what if we just opened it? He rubbed his chin as he thought about it. Apparently, there are some seals, but that's just a theory with no confirmation yet. Saki added, "The Academy allows us to attack the water elemental prison on one condition. Don't open the stone gate. Don't do what you're not supposed to do." "Can we?" Suddenly, Janma smiled and agreed with them. "That's right, absolutely no opening it." The three in the room looked at him. He was sweating from being stared at so intensely. Sweet Weapon asked, "What's going on?" "King Jomar, do you know what's behind that gate?" While he denied it outwardly, he actually did know. "No, of course not. We're not to touch it. There's a boss hidden there." They stopped focusing on him, allowing Ma to sigh in relief. "That makes sense." Then he started planning secretly again. The stone gate can only be opened under certain conditions. At this moment, the system has sealed it off. If we ignore the danger factor, this is the most advantageous prison. Saki was munching on an Ioken and curiously looked at him. "What's up?" Yama was startled before speaking about a general topic. "Huh? You really like that cookie." She replied, "Don't expect me to understand. If you don't think much, you'll never get it." He fell silent as an unusual energy began emanating from near him. He didn't know what to say. Then Yama also noticed something was off. He glanced around the room, and Chloe had already readied her weapon with a furious expression. Their private cafe is bustling with students. Are they being watched? He turned to look at Chloe, making her quickly calm down. "What's wrong? Go over there." Ma put himself on high alert. "Just wait and see. The person will have to show up eventually." Sunlight shone down the mountain path, a car driving steadily along an empty road. Joma sat on his bus, deep in thought. He looked outside with tired, dark eyes. Since leaving military service, he had sworn never to look this way again. He never imagined returning this way. The car gradually stopped. At the driver's end, voices could be heard. "How did you get here?" "Oh, I came from the academy." An outside worker pushed aside obstacles on the road with effort. Zoma also noticed that. "Civil control area. It's too secure because it's near the dungeon." He recalled being watched by council elders at the cafe. Speed Weapon stood up from behind. "Hey, King Zoma." He surprisedly looked over. "Huh?" He held a large piece of evidence and showed it out. "Eat the evidence? Isn't this not meteor?" He politely declined. No need. Is there still something like this in these times?" The young man asked curiously if the car was scared of going down to the dungeon level. "Yes, a little." Then he turned back again. Saki, do you eat evidence? Saki Ryuzo coldly replied while sitting with her weapon. No, but Weapon tried to convince her. It's really good. Her eyes shifted from the outside scenery into the car. Doom and Weapon were having a very pleasant conversation. Feeling someone looking at him, he turned around. Saki was startled by being caught suddenly. She didn't say anything but returned to her original stance. That action made Joma feel even more uncomfortable. I've been followed enough and bothered enough. Why does she keep staring at me? After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. Chloe was the first to step out. The assertive girl. We're here. What a wonderful weather. He held his bag and looked around. Long ago, this place was full of monsters. Now it's just a dungeon level for mining. Sweet Weapon seemed concerned about his bag. Why do you bring so much luggage? He didn't hide anything. Curious, huh? Joma pulled the zipper and revealed numerous knives inside. They were well wrapped and stuffed into a large bag. Weapon started to get scared. Are you here to sell vegetables or something? He remained calm but cautious. He got even more scared. You talk like an old man. But since you're careful, there must be a reason. Chloe took the lead and claimed a position first. As I'm the vanguard, I'll go in front. Doom agreed happily and assigned her that task. Then they each had their own feelings as they moved forward together. Let's go! Exiting the parking lot, near them was a modified dungeon entrance. The two staff members were slightly surprised to see them. Goma and Saki didn't say anything but waited for instructions. The other person looked at a clock on the wall and a note on the desk. Everyone from the academy, please sign your names on the guest registration form over there. It was Joma's turn to write his name normally. Suddenly, the guide's strange gaze made him suspiciously frown. Sweet Weapon didn't know anything, so she urged him. King Joma, what are you doing? Hurry up, answer him. Well, the automatic door opened and let in some outside light. Ah, this smell! Weapon concerns reminded everyone. Walk carefully. Jomar still had one eye, his gaze flickering just now. He didn't take his eyes off the door as it slowly closed. It should be fine. The floor was getting more and more uneven with patches of stone sticking out and weak light shining on them. There were even some carved names left by previous students on the stones. This isn't a tourist attraction, right? Nobles indeed. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed his sleeve. Saki lowered her body and panted heavily. I'm so tired. Yoma was somewhat uncomfortable. I saw it. She's still exhausted and asks him for help. Something sweet might make me feel better. Do you have any? He had no choice but to search his pockets, making her giggle. Then Yoma took out a glowing candy. Here. Saki didn't seem to like it much. I don't really like sweets. Do you have any? Joma asked curiously. I provide that for Ms. Ha. Why not bring your own? Saki seemed very pleased and explained. I saved it for later. But then she tried the candy he gave her, looking surprised. Oh, you remind yourself. Focus a bit. We're in this dungeon. Chloe used her ability to sense movements through the ground and report back. 3. There are number 4 of them. They are approaching from about 200 meters away. Sweet Weapon carefully observed the two girls. Did you hear? Just follow the plan, and they won't cause any trouble if we do it right. Chloe! One with a bow and one with a sword remained calm. Saki! I will ensure buffs and healing for both of you properly. Depend on the two of them. Saki immediately took out her high-end bow. Alright, Yama recognized that weapon right away. This is an S-rank weapon, red and black and white. With this, clearing the dungeon won't be difficult. But the person in front of him seemed a bit awkward adjusting it. It's been a while since I've used it for battle again. He was skeptical inside. Can I trust you? Right. As the team prepared for battle, Saki suddenly said, Ah, hold on. The girl took out an Ioken and bit a piece off it. Happiness was clearly visible on Saki Ryujo's face. Really, I can fight this time. The Phantom became even more wary. I asked if you believe I could participate in the battle. A strong gust of wind rushed out from inside the dungeon shaft, making them cautious. They're coming, ready to go. The sound of hoofsteps echoed. Speed Weapon quickly blew her flute and boosted the two main fighters. The water buffalo charged forward like mad. Chloe was the one who leaped up with a bow. The small girl jumped off the ground. Chloe's hands held to bows to increase accuracy when shooting arrows. The first arrow hit one of the water buffalo's eyes, causing it great pain. Then it fell backward, cracking the ground. The others followed suit and charged forward. Chloe landed on the ground and whistled. She quickly grabbed her sword hilt from behind her back. "I'll slow them down." Large Weapon led them into the ambush position. Suddenly, a blue hair shot out in front of the girl before she could react. "Let me handle it." Saki quickly fired 3 light arrows. The red-crowned bow enhanced their power even more. Chloe was still stunned and didn't notice that 3 water buffalo were closing in on her. A second later, the arrows pierced through them and would completely destroy them. Saki licked her lips happily. "Huh? Explode already. Yummy!" Thanks to her favorite food, Saki's mood was very good. "How am I doing?" The Phantom didn't say anything but kept it in his heart. "Why did you blow up the whole place? How did you get the item?" But he was also satisfied. With her strong long-range damage, she took on the battle that people often said archers couldn't stop. She really impressed us, but because of this, they had to continue moving forward. The materials they could have gotten were also destroyed by her. Let's go deeper inside. A small piece of land slipped off the ground. They didn't expect the water buffalo hit by the arrow to still be alive and counterattack Saki. Yama quickly caught the girl in his arms, then sliced it in half with a sashimi knife. The sharp blade did not touch any blood. His face became even more serious after the attack. Saki Ryuyo was still shaken by what just happened and couldn't recover her composure. The large body of the water buffalo fell behind them. Yomaga Lansing asked if she was okay. She didn't respond, but quickly covered her mouth in admiration. Outside the dungeon, a phone rang with an incoming call. The guard outside immediately picked up. He listened for a moment and then replied, "Yes, I understand now, sir." Yama went to pick up the monster's horn lying on the ground. He discarded the wild bovine horn silently. The purpose of entering the dungeon. It is this. This is a rare material used for weapon enhancement. There are many other uses as well. Yama thought to himself, "Take everything you can carry." "Hey," Saki Ryuji called Yama. Saki Ryuyo approached. "Earlier, thank you Saki Ryuji for the yellow voucher. Here's a token of appreciation." Joma looked at Saki with a doubtful expression. "What's going on?" Then he turned to call out, "Chloe, right?" "Yes," Chloe instinctively answered. Joma whispered in Chloe's ear about the staff when checking the wallet earlier. "Yeah, I get it now." Over there, Speed Weapon noticed Joma and Chloe whispering. "Are they dating?" That explains it. Chloe blushed and said, "Mom, my heart is racing." Zoma chuckled and said, "Just looking at their relationship that way is a stereotype." Her blunt statement made the girl Chloe's eyes widen in surprise. Sweet Weapon was skeptical. "Really, because you two always go together, so we assumed it was true." Zoma looked puzzled at Chloe's shocked expression. "What's wrong with you?" At this moment, Chloe looked around and asked, "But usually there aren't that many of them, right?" Zoma's group looked deep into the dungeon. Sweet Weapon turned to Saki Ryuji and said, "No matter how famous a dungeon is, it shouldn't have almost all its monsters disappear like this." "Saki, what do you think?" Saki Ryuji covered his nose as he replied, "I've been thinking, but the monsters earlier seemed strange, right?" Sweet Weapon was confused. "Strange? Where exactly?" "I'm not sure, but they seem to be running away from something. Based on the habits of the wild oxen, that's highly unusual." Saki Ryuji's cold eyes recalled the ferocity of those wild oxen. After Saki Ryuji explained, Speed Weapon understood. "You're right, monsters are usually quite docile, and in Charagon, they're even used as transportation." Ma overheard their conversation and imagined people living peacefully with wild oxen, using them as tools. Who are these people? After discussing and said, there's a lot to be suspicious about, but nothing serious. We have messengers here. It'll probably be fine. Guma suddenly asked curiously, "How did you two get acquainted?" Saki Ryuji raised 3 fingers and loudly boasted, "I'm the top student in theory. This weapon guy is the top student in practice. He heard about it somewhere and came here. How do you fight with a sword in a blood cave?" Speed Weapon was startled when he heard this. "Why did you say that?" The more he talked, the more enthusiastic Saki Ryuji became. "By the way, during class ranking exams, I placed 3rd. Let me add this too. In the Magic Class Division test, I was 3rd, Jorma asked curiously. Top student in theory. I thought it was just a pyramid researcher. Now they look different. Magic class. Yeah, Rachel is my cousin. Speed Weapon quickly replied upon hearing an acquaintance's name. Jorma was surprised to learn this for the first time. Cousins? As a player, I didn't know about the existence of weapon characters related to important figures. Turns out it's because of this. Continuing to explain the speech weapon seriously, my clan belongs to the Reko clan. In other words, a branch of the royal family, which is why. Never mind, talking about these things accomplishes nothing. Suddenly, Speed Weapon stopped narrating and left you with an expression of shock that hadn't fully recovered. Seeing the mob beast motionless looking at him, Speed Weapon approached and shouted, "Don't make that face, kid. Quite the opposite. I think the situation is great, and I really believe you're better than me. In case there's danger later, don't leave me behind." His expression softened to assure it won't happen, so don't worry. Sweet Weapon said with a teasing tone, "Who knows if you might become one of the 7 heroes someday. Indeed, if it's Zoma, that's possible." Suddenly, Saki Ryuji rushed forward, leaving 3 small and cute figures behind in confusion. After some distance, Ryuji said with a frown, "I hate the 7 heroes," turning to look seriously at the 3 people behind him. All 3 of them had blank expressions. Only Speed Weapon asked back, "What's that about, her?" To break the awkward silence, Speed Weapon spoke first. "Let's go, finish the task in the dungeon and return. Capturing 20 will complete the mission, right?" The wall still shows signs of scratching with a faint purple color from the demon stone. "It seems tough for you. You see some marks left by vicious creatures on the wall." Sweet Weapon turned back and nudged. "What are you doing? Let's go." "Yeah, this purple might be pretty, but it'll probably be strong. Our hero too." Outside the dungeon, someone asked, "Have you prepared everything as I said?" And a suspicious figure replied respectfully, "Of course, now they must have clashed with the wild continent enhanced by demon stones. Don't worry about it." The other end responded, "Okay then, though I'm not sure. Anything else to prepare?" The mysterious figure answered quickly and confidently, "Yeah, I've done as requested. In my opinion, the enhanced wild continent should handle them." The other end was a teacher who chuckled slyly at what the other said. "Hey, don't be so sure about that. If the plan fails, will you take responsibility?" The voice from the other end continued steadily. "Come on, just trust me. Let me know when there's a result." "Good job." The mysterious figure replied, "Yes, I understand." He looked into the gap of the door and whispered, "Whether this way or that, it's all the same." The door was emitting a dark, ominous aura before his eyes. As he looked at the door, he thought, "I've opened it for emergencies. Their survival rate from the dungeon is 0. Suddenly, his thoughts stopped on Janma's gaze, but that man's eyes seemed to see through everything. After hesitating, he stepped forward and said, "Let's go in and check." Inside the dungeon, darkness enveloped ahead. "Who knows what they'll face?" Chloe called out to him. She reported, "I can feel a beast approaching from behind." "How many?" Chloe continued, "According to my sense, about 50. Hearing this, everyone wondered, what's going on? The group turned around. Sounds of movement were coming towards them. The wind of the dungeon was already in a defensive stance looking at the source of the noise. A line of wild continent beasts rushed towards his group, causing chaos around. Speed Weapon shouted in alarm. "What's going on? Why so many?" The wild continent beast opened its mouth and charged forward with great force. Following it, the entire pack was rushing towards them at a faster pace than running cattle. After seeing the scene clearly, Speed Weapon asked in shock, Are they really wild continent beasts? Meanwhile, the horde of creatures rushed in, causing tremors that made the mob beasts wobble. At this moment, he was searching for appropriate methods and weapons to deal with them. Sashimi, each knife has its own purpose. Memories of the past surged in his mind, but a chicken-killing knife can't cut beef. A sashimi knife is only used for live fish. Line 60 completed. Got it? In the old world, Joma was frantically asking questions. But what's sashimi anyway? Isn't that just cutting beef with a sashimi knife? After that powerful swing, Joma could only close his eyes and cover his face as he said, "Sorry, I'm sorry." He opened his eyes slowly, feeling no pain. "Master, Sensei," covering his face while peeking to observe the situation. The fish on the table was cut in half when Sang's reflection radiated the face of Gyo-Olma's teacher. That makes sense too. He spoke from the past. Suddenly, he remembered something old. It seems this time, I'll need to use a fish fillet knife to deal with these cows. After thinking it through, Jeonma assigned tasks. Chloe, distract the attention of those wild cows. Don't charge straight in, move quickly to both sides. Their formation will be disrupted. No need to attack. Just draw their gaze is enough. She thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, next, what weapon should I use?" Speed weapon responded, "Of course." On the other side, Saki Ryuji wondered, 50 wild cows. How can he be so calm? "Saki, it's finally your turn." Then Yama instructed, "Block those approaching within range and take them down." After a while, Saki Ryuji asked, "Who is this guy? How could he be so calm?" "Don't be surprised." "What?" Saki Ryuji frowned as if considering something. Yama thought for a moment. "The wild cows? Sashimi. What's that?" "Don't overthink it. That's why I was prepared. And whenever appears in front of you, all will be struck by the blessing of the sword god. The knife in your hand is a fillet knife now." The wild cow is charging forward with a roar. He swiftly moved forward and leaped up, sending dust flying. The battle between him and the cows has officially begun with great impact. On this side, Saki was still in shock by what was happening. She just stood there, unable to do anything. Amazement enveloped the entire group. Joma's back showed he was very serious about these wild cows. The shining knife seems like a bare-handed fight. Saki looked worried from behind. Joma's killing intent might have scared her a bit. Time is not just an instant. Chloe was rushing towards them quickly. Miu-Wu, her techniques created to more clones for her. The wild cows were charging with open mouths and roars, their rotten teeth ready to bite down. Miu-Wu of Chloe was still performing well. Chloe successfully disrupted the formation of the cows and landed impressively. The two cows behind Chloe had been hit many times, blood splattered everywhere. After Chloe's impressive move, it's now time for the devil. He gathered momentum from afar and leaped high towards the wild cow monsters. Now we have 3 cows to deal with. Joma then used his sharp knives decisively to fell most of the monsters in front of him. Now facing him is a smarter bull, knowing how to use terrain for counterattacks. Joma covered his handsome face with his hand to protect its beauty from the bull's heavy strikes. Saki and Speed were amazed by what was happening before their eyes. The bulls are gathering round Joma. It seems they've realized the danger from Joma, deciding to gang up on him. For then 6. The number is increasing over time. By now, Joma is buried under a mass of large black bulls. Saki Ryuji readied his bow and thought, "Too many monsters." Suddenly, Saki's eyes widened in surprise. Turns out Joma had sent the wild bulls flying everywhere. His cold gaze, coolly sending those heavy bulls flying. Oh my! Saki was left speechless by this frightening sight. Alone, he stood facing the monsters, still in a fighting stance. Saki was still shocked by what just happened. Joma's lips curved into a victorious smile. Joma said, "That's enough," and continued to pick up bull horns for his bag. His luck skill is now at 40 seconds. In this time, he could defeat about 50 monsters. Chloe approached Jomar and praised him. "Jomar, you looked cool today too." Of course, Jomar thought it was also thanks to his teammates' help. As he spoke, he touched his head. "Chloe, you've been working hard too." Thanks for handling the jungle bulls better." Chloe laughed and thanked him. Behind them, Saki and Spitz were laughing and joking as if they had just publicly humiliated someone. Saki still couldn't believe what happened. Speed Weapon added, "I told you so, don't be surprised." Saki Ryuji angrily replied, "How could I not be surprised seeing that? Foolish, haha, but even I was speechless when I first saw it. Seeing King Yoma always makes everything seem out of the ordinary." After stopping their argument, Saki asked, "King Yoma, what exactly is he?" Speed Weapon could only admit, "I don't know either. They were just discussing while looking at him, puzzled." Speed Weapon also mentioned that Joma had many victories in the academy and other dungeons too. Afterward, Speed Weapon thanked Joma and said Saki still didn't understand what was going on. The group continued to trudge deeper into the dungeon. Janma and Speed Weapon were discussing how to clear the dungeon by defeating 20 jungle bulls. He did more than double that, almost single-handedly. That's quite impressive. Don't worry about it. The midterm exam won't change anything. Speed Weapon wondered when you saw. Yeah, okay. Anyway, thanks. As he said this, Speed looked at Saki as if trying to decide something. After ignoring the question about Speed Weapon, they changed the topic. Actually, almost everyone nearly died in there. Didn't we all face a similar situation when we attacked this dungeon before? The Lion King, right? They weren't as strong as I thought. Chloe turned to ask, but where are we now? Saki realized something too. Oh my Asahi! Several dozen of us had reached the exit door, only to find it locked with thick chains. Chloe's eyes widened. The exit is locked by chains. This must be Yomagi. Cut to the subordinate checking on the herd bulls. He stood there in shock. He stammered, "Have all these monsters been defeated? Oh my god, I'm definitely falling." And then thinking about all the debts. I owe 20 billion in finance to John Woodland. And even the opportunity that was given. Not long ago, a woman claiming to be an instructor from the academy came to me. He frowned as he recalled that incident. The white-haired woman said, "Just do one thing for me and I'll pay off your 20 billion. He didn't believe it could be so good and asked again. How? She made a vicious look and demanded, "Tame the wild cattle, then use demon stone to make them go crazy. And then, when the students named in the mausoleum are possessed by demons, release them all at once." She told him to open the deepest stone gate. Her meaning was, push the students into that pit. Seeing his hesitation, she asked again, "Don't you like it?" "Yes, I don't want to bet on an uncertain game. So I'll find someone else then." He accepted. "No, not exactly." He pulled the instructor back when he saw her wanting to leave. With a wicked smile, he said, "I will help. I will help you." She smiled as if getting what she wanted and turned away to speak. "Your mind can change quickly too. I'll call later with the details. Remember that strange number though." He looked at the demon stone and replied with a smile. "Yes, yes." She said, "Done. So goodbye then. This guy is going to get rich soon by paying off his debts. 20 billion is real 20 billion. With that amount, I can start over." As he walked, muttering, "Those 20 billion are just kids after all. I've opened the gate already. They will definitely fall out." The Yoma group still looked at the stone gate. "That gate, don't even say it's here." The discussion didn't stop inside the stone gate yet. John Ma thought that's why everything went smoothly. "I've entered naturally." He remembered the suspicious look which made him a bit uneasy. But as expected, only Gigan's demon stone could open this gate. The pieces dropped when defeating the giant worm in the Gigant dungeon. Part of the reward for the gain task turned out to be Gigan's demon stone pieces and opened the gate unexpectedly. He thought if it were like a game, the reward for cleaning up this place would be. But now isn't the time to take that as a reward. There was a large gate in front of him, with a red scratch on the stone gate, something no ordinary blade could leave a mark on. That's the scratch, unanalyzable, and he had used up his 40 seconds of divine blessing, but with this blade, maybe he can withstand for a bit. So he had to chop the door and leave before it wakes up. but unexpectedly, the cluster might have woken up and causing a lot of noise. The group immediately went into alert mode and prepared for the worst-case scenario. Chloe panted as she asked King Jomar what that was. "What is that?" After the aftershock, they could see the boss towering there, as tall as a 3-story building. Speed Weapon asked again, "Is it really a bull?" The group looked like tiny people under the giant's shadow. Jomar panted and cursed. "Damn it. Finally woke up, and the reward for cleaning this place is." Transference Blessing can transfer one of the blessings from the owner to another target and activate it. Cannot be used alone. That's Transference Blessing, a type that Aminoros hasn't escaped from his thoughts. The giant fake space tree had some dark aura, but above there was a small beam of light shining down. The wind blowing in huffs and puffs. From the other side of the dungeon, several creatures with bodies like bulls, but could walk and stand like normal humans. Facing them was a flickering flame. Suddenly a strong wind blew, making the fire burn even bigger. The monsters suddenly heard some noise and turned to look. There were 3 monsters in total, 2 bull-like ones on both sides and one in the middle with an enormous club. It seemed somewhat like the leader of these monsters, for people faced them. From a distance, they looked very heroic. King Joma was a bit nervous as he said the other two, Chloe and Saki Ryoyo, were also a bit scared. Seeing the situation getting complicated, his face turned stern as he thought deeply before deciding to rush out. Once that one woke up, no one could escape unharmed. He was a bit hesitant about facing its power. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, different from their midterm exam. "I don't know anything about the mermaid, but I've fought Minotaurs in games before. If at full strength, I could handle all 3 by myself. But I've already used up my 40 seconds of Divine Grace." He had battled both of those terrifying monsters earlier. After some thought, he decided to act in the most likely successful direction. While still pondering, Chloe seemed to have discovered something that shocked her greatly. Inside his jacket was a knife-like object. He carefully grabbed it tightly. Turning to Weapon, he asked, "Weapon, can you buff me to reduce pain?" Hearing King Joma's question, Weapon stammered but replied, "Sure." Jomar asked further, "For how long?" Weapon quickly whispered back, 2 minutes. Hearing that, he said with satisfaction, "That'll do. While fighting it, keep buffing me continuously." After saying this, he wiped a sweat drop from his forehead and continued, "If you slack off for just 1 second." He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. It seemed Weapon understood what he meant, feeling a bit anxious as he said, I know, King Yoma, that's why I did it." After instructing Weapon, he turned to Saki and Chloe. "Saki and Chloe, take care of the soldiers behind you." Hearing him say this with certainty, Saki looked worried. She wanted to say something but didn't. He continued, "The big one is very dangerous. Don't get close." After hearing that, Saki was extremely worried. Her worry showed on her face as well. He then turned and looked at the larger monster, telling Chloe to act like before. Suddenly, a terrifying monster charged towards them. Its teeth and claws were very sharp. It had red skin with golden horns on its head. Its large white eyes made anyone who saw it feel scared. It opened its mouth, saliva running down rapidly. It looked both terrifying and comical. As Ma slowly drew his sword, a green light emitted from him. While drawing the sword, he recited some incantation. The blessing of their Sot god was activated. Round him, there were swirling winds. After finishing the incantation, a wondrous green light emanated from his chest and spread everywhere. Suddenly, he spat out fresh blood, his face not looking much better. His hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. Weapon tried to focus on reducing pain buff as much as possible. Looking at him, he thought, "I'm still moving, thanks to the sword god's blessing and the pain reduction buff." He encouraged himself, "Move, come on." Struggling to move, he faced the huge monster charging towards him. Fortunately, Teacher finally moved quickly and charged at the monster without hesitation. The 2 pillars still illuminated the area, but a strong wind blew out all the flames. After rushing for some time, he reached under the monster's feet. For it, his body was tiny, like an ant. Lines 53 to 60 repeat the same content as lines 47 to 52, so I will not repeat them here. Lines 53 to 60 are repeated from lines 47 to 52. To maintain the exact line count, I will continue with a new scenario. He continued his struggle, trying to move as much as possible. The huge monster was charging towards him at high speed, while he stood still in front of it. Fortunately, Teacher finally moved and charged quickly at the monster without hesitation. The two pillars still illuminated the area, but a strong wind blew out all the flames. After rushing for some time, he reached under the monster's feet. For it, his body was tiny, like an ant. Lines 53 to 60 are repeated from lines 47 to 52. Despite the pain that made him want to vomit blood, he remained incredibly persistent. As the demon and monster started challenging each other, they fought back and forth, looking extremely exciting. It struck with immense force. He dodged the powerful attack by using his large scythe. Luckily, he managed to avoid it. Just as he dodged that attack, he was kicked far away by the opponent's double legs. Blood spewed from his mouth in gushes, staining the brick floor red. But he didn't give up. He still stood firm, tightly holding his sword. All senses long suppressed were now released, feeling a great relief. Facing that huge creature, he was not at all afraid. Instead, he became even more determined than before. It attacked again with full force, but he skillfully dodged it with satisfaction. Seeing him dodge, its eyes glinted fearfully, red like fresh blood. He continuously used his scythe to attack, but all were deftly avoided by him. His head was almost touching the scythe, yet his gaze remained steady. With a swift motion, he cut down on one side while quickly running over, his robe fluttering in the wind. Wherever that monster attacked, he could easily dodge it. Seeing its attacks miss, it grew angrier and started attacking wildly. Meanwhile, Zoma moved gracefully to avoid the monster's attacks. Enraged, it spat out a huge flame onto the ground. It had reached the peak of its fury. After some time, smoke filled the air, making it hard to see clearly around them. From afar, the smoke dissipated, revealing the giant monster's form. Its angry face looked even more terrifying. At this moment, it growled loudly in discomfort, its eyes turning red. He sat half-sitting on the ground, looking at it with a determined gaze. Saki turned around to see what was happening. Upon seeing it, she was shocked and exclaimed, "That guy is crazy. How can he move like that?" Just as she finished speaking, the monster attacked her with a roar. Quickly, she managed to dodge its attack. Using muscle control, posture, leg movements, and defensive techniques, she executed everything flawlessly, causing her opponent to lose balance with minimal movement. All of that was done perfectly. In reality, it was much different from what she had planned. She picked up her red bow and aimed directly at the monster, but this was just theory, not practice. Hit by an arrow from her, the monster howled in pain as blood flowed non-stop from its head. Facing it again, she raised her bow to fight back, but this was only theory. Reality was different. Looking at him like that, she decisively raised her bow and shot. Suddenly, a voice covered everything. Gone, nothing visible. Suddenly, a sword pierced through the monster's head, making it fall backward. The force of the sword was immense. Saki seemed to notice something with Siegfried's sword. She whispered, "Could it be?" Saki doubted something but wasn't sure enough to confirm it fully. It is said that the king used aura with a special student. The monster's eyes turned redder. In its eyes now appeared Joma's image. His body seemed to be surrounded by something strange, a mysterious green light. He held a long knife with an eerie glow on it. Its eyes remained bloodshot. It raised its fist and prepared to punch him. As the demon gently moved his knife across the monster's body, he stepped firmly, his gaze unchanged, holding his sword steadily, exuding a beautiful demeanor. The demon turned his head slightly, blood still stained his mouth. His sharp, icy eyes made people feel a bit scared. With a light touch, one of its legs fell to the ground, splattering blood on the bricks. In pain, it roared loudly. He continued jumping and attacking it. Weapon blew his horn below to buff him against pain. While blowing, he trembled uncontrollably. On another side, Chloe also tried her best to kill the monster. She used her sword to strike the monster hard. Finally, the monster died. Its body was covered in blood. The strong smell of blood filled the air. After killing it, she slowly wiped the blood from her mouth and sighed, still inexperienced when facing a demon. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Demons that resemble humans are more dangerous. Each individual has different levels, but one like this, acting so humanly. Hearing the noise, she turned to see him still fighting the giant monster. Its body started trembling, while he stood as a statue. Enraged, it screamed loudly. The space around it seemed to shake due to its roar. He tightly grips the staff, his muscles bulging as he sneers with a wicked grin. He raises the staff high, every move causing chaos around him. Saki stands aside, shocked, and exclaims, "Magic, impossible! Can't beasts use magic?" Chloe beside her looks surprised while Weapon continues to blow his flute. The monster's hand seems to merge with the staff seamlessly. Saki stammers in alarm. He uses life for magic, just a beast. All three are shaken, the magic explosion making them unable to approach. His hand trembles as he clutches something, even now. Weapon whispers, "King Yoma," while blowing his flute. His eyes now show absolute faith in King Yoma. The monster has merged its arm with the staff. It's more terrifying around him now. Blood spurts uncontrollably from his mouth. A bright red light emanates from the monster. His arm is fully merged with the staff now. The wind grows stronger, but he stands still, not moving at all. Blood spits out of his mouth as his eyes turn white. The monster forcefully pushes him down with immense power from above. Jamba grips his knife tightly and advances. Their clash sends a blinding light between them, the blade touching his hand, releasing an enormous force. His fierce expression intensifies. He resists with all his might. Holding his weapon firmly, he mutters, "Too much magic." As he lunges forward, Bleg, Saki, Chloe, and Weapon behind him are momentarily stunned. When he turns to look, something feels off. If he dodges now, he might not have time. The monster will attack recklessly. Caught by surprise, his reflex is slow, but he still manages to withstand the attack, gritting his teeth in pain. His strength is immense, pushing John Ma back. He's equally surprised at being pushed back. A red light blazes from the monster's eyes, shining down. The staff and knife in his hand touch. Despite uneven strength, he clings on tightly. Saki, seeing this, grabs a red bow. She urgently shouts, "What are you doing? Cut him." She's deeply worried for Jomer. Hearing the commotion, he starts attacking. The monster dodges quickly. Against his strength, he's clearly no match. Suddenly, a light appears in his eyes, hardening them. Red threads surround him as a sound echoes, "Chop." The red light illuminates everything around. Somewhere nearby, a white light emerges. It quickly sliced through, cutting a bunch of red silk threads. He swiftly grabbed the knife and started chopping non-stop. A green light surrounded the blade. Meanwhile, Chloe suddenly remembered something and thought to herself, "That green light!" She realized she saw that green light coming from Jeonma's sword, which reminded her of the scene. Two people named Nam were fighting each other. At that moment, she felt a bit nervous. Joma's knife had pierced through his opponent's blade. Joma loudly shouted, preparing to launch an attack. His eyes flashed green light, which surrounded his body. He was surprised by the situation before him, wondering how he could turn the tide so quickly. Under the dazzling green light, he kept chopping non-stop, and the monster screamed in pain. Yoma continuously attacked him, making the green light appear more frequently. As Yoma continued to attack like that, Sakai, Chloe, and Weapon all looked shocked. They didn't expect him to become so strong. Still not done with his mission, he kept blowing a flute to reduce his pain. After a while of attacking, he finally stopped. The smoke around the area gradually dissipated after that intense attack. He slowly raised his head and took a deep breath, blood still on the corner of his mouth. On the other side, a light shone in and he followed it with his gaze. An attack was launched, a voice echoed. Sakai stood beside him. Her beautiful green eyes had a hint of sadness. The screen showed 9:03, then switched to 12:07. After the battle, Weapon sat down heavily on the ground. He sighed and spoke. Kang Jomar, every time I look at you, you break all norms. Looking at him, he whispered, that green light was so bright it could illuminate a dark cave. At his age, to have such an aura. Who is this King Jomar? He suddenly got interrupted. Sakai approached and patted his shoulder, saying, breathe, breathe, startled by her voice. After a while, he regained his composure and asked, what's going on? She stood there looking at him and hummed something softly. The sound was soothing. Sitting down slowly, she continued, earlier you said that. I think I understand now, as if listening to her. He asked again, huh? What did I say just now? She happily replied, during our previous dungeon conquest. Hearing this, he felt a bit relieved and said, oh, the time in the dungeon? Looking ahead, she continued speaking. And that's why I understand why you keep following him. Hearing this, he got a little alarmed and denied it. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. She turned to continue. All right then. Weapon, according to the school rules this year, King Jomar can't transfer classes, right? She asked him slowly. Hearing this, he was shocked. His lips were still slightly puffed from blowing the flute during the fight. It looked really funny. He stammered, is it because of the shock that your head is messed up? Or are you possessed or something? Sakai looked at him and smiled lightly, then said, well, what if the opposite happens? There's no rule saying we can't, right? Hearing her, he felt a bit sympathetic. Yeah, that is true. But her eyes held something mysterious but determined. She continued, well, for some reason, I suddenly want to go with King Yoma in another dungeon too. King Yoma, even with weapons protection, he might still need to rest for a while. After the battle, he sighed deeply. As he breathed, he whispered, this is much better. In a way, it has meaning because you face the enemy without needing the protection of the martial emperor. Suddenly, Chloe rushes to him from nowhere, shouting his name loudly, Kim Magan. He's slightly surprised by her sudden hug, not having time to react before she tightly embraces him. As she cries, she says, oh, didn't say a word, just wanted to watch, right? Even though I'm injured now, I still tried to support myself with my hands. Facing her accusation, he's momentarily speechless. Seeing her sobbing, he reluctantly speaks, Chloe, it seems you're hurt, hold on. Hearing him say this, she shyly sits up, covering her eyes and says, oh, sorry. He sits on the ground, looking up and mutters, just kill me already. As he looks up, he seems to notice something. A large screen appears with the message, congratulations, you have received a new blessing. Upon reading it, he's slightly surprised. Normally, this blessing should belong to the main character, Ryan. Moreover, its rank is extremely rare in this world, spirit level. When combined with other blessings, only then can it fully unleash its power. The screen shows that the blessing of transfer allows you to move a blessing from one living being or object to another. However, to activate it, the body of the caster must touch the target. This is almost an essential blessing for controlling the balance between yin and yang, a harmonized sword. He slowly nods his head and whispers, let's think positively about this. Suddenly, a ray of light shines from afar. Sitting there with his eyes closed, he says to her, Chloe, what I need you to do now. As he speaks, he suddenly stops. Chloe asks curiously, why? At this moment, a man in a hat enters and speaks. What? His eyes suddenly brighten as if he's discovered something. Chloe rushes to him, holding the sword and stabbing it into his body. The sword pierces his thigh as pain spreads, causing him to cry out in agony. She stands there, her face expressionless. He stays still, crying while looking at the sword stuck in his thigh. Weapon on one side asks, what's going on? What happened? Saki also looks puzzled and listens to him ask. Zoma answers calmly, a moment ago, I asked Chloe for a favor. In pain, he shakes uncontrollably but manages to say, you little brats, why are you doing this to me? What did I do? Weapon asks again, but why target us? Ms. Com tells him, stupid, we need to figure out the rest. Hearing Jean-Ma say this, everyone starts talking loudly. Saki raises his hand and says, "There's something unnatural here. There are no cameras in the dungeon, yet this employee appears as if he was waiting for it." Weapon asks again, "But why target us?" Miss Com tells him, "Stupid, we need to figure out the rest." Someone says towards him, "Hey, that employee, a shrimp like him couldn't have done this alone, right?" Saki continues asking, "Who's behind him?" His face darkens as he stammers, "Girl, it was her." It seems he doesn't want to speak. "Let me help you say it," says the Ma on one side. He speaks up, "If you don't tell us about who's behind this." Before he can finish, he starts trembling uncontrollably. Finally, he speaks. "I'll talk. Not long ago, a lecturer from Darwin Academy came to me. He said he would help me pay off my gambling debts." Weapon hears this and immediately shouts, "So you did this because of your gambling debts?" Saki stands by, showing surprise. He continues, "You stood for a student to get some money, right?" His body trembles even more. Not just a little money, but 20. I, at first, also firmly refused, without letting him say more. Weapon shouts angrily, "Shut up. You're a scoundrel." As he yells, he tries to rush forward, but is stopped by Saki. "That's enough. Enough. How does that teacher look?" she softly asked. He recalled and said she was a tall female lecturer with long hair and violet eyes. She's quite tall too. The image he remembers is of an old man, wearing a purple outfit with bright blue eyes. After hearing this, Saki raised her hand and said, "Sounds like she was our teaching assistant then." I've never forgotten what I saw. Her eyes were very impressive, so I remember clearly. Mo nodded softly. "Huh?" Weapon continued asking him, "Wait, did the midterm exam incident also involve that person? Why? What happened back then?" He glanced to one side and said, "During the midterm exam, we encountered a mermaid demon." Hearing this, Saki seemed shocked and shouted loudly, "What now? So Ryan's hospitalization was due to fighting with that demon then?" Weapon also got startled and said, "Finally, the Loroi ban was lifted. That mermaid was handled by Kang alone." She heard this and looked a bit surprised. Yeah." He stood aside holding his phone and said, "So Mo has all the necessary information now." On his phone, he had already turned on recording, showing a number, 13 minutes and 5 seconds. Saki and Weapon were extremely surprised, gasping in shock. Suddenly, the sword was drawn out, blood splattered everywhere. Due to the sudden draw of the sword, he felt excruciating pain, screaming in agony. The four stood near the dungeon entrance. He spoke up. Just then, a dungeon that shouldn't have opened did open. Such circumstances could turn someone into a non-existent entity. Hearing this, he stammered, What do you mean?" Looking at her, he said to Chloe, "Handle this as an assassin." After hearing that, she immediately accepted the order. "Yes, got it." Then she drew her sword with a fierce expression. The sword was pointed directly at his neck, and she slowly said, "I will." He was drenched in sweat out of fear, his voice trembling as he pleaded. "Oh, no, wait, are you joking? Hold on, I'll finish him off." Swa's voice echoed, blood splattered everywhere on the floor. "The academy elder, lecturers, and those targeting me." Zoma stepped out, walking while secretly affirming, "Come here, I'll cut them all down." At this moment, a voice rang out. The fire deem's flames from the dungeon boss flickered. "Minito, when enhancing equipment with low-grade items and gold, it will definitely succeed." As Zoma approached the table, his hand reached for it. There was something on the table that looked quite eye-catching. He spoke up then. "Please enhance this for me." He placed it on the table in front of a worker who seemed speechless and stood there dumbfounded. Seeing it, he thought, "Oh my, did I really bring back such materials, a grade monster ingredients, even if you're an academy student like me?" As he imagined that terrifying scene, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He asked again, worriedly, "These grade materials, did you personally kill them all?" Hearing this, he wasn't surprised much but calmly replied, "With my team, how could I do it alone?" And this too, a card with an image of him on it. The frame had English text, "Academy study with a single sashimi knife, Below the frame was the number 34 and other things. Seeing the sword damaged from battle on the table, he sighed and said, "By the way, can we fix this too? Seeing you bring such worn-out swords," he got angry and shouted, "Hey kid, what did you do to your weapon that it's in this state?" Hearing him say this, he glanced up and repeated his question, "Like this, right?" Seeing his expression turn serious, he stepped back a bit, saying, "You should be more careful. I was worried about you getting hurt." After hearing that, the demon turned around to leave. Just taking a few steps, he said, "Then, I'm going now, as promised. I'll handle it." He had to agree after hearing that, muttering to himself, "Why did I end up in this situation? That damn rat. This time, I'll make it shorter for you." You clearly heard those words, but pretended not to and walked away. Suddenly, he stopped and spoke out. This action really scared him. He didn't fully walk off but turned half his body around, raising two fingers while speaking towards the man. "Sell the extra materials, drink some wine, that's all." Hearing that, he was so frightened he couldn't even sit properly, sighing deeply indeed. At school now, students were sitting neatly in the classroom. It had improved a lot, but later on, we might need to rely more on his weapon to reinforce it. While sitting on the chair, he pondered. After thinking for a while, he leaned back and sighed tiredly. Suddenly, a green screen appeared in front of him with countless words on it. As he read, he thought, the success rate is 12.7% when enhancing. The most notable thing was this enhancement rate. Unlike other stats, it would skyrocket after just one event. While reading, he recalled the previous battles and wondered if Niels Mink had completed another dungeon, which might increase again. It seemed things were getting better. In contrast to the rapid increases in stats, his gray hair didn't appear as much anymore. He remembered how he used to hold his head with both hands, trembling all over. Of course, the gray hair was still increasing, which couldn't be avoided. After turning from gray to white, would it use up completely? It was necessary to think about this because there were forces targeting him now, so he needed to prepare thoroughly. Having come this far, he couldn't keep waiting passively. He sat there in deep thought. He also needed to study how to use the blessings he received, the history of his blessings. For Leon, even though that was the main character, he still lagged behind him. His muscles would grow stronger with other blessings. There were many things to do. First, focus on recovering his body. After thinking this, he started moving his limbs, right? Red bean candy for recovery after completing a dungeon. The candy on the table caught his attention, as it was his first time forming a team and completing a dungeon. Now that his life was being targeted daily, it wasn't entirely unfortunate because at least he had two teammates who could be called friends. As he picked up the red bean candy, he thought, Weapon and Chloe, these two don't significantly affect the main story, but I'm not sure if Abel considers me a friend. He continued to think, Chloe fainted from exhaustion after returning from the dungeon, so maybe I should visit her sometime. Suddenly, a group of people entered noisily. He looked out curiously. Then he turned away and muttered, "When will my order expire?" He held his phone, looking at something that seemed surprising to him. It turned out someone had sent a message, but the sender couldn't be identified. The mysterious person wrote in English, "What are you doing?" He felt a bit strange about it. Who is this? Did I send it to the wrong number? More messages kept coming. Look in front of you. After reading that, he looked up. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw something shocking. The phone in his hand showed 8:54 a.m. It turned out to be Saki's phone. She quickly entered, raised her phone high, and smiled deviously. That happened. Wanbin spoke. From today on, Saki Ryuzo will be reassigned into our wolf class. Maintaining order, she stood on the podium with a smug smile. The teacher continued, I hope everyone gets along well. Announcing was over in 30 minutes. Change uniforms and gather in the research area. Done. After Wanbin finished speaking, the whole class shouted together. After hearing the announcement, the students were all agitated. Saki, yeah, but she's going to be in our class too. The bald teacher had already said it. She voluntarily reassigned herself. She walked towards somewhere amidst everyone's talk. Saki-sama, did you really get reassigned into our class? Saki-sama, what kind of man do you like? Ignoring the questions from those people, she didn't care at all. Jo-ma, who was sitting there, suddenly thought, she won't sit near me again, right? Known as a miracle generation, one of this year's for beautiful girls, Saki Ryuzo, along with the top 3 students and third-place student, walked together. Possessing outstanding intelligence in theory exams and not lacking strength, she was truly both scholarly and martial. Moreover, she was the daughter of Saki Kazuma, one of the 7 heroes. According to the setting, Saki Kazuma wasn't just a beauty queen, but also Japan's prime minister. She could be seen as a Japanese princess if we were to compare her. In this world, Japan is also a powerful nation. The other students treated her like they were seeing a star. I keep thinking, so you better not come here. 100% trouble isn't enough. It has to be 200%. Saki walked forward, ignoring the questions around her. Her hair fluttered past their faces as she moved. She sang a tune as she walked. Meanwhile, Yama sat on the chair, shaking and pleading, "Please, please, please." Then someone's voice echoed, "If you don't eat this, I'll take it away." He was surprised but didn't respond. She continued speaking, now using his name, King Joma. He looked up in surprise. She asked slowly, "Can I sit next to you?" Then she brought her phone screen forward with the words, "Set me number right now." Why has my bad feeling never been wrong before? At this moment, something was blocking their way. Inside, a voice sounded out. "So, what did you say before entering the dungeon?" The man in black on the chair began speaking. He said he wanted to check himself because of his concern for the students. The other person asked if there were any unusual circumstances. The man in black replied, "Well, thinking back now, I remember his face wasn't very good at that time." His voice shook as he spoke. He continued, "I understand. We need to check the environment one last time. You can leave now. Thank you for your cooperation." Outside, it was already dark and someone sighed nearby. The investigator outside said while smoking, "Deaths in the dungeon are quite common." Yes, but even if it's a simple accident, there would still be fewer bodies involved. But this case still left him feeling somewhat suspicious. When the search team entered the dungeon, they were shocked. Before them was a pile of bloody corpses, a mountain of dried bones and blood. The students from Hwajing Academy had been found, but this was definitely not something ordinary students could do. Those students returned safely, but the bodies of those who went in to rescue them were nowhere to be found. Outside the dungeon, the investigator asked if it was possible that the body got stuck inside the stone gate. He replied that while they couldn't completely rule out that possibility, the likelihood was very low. The stone gate had never been opened before. But questioning Hwajing Academy students over this wasn't feasible either. Indeed, this is a prestigious student from a noble family. "Can you order an interrogation, Watson?" the investigator asked him. Then he said, "I'll go handle it and come back later. Don't move, just smoke." Truly insane. Something caught his attention and someone fell to the ground. A girl in high boots walked over. He exclaimed, "Wait, what is that? Is it a demon?" She greeted cheerfully, "Hello." He was surprised, "Human." Something suddenly passed by him. With one thread, she cut his head off and said softly, "Goodbye. Humans have made pacts with demons. Your head is now flying in midair." She continued, "Hard work is good." But her eyes now glowed purple. "They're being too careless." Saki ate the red bean candy happily. As soon as she put it in her mouth, the delicious taste made her feel relaxed. The people around were enchanted by this, but Joma felt uneasy. He said unhappily, "Hey!" She turned to him and asked, "Why aren't you eating this?" "I've already shared it with others." He replied that Chloe often sat there. Hearing his words, she didn't feel uncomfortable but said instead, "Oh, really?" She continued speaking, "Where's my chairmates? Whoever sat there first gets to keep it. Did I get that wrong?" "You have a point there." "Yeah, you're right." After finishing her red bean candy, she said, "Wow, this is amazing." Just staring at her without saying anything. "Saki, why are you in the ranked class?" As he finished asking, suddenly someone shouted and everyone gathered 5 minutes early. Everyone had already gone to gather, leaving just 2 people here. He continued questioning, "Every ranked class has training days. Didn't you go?" She calmly replied, "Yeah, I'm taking some time to rest my spirit. Good luck." Saying that, she quickly took off her mask and fell asleep soundly. He whispered, "There's no point in talking anymore." Not fully asleep yet, Saki lifted the mask with her hand and said, "Oh, by the way, from now on don't call me Saki, call me Ryazodi." Hearing that, he was a bit surprised and asked back, "What?" She slowly explained, "In my country, close friends call each other by their first names instead of surnames." He countered, "Your weapon is named Saki too." She responded cheerfully, "What does that have to do with anything? I'm going to training anyway." Saying that, she slept soundly and had the whole day ahead. In another scene, Miura stretched back. "It's so tiring, huh?" Abel, sitting beside her, looked over. Abel seemed tired as he replied, "Yeah, I see." Miura asked him, "Are you really that upset?" She continued, "And this year the ranked class is missing a member too." Hearing that, Abel turned to say, "But what does Saki being transferred to the ranked class have to do with my sadness?" She asked her again, "I heard from Weapon last week that it formed a team with Kangzoma and cleared the dungeon completely." Hearing that, she was speechless. She continued, "Saki, she really is. Even if you like the moon, there should be limits." Hearing her mention this, she felt a bit nervous. Her face turned red. Miura continued, "There's an order of priority. Right, and King Joma is already chosen by my Lady Aben." Hearing that, she hesitated and shouted loudly, "Rachel, what did you just say?" She asked her, "I've noticed for a while now, every time I hear the name of a demon sword, Lady Aben reacts immediately." Aben responded, "Me and King Joma only talked a few times. We have no relation at all." Hearing that, she replied indignantly, "Hush. You don't believe what I'm saying." Miura asked again, "You said there's nothing now, but who knows about the future?" As she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up and her face fell. Outside, a loud voice was heard. "Starting from tomorrow, I will be temporarily appointed as an instructor at the academy." Abel entered a room. The angry fish said, "What? Are you still coming to school with me? I'm already getting too much attention. If you come." She didn't finish before Nibelung sternly took a sip of his drink. He said, "I will be in charge of the first-year ranked class." Hearing that, she was surprised. "What are you saying?" He calmly replied, "Did you forget so quickly? You were the one who asked me to do this during midterm exams, right?" She hesitated and said, "That thing." Even though she tried to hide it, the excited expression on his face was clear. What made him, the Emperor of Martial Arts, always seem bored? Shouldn't he fight like this himself? Abel thought back to Drummer, a remarkable genius who ignored all titles and origins, using strength alone to break through among nobles. She silently recalled those memories, even surpassing Leon van Venhat, the so-called hero candidate, clearly walking the path of a hero but never showing it. A man who never boasted about his achievements, quietly walking on a thorny road, embarrassed to death. "So," someone asked from behind. "Miura scared me half to death." She shouted loudly, "No matter what I think, I still." With King Zoma, I had no intention or time to hold onto those feelings. "You're thinking this." She continued, "Oh, if you mentioned SMUWCS, then I'm relieved." Miss Amen. Suddenly, she laughed as she said, "You don't need to compete with Zoma anymore." Lucky me, really lucky. I can handle Saki and that little one, but not you. The shy one said, "Huh, oh, so what?" Miura didn't say anything. The blessed rank is classified based on its essence. Someone was talking, if protected by a spirit, it's called a spirit rank. If an angel, then an angel rank. Saki lay on the table with her face down, saying recently, "Every time I dream of burning, my grandfather who passed away keeps appearing." Suddenly someone called out, "Yodelmet student, your ancestors only help you lift weights during gym class, not to grant blessings." Jorma looked at Saki with a helpless expression. The teacher above couldn't think of anything to say either. It's been 2 days since Saki was ranked, but I haven't heard the reason why she joined this class. She sleeps all day, so I never got a chance to ask. That is indeed hard to believe. He whispered again. Lucky Chloe is still in the hospital. The teacher continued teaching. The blessed rank is divided as follows. Most students here probably have a death spirit rank. Is that right? The teacher continued, but don't get too disappointed. Jalma whispered from below, so this is called getting an easy ride. He whispered again, even though I got one of those rare blessings a few days ago. Someone raised their hand and asked, Professor, what about the hero rank? The professor happily replied, the hero rank or the angel rank. Despite being a teacher on blessings, I must say this rank only exists in legends. Since humanity first opened the Mo blessing, only one person ever had it. Trung has already sown his seed. We'll continue this story next class. Stop here for today. Professor, someone called out. It was Jama. He raised his hand. The professor said, go ahead and ask. Student Jama. He spoke up. The blessed grace of the gods is always with you. Hearing that, the professor replied, I'm not sure what your question means, but there's a strange gap in your words. He asked slowly, what kind of gap? The professor happily said, because gods no longer exist on this world. Your eagerness to learn amazes me. He was silent for a moment. Saki opened her eyes and looked at him, but then she fell asleep again. It's slowly fading away. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Hey, Kango Ima, wake up! Hearing the call, he stops and sits up, not realizing his surroundings yet. He speaks softly. Oh, Saki next to him says, You were still complaining about me sleeping too much. How could you sleep so soundly? Turns out what he saw and experienced just now was all a dream, but it looks very real. Saki continues, waving her finger back and forth in front of his face. Well, we should thank me. If I hadn't woken you up, you would have been late for class in your sleep. As she speaks, she suddenly turns to look at him, feeling something strange. His eyes suddenly well with tears as they fall one by one. Later, he's sitting on a wooden bench outside, pondering something. Suddenly, he remembers when she asked him if he was okay in his dream. Was it a sad dream? He feels quite strange about it. I thought I was dreaming but can't remember anything. Trying to recall what he dreamed, he can't remember anything. It's bad enough that Saki always finds out I'm sleeping so much. And now I'm crying too? He feels extremely embarrassed about his uncontrollable actions just now. From afar, Weapon, Saki, and Chloe approach. Weapon says as he sees him sitting there, he's over here. Hearing the voice, he turns around to see them approaching. They walk up one by one. At this moment, Chloe is wearing a mask. Maybe her illness has improved slightly, so she still needs to wear it to avoid spreading it. Their conversation sounds lively. Let's summarize again. It seems the enemy is targeting the spirit sword inside and during the midterm exam. Saki points straight ahead and loudly says, Oh my god, I know already. How long are you going to keep doing this? That's why you can't be the top student. Keep it in your head. Don't make a fuss. She shouts at Weapon, If my ears bleed, you better take responsibility. I was so scared that I started sweating. He thinks about his uncontrollable actions and feels extremely embarrassed. Weapon also doesn't back down and retorts, Hey, do you think you'll always be the top student? Just wait until next week's written exam. Hearing him say that, she quickly covers her ears and pretends to ignore him. Her nose finally starts bleeding. Trying to stop the bleeding. Got it! Jama sits on the side not knowing what to do. Chloe stands by laughing non-stop. He quickly notices her and turns to talk to her. How's Chloe's condition? Seeing him ask, she quickly responds, Yeah, much better now. But I'm standing a bit away because I'm afraid of spreading my cold to everyone. Hearing that, his worries ease a little as he thinks, That's why she was standing over there. He continues, Saki, you must have heard this too. The current situation is very complicated. Even if I think about it alone, I can't come up with much. Just when he mentions Cao Cao appears. Saki leans close to him, says, Ryo, Joe, her face cold, making him a bit scared. She repeats her name, Ryoyo, leaving him standing there for a long time not knowing how to react. Suddenly, Chloe coughs loudly. Yoma notices and becomes worried. He turns to Saki and asks, Ryoyo, is this the right way to call you? Hearing that, she happily says, yeah, good job. I hope you can help me a lot, Yoma. Weapon from elsewhere adds, we've summarized what we know so it's easier to keep track of things. Saki sits on the chair with a small smile. It's that again, he sits on the ground, flipping through pages and vomiting. First, someone from the Academy's senior council is targeting him. Yama, second, the physical appearance of the female trainer we heard from the check-in staff was like this. Chloe stands by looking at Weapon's notebook. She's praising her. Zoma looks a bit grim on one side. The notebook says she's a female trainer, with light pink hair and cold eyes, relatively tall. She's aiming at Zoma, one of the Academy elders, mentioning their cunning hands. Can we turn danger into opportunity? After escaping again, he suddenly spoke up. Right, I think we can find it right away. But thinking about it, knowing this isn't really that important either. He asked further, since the elders' instructions aren't clear, they'll likely be blocked by editor from the start, right? Chloe quickly replied, yes. Jorma seems a bit surprised as if to say, really? Saki said, that female trainer, I'm sure I've seen her before, so I broke into the Academy's security system to check everyone from head trainers to assistants, total of 546 people. As she spoke, she remembered logging into the system. I found one person, but couldn't verify their identity. He turned and asked if he knew about such things too. She happily replied back, in this age of 4.0 technology, such techniques aren't unusual. She continued, still, the security system here is top-notch globally, so I can only act when it's weakest and tired in the morning. For this reason, don't treat me like just another sleepyhead without a reason. He thought to himself, truly demonic. He remembered that morning when he first started school. Did she find his phone number too? Weapon on one side said, so far, nothing has been clarified yet, and we can't break into the Elder's place to intimidate VPS. He continued, well, if it were me, as a demon, maybe, but it wouldn't solve anything and would make things worse. Saki agreed, yes, I agree with that. Chloe also said, same here. Weapon continued to suggest, so they decided to form our own club. As he spoke, he showed enthusiasm. He was surprised and said, a club? A club? Saki explained, yes, the Darwin Academy Club not only allows free movement, but also provides operational funding. Whether in combat or not, the Academy values cooperation among students, so there are corresponding privileges. She continued that one of these privileges is that clubs will be considered part of Jagan Academy. In other words, he cut her off and said, just being a club member already gets protection from the Academy. Surprised, she yelled, ouch. He continued, but we're still not enough as students. Saki lay on the chair and sighed, right, for us, both inside and outside, the club will act like double armor for convenience. Club System, one of the Miracle support features, showed characters with 999 affinity on screen. Since it's a school-setting game, players get private space to arrange furniture and items. Invite characters to increase intimacy or core otaku feature that made many fans spend money. I've been, late already. I've been waiting for you. It's the housing system. Back then, I was too busy so didn't care much about it. Never thought it would be useful this way when realized. You really didn't expect this. Janma asked if there were conditions for forming a club. He quickly replied that at least 5 people are needed. Write the club establishment plan and submit to the responsible department. He remembered something. 5 people? So we're one short. He asked again, but will all of you join this club? He said cheerfully, come on, Don't make me sad. Of course, nails, and I didn't mention it from the start. Chloe added, naturally, if it helps you. Drama. Saki also said, I helped you in the dungeon too. We need at least one brainy person in this group. As we grow up, our relationships are based on calculation and benefit. Yet now, people who just met recently trust and are willing to go with us. Even here where class distinctions still exist strictly. Thank you all. So let's boost the atmosphere by naming the club first. Okay, they all talked happily together. Assassination memories. Suddenly, Chloe thought of this. She spoke up. Eliminate all these corrupt forces. What do you think? Weapon stood aside and said, HMM. That name seems a bit off though. Even Jorma was speechless, while Chloe cried softly. Saki stood by and said as if they were patrolling the village, what's the point of that name anyway? Just put it this way, back when I was young, that was a fairy tale in my hometown. He spoke up, Saki, be quiet for a moment. You too, be silent. Maybe we should call it Fight Club, Assassination Memories, and all those names. It's just that the spirits don't feel like talking about them. Joma suddenly asked, what about forming a travel club? Conquer the dungeon while exploring outside at the same time. He said this, but no one questioned it further. Is something wrong? Everyone found it reasonable. Leon spoke up. I agree. Me too. Then let's decide on that. Saki spoke first. Now we need to find an advisor professor for the club. Next week there's a writing test, so prepare in advance. He had some doubts and whispered, is a travel club really okay? He was also lazy. Yeah, without an advisor professor, we can't establish the club. She continued speaking. Actually, this is the biggest problem. The advisor professor must be someone with a rank of professor or above. This time it's going to be difficult for them again. Chloe also started speaking. HMM, maybe we should ask the magic department professor. He's well known for being friendly and respected by many. Finally, Chloe proposed a solution. Weapon remembered his teacher as he spoke. Oh, is it Professor Damien? But he's very busy, so probably not. That's right, no one else fits the bill. He's always agreeing with her in the end. At first reluctant, but eventually agreed to this suggestion. Saki continued speaking from his seat. Out of over 500 staff members, there are only about 30 professors. And if we count those responsible for level 5 subjects, it's just around 10 people. They say to encourage club activities, but the system is full of contradictions. It's not easy at all. She turned to ask his opinion. What about you? Joma? No one has come up with an idea yet. He looked at her, hesitating to answer immediately and asked instead, as long as the advisor is a professor or above, right? She quickly replied, yes, but there are hardly any people above professors in the academy. He held his phone and said softly, not exactly none. Hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised. He raised his phone for everyone to see. Their surprise deepened even more. It's really true, the voice still echoes. The club establishment must be directly registered with the school by the club president. Joma spoke up, I'm the club president. Hearing this, the manager seemed not to believe and said, You didn't say anything but just stared straight ahead. The manager then spoke. Oh my, what are you thinking about right now? Just because of his status. Why would an education bureau staff act like this? He muttered to himself at this moment, it's really annoying. Then he spoke towards the manager. As long as it follows the procedure, we can establish it, so please accept my application. Suddenly, a voice echoed at that moment. Hey! The girl is much taller than him. She stretched her body toward him and said, the worst student in the class. To register for a club, you need a professor advisor support. From what I see, no one seems willing to be an advisor for you. He kept his calm expression as he looked at her and asked, what do you mean? She slowly repeated the question, didn't you understand what I said? She continued, I think there's no professor in the academy who wants to be an advisor for a special student like you. After saying that, she sat down and turned to someone else. So with such background, you should know your place. He stood aside thinking, as expected, if this continues, the academy will disappear without anyone noticing. He continued thinking. He wanted to be straightforward, but things didn't go according to his plan. In my previous job in catering, I've met plenty of people like her. People even more unpleasant than her are not rare. So staying silent is the best option now. I understand that. But deep down, I want to punch her. He was clearly annoyed but still held back. He stood there holding his phone. Yes, I'm listening. She looked surprised and listened intently. He continued speaking. I'm at the club registration place. She panicked and asked, who did you call to come here? He didn't pay attention as he kept talking. Oh, if you're nearby, it wouldn't be a problem for you to come over and help me. You haven't even gotten bored yet. Alright, I'll see you later. Hearing Jamal finish speaking on the phone, she slammed her hands on the table and said, this is unbearable. Do you think this is a joke? Why are you calling me like this? He calmly replied, just do your job properly. Someone will come to help me soon. Hearing that, she was surprised and shouted, what? She angrily shouted at him. On what right are you treating me like this? Your bagger must be bigger than the Education Bureau, right? The people around didn't dare to look up in response. She continued shouting, you won't respect me and you'll face consequences. Did you know I'm the cousin of the academy's principal? All it takes is one word from me. The special student like you will be expelled. He didn't pay much attention, just giving a dry laugh. Ha ha! She became even more furious. She continued shouting at him. Do you think I'll let this slide? You'll see. Jamal remained calm and said, listen, your voice is too loud here. Hearing that, she was so angry her face turned red. She shouted loudly, what, you cheeky bastard? He continued speaking calmly. With a face like that exposed, everyone can see how much they hate it. I didn't even talk for long and you've already shown your true colors. At this moment, she threw something at the spot where he was standing. Everyone around is panicking, not knowing what's wrong with the car. She looks a bit surprised too. A foot touches the ground and dust rises up, looking very powerful. He looks at the direction someone is coming from and says, she's here to help me, so she should greet first. She looks extremely shocked, her face turning pale. That's my club advisor, he softly introduces. A woman with a slender figure, red eyes and green hair steps towards them. Boysen moves to his spot and says, it's been a while since I've met you directly, John Ma. It's really nice to meet you again. He cheerfully replies, you're so busy yet still find time for me. I'm truly sorry. She also smiles and says, what's the problem? If you have a lot of work, I'm happy to help. I called her and she came right away. At this moment, she suddenly thinks it might be King John Ma. She can't believe that the person talking to her is him. He's actually the top student of Nam Nai. She's quite surprised by the situation. When she pulls down his jacket, she sees his name tag. Boysen speaks up. Hand me that file over. I'll work with the administrative office here. You should go back to study. Next week we have our writing contest. He quickly replies, yes, anything you remember, okay? After saying this, he turns and leaves. The sound of the chair hitting the ground. Someone pushes her chair to sit down. She nervously says, Director, it's just a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. She stammers out in fear. Boysen points at her and says, no need to explain anything. I guess the issue is about his background, right? That must be it. She points towards a student and says, if you bother such an outstanding student from our academy, that's not going to work out well. Then she hands her a piece of paper. She looks terrified. Boysen holds the paper loosely and slowly says, give me 5 minutes. She softly says, write it down, just one sentence, but it carries a lot of weight. She looks at the paper on the table with trembling lips, sweat droplets forming. Meanwhile, Boysen sends a message. I'll be waiting for you in the principal's office whenever you come. Your application has been received. We just need one more member to establish the club. He says that employee must have been fired already. Zampa quickly replies, thank you. I'll visit you next time. Then another message comes in. reminding her to come here after school today. He steps into a basement, and as he opens the door, he says, "Hello, father is here now." The blacksmith continues with his work without saying anything. After some time, he turns back and says, "I'm getting weapons, right? Hold on." He whispers from afar, "This is the first time I see him as a real blacksmith." Thinking to himself, he wonders what the old man thinks of him, but as a gamer, he both loves and hates him. His thoughts continue. "Although I hate him now, I feel sorry for him after last time. In the end, I still have some sympathy for everyone." He whispers to himself, "It's so hot." As he says this, he pulls down his collar to loosen it up. The blacksmith is almost the only one responsible for making weapons for all players here. Cleaning, designing. With the nature of a blacksmith's work, good or bad luck can affect players who need his help. Therefore, when upgrading fails, he bears all the blame. As a player, I haven't felt it much, but for those who pay a lot to upgrade and fail, they find him extremely annoying. Wylan offered an oddie grade item. Wylan brightened up, dispelling all darkness. Everything will fade with time. Even people called him Doom Wylan with a less friendly nickname. That makes sense. Every time I upgrade from B to E, I just want to pay my respects to the ancestors, just thinking that when someone spoke up. Hearing this, he snapped awake and looked up. He sat on a chair and said, "Nothing really, just reminiscing and seeing him as an old acquaintance." In response, he replied, "So, does that mean you're also handsome like me? I must be very self-obsessed." Continuing, his weapon is perfect, exactly as you hoped. "This is the result of my hard work. Please use it well." Seeing that made him a bit dazed. He continued, "I added special attributes to it, check for yourself." On the table was a perfectly improved knife. It no longer looked as scary as before. Suddenly he shouted loudly, "Hi Lan." At his action, he seemed slightly startled and said, "What's wrong? Why are you so scared?" On the screen, it displayed, "Blessing of the Warrior. Pain disappears completely." Since the number of blessings met the requirement, the duration was adjusted. Duration 40 to 50 seconds from noon. 50 seconds, really? Thinking about the difficult dungeons that need to be conquered, 40 seconds seemed a bit short. Even an extra 10 seconds would be good. Later, when upgrading weapons and other equipment, the duration will increase. That's indeed fortunate. He looked at the screen while pondering. Before, I thought blessings weren't necessary, but now I realize how useful the warrior Makong Choma's blessing is compared to a spirit level 1. Turning back to the knife, he said, "Right, he told me to check this." As soon as he picked up the knife, its information appeared. Mujamasa improved, 35 centimeters, break C, vibration V, hardness E. Grotho is a small but versatile and multi-purpose dagger made from carbon steel. It contains master-level secrets. Looking at the screen, he continued, "Considering the effort put in, this upgrade is decent, but I'm still not satisfied because I used a grade noble materials, thus, I think it should be at least C grade, but isn't." He thought about his past. If he had to add more power later for combat, an increased hardness would be fine since he'd faced higher-level monsters. Looking at the screen again, he said, "This button keeps making noise. Let me press it." The screen showed, "Tap to activate additional function." Pressing the screen revealed numerous strange things, surprising him greatly. On the screen, it read, "Weapon upgrade successful, 3 new slots for skills added. Skills will activate randomly when used." He said in surprise, "So I need higher grade magic stones?" Looking at the screen, he was startled. Finding suitable skills would be quite difficult. Let's think about it later. Somewhere else, a glass of water was thrown out. Someone angrily shouted, "Damn it." The mirror there had been broken, and the person in front of the mirror laughed maliciously, "Ha ha." Someone sat down on the ground, laughing but not really. It felt strange, ha. He picked up a purple bottle and drank it. After drinking, he threw the bottle far away. The sound was very loud. He leaned against the cushion and said, "What should I do now?" Looking at the photo, he spoke. "Ajem, Rimming von Pem Inguk." one of the 7 holy heroes once called the Lion. But my father passed away 45 years ago during the campaign to eliminate Mob Beast Commander Bachman's forces. He was hailed as a hero by everyone. After my father's death, attacks on our family's possessions continued. At that time, he was very young. To survive until now, I've harbored so much resentment. I plotted for those who ordered the assassination to turn against each other as enemies. Back then, he tried to escape from the pursuit. Finally, I stabilized the situation and protected our family BING. By age 30, I became a senior at Joey Queen Academy. There, I guided humanity's foolishness in maintaining the selection of saints for the academy. I saw it as my mission to fight against the demon race. Since demons always threaten humanity, I used that to strengthen Leon von Reinhardt's power. He is a brave hero capable of defeating the king of demons. Of course, he still needs to work hard because the gap between human and demonic strength is too great. Leon's chances of eliminating the demon king are almost zero right now. He looked up and continued speaking, but the original Balor Jarwin, the primordial hero, sealed a half-demon general who was more powerful than him. That precedent is real. It's possible for similar events to happen again. Therefore, we need to handle Leon to maintain the threat of demons against humanity. Only then can we have a foothold. It seems he's made up his mind. He muttered, "These alchemists don't even know their true identities, yet they're bothering me. Someone has arrived and she has pink hair." He turned around in surprise. The moment we met, he recognized who was stronger. This person had directly signed a contract with a demon of the general rank. A human who completely abandoned humanity to follow magic, becoming a half-demon or an evil being. Sitting there, he said that Leon alone is headache enough. Now at this special student, things are really complicated. We've investigated everything but haven't found anything concrete yet, so the work hasn't progressed much. Suddenly, he asked, "Is anyone here?" Someone replied, "It's Elder Claddy." He said, "Let's deal with those monsters." What does he want to do by dealing with those monsters? Jorma held a pen and drew a moon gem on his notebook. As he drew, he pondered endlessly, "Magic stones, magic stones, magic stones." Jorma thought that the presence of magic stones on weapons was clearly illogical. Magic stones appeared 3 times. If this were a game, they would have checked possession already. But if it's a game, he pondered aloud, magic is material dropped when defeating a boss in some dungeons. It only drops from a class monsters and above, but calling them mild is misleading. Truly, they are demons. Here, the demons were extremely uncomfortable. Are we dealing with demons? Indeed, it's ironic. Could it be because my name has a ma in it? He turned to look at Saki Ryuyo beside him and asked, "Why is she still awake this late?" A week has passed since conquering the abyss. Demons suspect that magic stones are the key to Kofking's location. The origin of these magic stones comes from the ancient beast Gigant. It's unclear why someone managed to defeat Gigant, but it's certain that the magic stones exist because of this. He silently assessed, even in a game, Gigant is described as an extremely terrifying demon lord that can shake the land with just one step. But compared to later demons, Gigant is much more bearable. Oh, E-Snake, Basilisk, Manticore, Lich King Drogue, these are like genius beings. Jorma was a bit uncertain. Should he risk his life for weapons with special abilities? Usually, Leon handles monster hunting and magic stone collection tasks. Chloe approached and asked, "Jorma, is this spot still available?" Seeing her, he quickly responded, "Chloe, it's a good morning." He then gestured for Chloe to look at the place where Saki Ryuyo was sleeping soundly. To avoid awkwardness, Yama asked Han, "Are you fully recovered now?" She replied cheerfully, "Yes." Only Yama had a tough day that day. His sword still emits blue light. He suddenly interrupted, "Oh, Chloe, about that." Realizing her mistake, she quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry." He slightly lowered his head and thought, "Aura, right. Magic stones are worth hunting." Jorma recalled their previous battle. He couldn't help but calculate. It seemed contradictory, but now he craved power. He had put aside thoughts of peace, safety, and stability. However, the core goal remained unchanged: survival. He looked out the window with some concern as unpredictable variables kept targeting him. Demons were silent but brooding. A month had passed since he started school, only 3 years left now. The truth about the second great war between humans and demons will unfold soon. Behind them, Chloe and Speed Weapon happily greeted each other. "Hello, Chloe." "Hey there." Since Ma still had his eyes on preparing for that, enhancing personal strength and acquiring special skills for weapons was no longer a choice but a necessity. Sweet Weapon curiously asked Saki Ryuzo, who was dozing off, "Why is she here?" Chloe immediately warned him, "If you're thinking of doing anything to me, just leave. You still have that grudge. If this keeps up, the outcome of the big battle will be hard to predict." The main character Leon isn't exactly reliable. And at this moment, Speed Weapon was sneaking up next to Saki Ryudo. He quickly got punched by her, but Kursama kept thinking so didn't notice, even if Mermaid were a demon now. But that hero in waiting was defeated with just one strike, truly speechless. "I can't take it anymore," and shouted out loud, getting all flustered. Sweet Weapon pouted and whispered to herself, "Captain, you hit me first." Joma exclaimed in surprise when he saw him. "When did you get here?" Saki Ryo removed her blindfold and answered, "Probably about 10 years. Speed Weapon seriously asked the captain. "I was going to ask about forming a club," Ma Pingtan replied. "The principal approved it. We just need one more person to start operations, so don't call me captain too soon." He nodded understandingly. "Okay, got it." "Oh yeah, listen up, Leon has been really active lately. Heard he cleared out several high-level dungeons." Hearing that, his face fell again. "Finally, just like the main character, I'll retract what I said earlier." Saki Ryu sighed. He conquered a dungeon yesterday too, with a small team at that. "We're still struggling with level C dungeons." Sweet Weapon was surprised and asked, "You know more than me, right? Following Lion? What's that about?" "Not denying means it's true. You're watching over Lion too?" Saki Ryo turned to look at Ma. Finally, she grumbled unhappily, "No, I don't care." "So what is this then?" Jama continued reading the lines. "Leon is growing up. At this rate, he'll probably receive a literary subject in his next survival training on the deserted island. To be honest, it's already a miracle that a sushi without any skills like me has survived until now." He sighed inwardly, "Just a hypothesis. But what if I'm the lucky charm for the main character, bearing all the risks for Leon?" That thought isn't very pleasant. Jama clenched his fist and muttered to himself. But still, he wasn't going to sit idly by. "To survive, I'm ready to swing my scythe without hesitation." He kept warning himself, "I have no reason to pursue the perfect righteous path like a main character. I'm not the main character. I'm Jama." Zoma softly affirmed, "Whatever it is, just cut it out." Hearing this, Saki Ryuzo curiously asked him, "Do you like anime?" Zoma quickly denied. "No, not at all." She continued questioning, "What was that line about then?" "A game." Meanwhile, a maid led a group of people through the academy. Barrick excitedly called Layson, "Hey Captain, we're really being valued now. Even the headmaster Jarquin personally called us in. Maybe it's time for the captain to step into the spotlight." She warned sternly, "If you don't want to lose your last tongue, keep quiet." Hearing that, he blurted out a teasing remark. "Oh my, Captain, why do you always bring it up?" T-Pung reminded him quickly, "You're new so you don't know, but the captain hates higher-ups." Barrick was a bit confused and asked, "What? Why did you agree this time?" He replied as if it were obvious. "It's hard to refuse such a large sum of money." He laughed loudly in agreement. "That makes sense. Just for working and earning, each deposit is already 100 million per person. And success comes with double the reward." At this moment, Sen spoke up. The two of them, silent, they obediently replied, "Understood." Howray stood before the main door and called in, "Merclady von Bernhard, I've brought them here. The person inside is wide awake. Let's bring them in." The villainous assassin alliance undertaker includes Predator as the team captain Layson and vice captain Zhang Ti, Peng and team member Perik. They quickly stepped into the room. Seeing them, Bernhardt widened his eyes. Clearly, they've had a hard time getting here. Layson maintained his cold demeanor and didn't respond. He quickly gave orders to his subordinates. Bring this over to them. She held a file in her hand. It includes a photo of John Marr. Barrick looked at him and grumbled unhappily. What? They look like kids who haven't grown enough hair yet. Their faces just look like spoiled brats, right? I'm even more handsome. Bernhardt then requested that next week would be a survival training on an island. Handle him there. As mentioned before, the advance payment is 100 million won per person, and the reward will be transferred separately. Layson suddenly asked, what about after handling it? He gently placed his cup down and answered softly, throw it away. Bernhardt cruelly said, there's plenty of sea around the island. Just let the fish smell it or feed it to the sharks. During John Marr's writing test, he mumbled while eating a piece of bread, and Huisheng was first discovered in 694. He glanced at some words on his notebook and continued. After the heroic revolution in France, John Marr fell into deep thought again. Even though I performed well in the midterm exam, it said that the rankings will be publicly posted. He couldn't help thinking of his two friends Saki Ryo and Speed Weapon. If not for that, I would have just done a half-hearted job. The two members of their group are the top scholar and second scholar. Yoma thought to himself, as head teacher, I can't be looked down upon. I don't know what she said. Suddenly, his phone rang on the desk. He was very confused. Who is it? It's so early in the morning already. Yoma vaguely guessed, could it be Mom? Saki Ryo asked him, are you writing today? Have you had breakfast yet? Yoma quickly replied, I've eaten a sandwich. She then meticulously instructed him to ensure he replenished his sugar levels before the test. Otherwise, your brain won't function well. Have you seen the effect of Isekai'd? It helps with metabolism, good for weight loss, anti-aging, skin care, blood purification, and has cancer prevention effects too. The other side continued boasting. How is it? That's why I always carry Isekai'd with me. After reading, he could only sigh helplessly. Oh my god, it's still so early in the morning and she's already saying crazy things. Yoma replied to the message, in our country, people often eat something sweet before exams as a tradition. Saki Ryo was very happy upon seeing this, replying quickly. She curiously asked, really, what is it? He immediately suggested eating candy floss. Saki Ryo read and angrily scolded, you eat it yourself. Here, Yoma. Ignoring her continuous spam calls, Jorma firmly put down the phone. Jorma thought to himself, I have to do well in this exam. I can't lose to that drug addict. Soon, the four friends gathered together, and Jorma anxiously cursed under his breath. It's over. The fool has finished writing. Facing him now. Sweet Weapon continuously questioned Saki Ryo. Why did you write it like that at the beginning? She smiled playfully and teased him. Who would explain a dead god in such a way? Chloe suddenly leaned over to ask Han Jomar, Jomar, is your answer okay? He hesitantly replied, Question 3, I just chose randomly. Upon hearing this, she loudly sighed. It's an essay question. How can you choose randomly? Chloe laughed awkwardly. Are you making fun of me? In reality, Jomar was very troubled. He had to recall his game knowledge to answer, but should do better than Chloe, right? As if remembering something, he turned to probe her. Chloe, have you heard anything from Nocturne? Not for quite some time now. Chloe jumped and exclaimed. Oh, actually, she scratched her cheek. Nocturne called me yesterday, but I went to bed early so didn't answer. Yama kept questioning. What time was that exactly? Chloe looked away and lied. Around 7 p.m. Lately, I've been staying up late studying. Of course, he didn't believe that. You're a night owl. It's definitely because she deliberately didn't answer. Yama fell silent in thought. The editor members' phone numbers are top secret, so unless Nocturne came to see us directly, we can only get news from Chloe. They might have their reasons, but they still seem a bit awkward around each other. After all, they're brothers. I hope they'll be more harmonious. Sweet Weapon suddenly hugged her head and shouted loudly. Why? I've been staying up for days to study. Saki Ryuyo pointed at her head and mocked her. Just accept it, that's all. It's just a difference in spirit. Suti. Never mind. Jamba sighed tiredly. So noisy. He was surprised when she clicked her tongue and sat down beside him. Saki Ryuyo asked loudly, "What were you two talking about so happily? Are you guys actually dating?" Jorma secretly scoffed. It's because they're still young. They just think that way, but Chloe seems very happy behind his back. Dating, me and my friend Jorma are dating. Before he could finish, Jorma denied it. No, I've said this many times. It's not like you think. Saki Ryuyo didn't give up, really? She leaned in to question him. Why do you never reply to my messages then? Jorma calmly replied, what for? Just once I didn't answer. Chloe suddenly called out softly, Jorma. Yama turned around sharply and saw her blazing with anger. Chloe angrily glared at Saki Ryuyo. Two of them, acting like that. Jorma was surprised. Why? They didn't say a word when they were just sitting together, but now it's like this just because of a mistake. Sweet Weapon was taken aback too. Chloe, what's going on? Saki Ryuyo added fuel to the fire. What's wrong with Chloe? She looks fine now. Yama got annoyed and told her, move back a bit. Saki Ryuyo continued taunting. Why is this happening? You've known Chloe for a long time, right? King Yama, you know why she's like this. He muttered to himself angrily. What on earth is she thinking? Meanwhile, Chloe was still calling out names. King Yama? She angrily shouted. Didn't I promise it would just be that? Saki Ryuzo put a hand on her shoulder and asked, what's the matter? What's the matter? You know Chloe well enough. King Yama, you should know why she is like this. Saki Ryuzo if he called out. What's going on? What's wrong with her? Yama nervously asked Ryuzo. Ryuzo, do you know what Inder is? She laughed at herself and said, Nying, DRE, that's English, right? What does it mean? I'm not very familiar with English. Saki Ryuzo tried to add, what is that? Speed Weapon quickly stepped forward to stop her. Haven't you understood the situation yet? He worried and muttered, she's really losing it. When Saki Ryuju was pushed by Speed Weapon, she angrily, hey, why push me? I win, Kenio. Chloe suddenly pulled out a long knife. Yama was alarmed and blamed himself. That's different now. What do we do now? Recently, I've been neglecting my inner study videos on YouTube and forgot how to handle this. Chloe advanced with a threatening look. From now on, her eyes were full of resentment. I'll make you see only me. Jorma tried to salvage the situation. Chloe, let's talk properly. Ignoring him, she slashed towards him. Speed Weapon screamed in horror. Jorma and Saki Ryuyo were surprised and gasped. She stabbed the knife into his body and cursed. You always make me so frustrated. She was furious, always surrounded by other girls instead of me. When John Malik passed by, Chloe's knife sliced towards Saki Ryuyu. He immediately hit her hand. Saki Ryuyu thanked him with a grateful sound. Chloe continued to attack while I tried my best for him. She slashed down again. Speed Weapon and Saki Ryuyu stared wide-eyed at them. Yama successfully held Chloe back. He seriously said, Chloe, calm down, let's talk. Her hand was trembling slightly, muttering softly, don't do that. Yama commanded, calm down, listen to me. She angrily screamed, you never contacted me and now you're talking. What kind of conversation is this? He explained seriously, I just want to talk directly with you. Using a broken phone like that lacks emotion between us. She asked again, between us? Janma emphasized, right? Between us. He whispered close to her face, Chloe, Janma knows, now is the time to be strong. He sweetly said, thank you for always thinking of me. She couldn't believe what she was doing. Sweet Weapon blushed and felt embarrassed, while Saki Ryuyo felt extremely uncomfortable. Yama continued, since the Buffalo prison days, I've always relied on you. Don't be too upset about it. Hearing this, Chloe was extremely happy and said, really? In his heart, he sighed with relief. It seemed they had turned things around successfully. Sweet Weapon asked Jorma worriedly, are you okay? He nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm fine. Chloe called out to him, Jomar, what should we talk about now? Looking at the mess on the table, he said, first, clean up this place. Yeah, that's right. Only Saki Ryuyo quietly left. He watched her go and thought, she's doing it again. By the afternoon when school ended, both Saki Ryuyo and Speed Weapon were thinking about King Jomar. Sweet Weapon remembered when Chloe suddenly got angry. Any situation related to Jomar makes Chloe release intense hostility. One can guess that Chloe's feelings for Jomar are like a cat's. He used me once, but what surprised me more was seeing him hold a sushi knife behind that worn-out, sweet exterior. Speed Weapon paused for a moment. Even though he always tried to convince and soothe with words, Jomar actually mixed soothing with violence. In emergencies, he knows how to leverage fear from violence. He might seem like an antagonist at first glance, but in reality, he defines himself as the essence of a monarch. Sweet Weapon firmly believes in one thing without any doubt. The more he does it, the bigger impact it will have. He turned to ask Saki Ryuyo next to him, what's wrong with you? She replied grumpily, what do you mean? Sweet Weapon pointed out, you've been frowning the whole time. Saki Ryuyo innocently said, I didn't do anything. He didn't delve into it further. Alright, forget about it. But what are you doing with your phone? She stared at her phone as she replied, I'm deleting videos because the viewers aren't following my instructions. Hearing this, Speed Weapon wondered, viewers? What's that? You do YouTube too? Saki Ryuyo quickly switched to a screen showing the app she was using if Inder rushed in. Then she said indifferently, it's not professional, just for fun. Sweet Weapon exclaimed, what is that? Perfectly handling Inder. 210,000 views. Wow, what a pity to delete them. Why delete them? Saki Ryuyo sounded a bit sulky. Never mind, I don't need it anymore. He stopped there too. Alright then, up to you. Sweet Weapon was curious again. What's the channel name? Saki Ryuyo spoke in Japanese. Are you trying to teach Japanese? Who learns like that now? She explained. I just made it up. I didn't think about anything. He chuckled teasingly. Saki Ryuyo spoke in Japanese with an accent. She shyly scolded. Just stand there and laugh. Evin darling. The next day, Yama went to the Jagan Academy library. Starting from Wednesday of the following week, a 3-day 2-night survival training on the island of Avalon would take place for all students. Although it might sound harsh, the academy allows groups of 1 to 4 people to form their own teams freely. Additionally, detailed schedules and information about the training are shared with the entire academy. This is an event-like activity. Similar to camping or field trips, he stood in the library and whispered, I found it. Abel and Leon's survival on the island, identifying poisonous plants. The survival techniques of Professor 1B from Galax those should be enough, right? However, since it's a survival training, the academy sees this as an opportunity, even though it doesn't affect grades. Each student's self-reliance will be evaluated over these 3 days and 2 nights. He sat on a table lost in thought, reflecting back. Even for someone like him who used to play games, this training was memorable. Because in the main storyline, Leon would receive a sword from Ban Meng, a holy and demon blade that would become his primary weapon. Jomar reminisced about Abel and Leon's story. Feeling emotions starting to rise, the ice wall between them would eventually crumble. He sighed softly when he was engrossed in this event. There were things worth competing for, but now, nothing mattered anymore. Jomar opened the book and continued his deep thoughts since joining school. I've been constantly caught up in life or death situations, walking a thin line between a storm. He's become cold to emotions. The academy elders are targeting him. There's a mysterious member with unknown identity, and he still needs to recruit more members for the club. He feels a bit gloomy. Even if he were a beauty, it wouldn't be the right time to ask for such feelings. No matter who the other party is, youth means waiting for another life. Despite Duma's intense ambition as a swordsman, what interests him more is the Ban Meng Holy Sword. As a swordsman, he can't deny his desire for it. Being an ex-player, he knows Ban Meng's position and power all too well, making him even hungrier. Searching for Ban Meng fragments is crucial. No matter how much he knows about the pieces, he still can't get them. Players will be thrilled when they see it appear, but to own Ban Meng, a sword that chooses its master, means the system immediately pops up asking, "Oh, Bearer of Light, can you prove your worth?" When activating the Miracle's blessing, it will show requirements. Save the world from the Demon King's hands. Thinking this over, Joma feels disappointed again. A weapon destined for the main character is out of reach. He can only yearn for it while carrying a sushi knife bought at Daiso. The comparison is terrible. He tries to console himself. So don't covet what you can't have. It's better to review survival skills needed for the 3-day trip. Avalon Island is a deserted island without monsters, hoping there won't be any unexpected situations like last time in the dungeon. Joma carefully calculates, with the headmaster's special order, a temporary high-ranking member and an Emperor swordsman will join the monitoring team, which should be fine. He's a bit excited that one of humanity's strongest heroes might lead freshmen on a camping trip. Though it deviates from reality, this might help him safely achieve his goals. Joma searches through books while asking himself if they contain the information. He continues to think aloud. In an age where internet is full of all kinds of info, he's not going to the library just for basic survival knowledge. Old information must be in these ancient books because he needs something specific on Avalon Island. Joma quickly returns to his desk. He flips through pages muttering, "Avalon is an island far west, a mysterious place with ever-changing terrain. In the middle of the island lies an ancient lake called Queen's Lake and some minority groups. It's also known as the Land of Origin or Paradise. Currently, it's a deserted island without inhabitants." After reading some disappointing drama, he sighs with boredom. All old info. He feels helpless. No, must I search the entire library? Where am I? At this moment, an unfamiliar voice echoes. "Are you here too?" Leon pats Joma's shoulder and politely asks. Reinhardt's two female classmates look surprised as their faces turn red. "Huh? Really?" Reinhardt greets him. "Long time no see." As Joma looks at the red-bound book in Reinhardt's hand, he wonders, Introduction to Magic? King Joma suddenly remembers his previous battle with Reinhardt, despite his claim of using it as a learning experience. "Leon, now's not the time for studying spells in the library." Seeing Reinhardt's cheerful face, Joma thinks, how can one doubt him? Reinhardt approaches King Jomar and asks, "What are you reading?" Jomar doesn't hide, just some stuff related to Avalon Island for next week's training, trying to gather information. Hearing this, Reinhardt falls silent. Jomar looks at him with confusion. After a moment, Reinhardt suddenly says, "You're really dedicated." Duma hints as if he wants to say something but stops. He thinks back to his diligent study days and concludes, yeah, hard to deny it, physical training, dungeon exploration, busy life because of knowing what's coming in 3 years. Thinking this way, Reinhardt seems casual about taking care of himself. In the library, Leon Van Ziechat's voice echoes, "Taking care of yourself. You're different from me. I'm different too." Joma thinks about his recent interactions with Leon Van Ziechat and starts to doubt him. Where does he come from? His actions don't match the game's character, but feel different from what I know of Leon. Observing the person in front, Reinhardt's face shows a hint of sadness as if struggling with something. Reinhardt holds the book and heads towards the door. Good luck. It's almost closing time. Joma watches him leave politely. Thanks, Leon. You too. He follows Leon Van Ziechat's retreating figure, thinking of the burden of a hero carrying humanity's fate on his shoulders. The light from the sliding door casts Leon Van Ziechat's shadow long and dark, feeling like both shoulders are weighed down by light and darkness. As if not noticing him anymore, he buried his head in his books, trying to find something before the library closes. In the survival training on Ja Island, at the training ground, Mirror laughed excitedly. "See, I ran into you here. It's hard to see you." Saki, "Oh, it's been a while since I last saw you." Abin turned to look in their direction just as they appeared. Chloe's eyes widened in surprise. Blonde hair. Saki Ryuyo greeted her. hello, and Aben was also here too. The four of them split into two groups standing opposite each other. Miura laughed bloodily. Aben politely greeted him. Are you ready for the training session today? Saki Ryo looked at her straightly. Yeah, just like usual, and what about you? Aben! Miura glanced between them before smiling softly. She turned to glare at Saki Ryuzo, this sneaky one, jumping behind us without being noticed. It seems he's enjoying his school life lately. Saki Ryuzo calmly replied, everything is following the routine, no need to inform you guys about it. Miura glanced at Aben before saying something cryptic. Huh, so I have to watch Joma being robbed like this? Aben pursed his lips. Rachel! Just thinking of Saki Ryo getting close to King Joma made Miura furious. She interrupted Aben's words with a growl. What is it? That little Saki not only went with him to the Buffalo Dungeon last time, but also joined the same club. This training session of 2 nights and 3 days, she was by his side again. Hearing her say that, Saki Ryo replied, yeah, this time I wanted to join alone. Chloe stood behind her, immediately chimed in. That's right, Ma said there were a few things he wanted to try on his own, so decided to act alone during this training session. Aben stood opposite, lips moving as if wanting to say something but stopped. Miura got excited again. Oh, really? Really? She asked excitedly, meaning in this 2-night 3-day survival training, none of us are assigned to go with Jorma, right? Saki Ryo widened her eyes. What else do you want to say? Finally, Aben couldn't hold back and asked, Vecho, what are you thinking? Miura's eyes sparkled brightly. Jorma only said he wanted to go alone, but didn't say anyone was forbidden from following. Saki Ryo seemed at a loss for words, a miraculous argument indeed. Miura laughed schematically. I think all 4 of us are thinking the same thing, right? So I propose a fair game called the wire rope game. Saki Ryo wasn't convinced much. Fair. Aben hesitated. Rachel, the game. Miura thought about everyone teleporting and falling onto Ja Island. She got excited. Everyone knows that already. Due to the changing terrain and environment on Avalon Island, even with spatial portals, we will end up in different random locations. Miura raised her hand and continued. Just gathering at one place is a big challenge, and that's also the main attraction of this training session. Saki Ryo was getting impatient. Let's get to the point. Miura continued. So, she thought about King Joma's figure during the 2-night 3-day survival training, her face turning red throughout. The first one to find gets to take Joma for themselves. The others must yield. Hearing Miura say this, all 3 were shocked. Saki Ryo couldn't help asking back. What? Miura laughed openly and replied, just do whatever you want, talk, confess, anything as long as it doesn't hinder others. Chloe was confident, but it's fun too, I'll win this time. Saki Ryo also got excited, that sounds fun. So the evidence will be sending photos as proof. Miura paused for a moment before agreeing immediately. Fine, little one. Let's see how mature you've become. Aben was flushed and trembling all over. She repeated what Miura said earlier in her head. Find first. Take Joma alone. Aben thought of herself as to parallel lines with King Joma. She paused. The name you gave him is clear in her mind now. King Joma. Miura turned to look at her and asked with a smile. Aben agreed too, but Aben refused instead. Sorry, Rachel. She lowered her head, her eyes dim as she hesitated. Having made up her mind, Aben turned to everyone and spoke decisively. No time for these little jokes. I withdraw. Miura didn't seem disappointed either. She said with a smile, okay then, let's just play together. Saki Ryo looked at Aben as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Aben turned and left. Behind them, Miura spoke up. Recently we're in special training, so very busy. Chloe couldn't help admiring Aben's back. So dedicated. At the same time, at the Yamato camp, Wang looked tired and rubbed his temples. So exhausted, stayed up late in the library last night. He reached into his pocket and muttered, I've already written down everything important on my phone, even if it's not an area with monsters. But following the principal's instructions, he still had to bring basic weapons, 24 sushi knives from the convenience store, and a secret weapon. He checked his phone as Ma King read the latest 3 messages from the principal. It happened before too. This time we need to prepare our training gear properly. Did you bring your emergency medication? And what about clothes? At least 3 pairs of underwear. And remember, black ones are better for not getting dirty. King Joma replied politely, "Yes, sir. I have everything ready. Thank you." He looked at the message and was speechless. Just like my mom always does. Haha, even underwear. No, more like grandma actually. King Yoma put away his phone. It seems the departure time is approaching. In front of him, a female trainer was instructing the students. Are you all prepared? The student standing opposite her replied confidently. Yes. King Yoma suddenly remembered what the man with the hat said. Purple hair and eyes of the same color. A medium-height female trainer. Her true intentions were unclear, but if she was targeting him, this survival training session would be the perfect opportunity. King Zoma focused on analyzing the situation. If he could exploit the continuous changes in terrain on the island, handling the aftermath would be easier. He checked his luggage, of course, and it could apply to himself as well. Although he was reluctant to use a sword against someone, he couldn't let himself die. King Joma remained silent, remembering that weapon had once sketched her portrait. He thought about the ugly drawing, the speed weapon trainer's portrait with wheat-colored hair and very distinctive eyes of medium height. King Joma looked around and cursed in his mind. Damn brat, how can I find her with this little information? King Joma raised his head to look at the sky, sighed, just as someone called him, Student King Joma. Siegfried approached him, followed by Aben. He greeted, you haven't neglected your training lately, right? King Joma looked surprised at him. Sir Siegfried? Siegfried said a cryptic sentence. When outstanding talent is combined with effort, the result isn't just addition but multiplication. He cared and advised, but also needed enough rest to maintain his strength. So in this training session, enjoy it fully. King Joma responded sincerely. Thank you. I hope Siegfried can catch a big fish too. Siegfried blushes and coughs to hide his embarrassment. Oh, your words are good. Thanks. Anyway, hiccup. Then I'll take my leave first. Hiccup again. King Jomar is at a loss for words. Really, we stick together quite a lot. Only after King Jomar notices Abel staring at him does he realize. A question mark immediately pops up in his mind. Seeing King Yoma look back, Abel instantly looks uncomfortable and turns away. King Yoma chuckles to herself. She'll have a boyfriend soon enough. Smile, Abel. At the same time, Saki Ryuyo is sneaking up on him. Suddenly, King Yoma touches her fingers together. She joins her thumb and index finger. Without hesitation, she gives a strong snap in front of Saki Ryujo's face, causing her to squint and groan. Saki Ryuyo is caught off guard by the attack. Her face turns red with anger, tears welling up. Hey, this is just for some fun. Why did you hit me? Saki Ryuyo grins. Haha, I reacted instinctively because of the aura. Sorry. Saki Ryuyo loudly expresses her disappointment. I'm not a shield. Really, I just came to talk. Suddenly, she stops and walks away with a stern look. Forget it, I'm leaving. King Yoma watches Saki Ryuyo leave in thought. Saki Ryuyo, I really can't figure out what kind of person she is. He remembers her presence over the past few days. Recently, she hasn't slept much and always stays close to him. If there's no reaction, it makes her even more uncomfortable. Just walking back and forth, confusing everything. King Jomar feels helpless. I'm not sure what part of me she's interested in. But Ryuyo is a main female character after all. He remembers when Speed Weapon couldn't help asking, do you have any interest in Leon? Saki Ryuyo slumps on the table and answers, not anymore. King Jomar feels sad. I don't want to build an overly close relationship. Back to reality, the portal is appearing in the sky with a voice announcement. The portal leading to Avalon Island is being activated. Please be safe and enjoy your time. Saki Ryuyo looks up at the sky, hoping this time she can focus on her goal without any trouble. King Jomar's face is serious. his eyes determined as the voice announcement continues, wishing for the hero's blessings to always be with you. The sound disappears and King Jomar is enveloped in a purple light. In an instant, King Jomar appears somewhere else. King Jomar walks slowly forward, looking at the bright purple sky before him. It's been a year since he fell into this world. Now, finally, I truly feel like I'm living in a fantasy world. In front of Kangyoma stands a large tree with purple light radiating round it. This is the sacred land Avalon. Kangyoma looks at the huge tree in front of him, amazed. It's the original Yggdrasil forbidden fruit tree. He mutters to himself, deciding to admire later. Miura and Saki Ryuyo also appear in this area, both looking confident with a smile. Abe's face serious, determination clear on his face as he must uncover this place. Chloe clenched her fist firmly, eyes wide in surprise as she switched weapons. Leon examined the source of the purple light. Survival training on Island Home had begun. Kangyoma smiled confidently, searching for a new blessing. Kangyoma opened his phone to look at the Avalon Island map from the library. This is a map marking locations where the rebirth blessings can be sensed on Avalon Island. Kangyoma recalled memories of his past life when he played the game, silently thinking about comparing in-game positions with the map. He muttered, "I remember it was near some stone. The blessing location is close to the central lake." Kangyoma mentally analyzed the terrain, essentially finding a way to the stone area where the blessing lies. I need to head towards the lake where the world tree is and cross through the forest. Kangyoma muttered, "Alright, still 3 days left." He associated this island with blocks. At the academy, they not only let us play, but also give missions to find URB trash all over the island. In other words, it's like treasure hunts during outdoor activities. The more you find, the better your performance record. Plus, we can use enhancement materials, so I might as well collect them while I'm at it. As he rummaged through his prepared backpack, following Bo Garrick's instructions, he took out a long machete. He should prepare some survival tools. That machete is a secret weapon, 50 centimeters long. It's an essential tool for development. He shouted to cut the grass and buy trees from the mountaineering shop in the supermarket. Kangyoma raised the machete to inspect it. I gritted my teeth buying this machete just for this training session. I need to save the 50-second blessing, so I should get used to using it. With that said, Kangyoma swung the machete down. Swoosh! He muttered as he examined the handle, feeling comfortable, but still a bit awkward. Kangyoma pondered, in emergencies, just use it like a sushi knife. Just then, a rabbit appeared before him, peeking from behind some bushes. Kangyoma's eyes lit up as he looked at the rabbit. I'm getting used to this. Next, his pupils suddenly constricted. He hesitated and said, "Food source." The rabbit behind the grass finally stood up, revealing its full form, much larger than Kangyoma. A huge question mark appeared in Kangyoma's mind. This was clearly not a normal rabbit. But quickly, Kangyoma reacted, confidently saying, "Even see OV doubles I can take down. What are these rabbits? Fantasy real, just cooking ingredients, don't blame me." With that said, Kangyoma instantly disappeared on the spot. He shouted, "The blessing of the sword god doesn't work." He raised his machete and charged towards it, preparing to deliver a final blow. The rabbit's shape grew larger in Kangyoma's eyes. Meanwhile, Aben's figure was clearly visible as the dark rabbit. Abel was stunned. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. "Oh!" She sat down and reached out to pet the small rabbit in front of her. "Hello! Food source!" No! It's a rabbit." Abel smiled sweetly. "So cute. I can't bring myself to hurt it." With that thought, she spoke up. "Why are you going alone like this? Where's your mom?" The small rabbit in front of Aben suddenly went wild and bit her hand hard. She yelped in pain. Ouch! Immediately after, the little rabbit turned around and hopped away. Aben stood still, sniffing the air. "What? That's it! That's what?" She drew her sword and quickly chased after it. "Hey! Come here fast! I thought it was cute just now, so I was going to let it go." Aben smiled excitedly. "But sometimes things turn out differently. It's a good chance to check the results of my special training. Just a rabbit. The rabbit in front of Abel turned bright red all over, increasing its speed, which surprised Abel. Then the little rabbit turned around and looked at Abel as if laughing at her. Abel couldn't help but think, it's even faster now, showing off its strength like that name suggests. A green light appeared under Abel's feet, but no matter how fast she went, against Nibelung's sword, Abel sped up. She caught up to the rabbit and confidently smiled. Got you now! The rabbit suddenly leaped high into the air. Abel proudly thought, I'm Jomia's granddaughter. At this moment, Abel suddenly noticed something unusual. She sniffed the air. Abel lost her momentum and fell down. Her face showed clear surprise. Why did the terrain change so suddenly? Thud! A heavy object hit the water with a splash. The water rumbled violently, splashing up everywhere. Abin gradually sank to the bottom of the river, stunned and unable to react. Abin von Nibelung. Abin's eyes widened in disbelief, seeing. On the surface of the water, she saw the rabbit turning around to look at her. Suddenly, Abin's vision expanded, as if she could see King Yoma's cold face. Abin gradually closed her eyes and sank deeper. On the island, birds took flight in surprise. King Yoma chased after the giant rabbit with great effort. He panted heavily, thinking he had worked out extremely hard. But without the power boost, he couldn't believe it. Compared to my previous life, I'm quite confident in this body. Yet, Ma Kung stood there with his mouth open, panting heavily. He was tired and stopped for a moment. No footsteps could be heard anymore, but the rabbit turned around to look at him. Seeing the rabbit staring at him without moving, King Yoma decided to sit down. It's better to starve than waste energy like this. I'll let it go. Disappear! The rabbit seemed to understand his words. It suddenly curved its mouth into a smile, mocking him. King Yoma saw the 2 words of despair in its eyes. He angrily picked up his knife. Fortune! The knife in King Yoma's hand glowed silver. His eyes were filled with a fierce look. The sword god began to activate. Cutting through the dense trees, the bright sunlight blinded him. Rachel Z. Miura jumped up, clearing the pit. She confidently smiled as the sunlight shone on her, creating a golden glow around her. Rachel Z. Miura landed with strength and vigor, her fiery spirit unchanged. Vecho Z. Miura looked at the trees in front of her. She was confused. It feels like I'm just going around in circles. Haha, I think it's time to give up. Done. Marie, Nit Mgien. Vecho Z. Miura man Mainji Bay Electro Chain Ma. Vecho Z. Miura Gig Tailangi Du Chi Ingi Si Noi. Phi Lam Sao Bay. Ka X the DY. Ni Ha Ha. Gong Lukne Mat Kon Kovi Kan Bang Gong Bibu Trui. Vecho Z. Miura Eng Gisi M Tin Hino. Silyanthan Be Lang K Non QSA Con Kokovi Jai My TOC Hen Thup Thong NBC QSA Kang Jama. Wow! Rachel Z. Miura and Henthio HA Chung Korhen Bay ILDMBBM. Mun LA Korhen Thirthich the LLP Lantho Nusi Chathio HA Chung Kothomin Se GGP Jamatai. Rachel Z. Miura Chithup and Gui Zhong Laya. Sui Engel Chutiel Ton Thui Jian. Thavi Engel Thusi Hen Ming Cho L. Didi Tioi, Sin Haiti DSC I Lao Vitlan Kao. Te Anen GGP Sisube. Jorma. Maluk ne imat si kuk tran hunbo, Saki Ryuyo mat YVHMT, Hinman VE ing T gig day trive, CCCM Theo Kung LLM Kim Tranon DGAC Kai Ka, Ling Thak, Than Din DGang, Chen Man, Ao Ko Cardigan, Train B, Unhutri, King Jormathal, Saki Ryu Chin Hin Va Mat H Chong, Cha Ti Bo Si Fan Tich to Hintrong Du. Ka Chai Game Tho Kang Tha Di Thu a GGC. Chamun Ki Zhang LA BE Bien Bo Avalon. Phi Dot Mup Tiofa HPPV Jai My Tring DC Bit Nay. Saki Ryo Engel TSI Kai K Hang Ta Sang Troy MT. Tran Bo Chukomat and C LA Kang Bo Gig Thay C. Then GG The. Saki Ryo Jiang Ban BE Bien. Song VE Val BE Catchern. Vijay Tin Catch QSA Yama Thu Q Jiki Kung Thich Matman Chin Thak Jiki DY VKHA Nang Kao LA Hang E Sao Trombo. Nsi Kanko and Gui. Fine Thit DY. Nhan Shu Tai. Saki Ryo Tron Churtnam T. Tai Thu Minfai Oi Tai. Kang Moon Being Guikik CCP Mek Du. Si chi hai hang iva ha chong than gg the new ggp lai thu cuccc du ko, man say trive d. Mat trui qui king kong lan, manjanum buong zhon, tran bibu trui llp lan and sao. Tran han bo vang lan ting soi chu chio, ahimt chong sang rik trick trui nan lao tsi. Chloe rik kim mat gg quet ingong lu soi hong, trung gao lan them thit. Chloe chi fan kitch, chomin, ban gemma, it nat dwelle tran hun bonnet. Si che non lao vit I trong ring. Mense la ngui dution tcm tcsu Isekai'd hen bctki d and mtcsu trudu I theo matmin mintai. Chloe.9 nan raji ki ko, the matsi tran y view I ming, ko diebu hiu ngui eat jean bay la banjoma, and sang vang trink mt trong tsi kingdom ririt. Chloe keng kkm ggc geo len la banjoma. Ma lukne. King Joma hanging he ban mdang lsaint and llmbpm, jithu kong lot ggc regig thu kilo chuyun ling thak, fan kon lai tho kem lamth k la zong. V Lui and .9 ccm nun ggc ko jiki ko hang lai jane, and leptccnh jetin hin va thea ko. King Joma im ling, and ko chuk kang shikshten, and kaine kang fi kitha qsag thu, ko tha elath and lcc now ko hang hum vauman. King ggc mect cnh juk. King Joma jiang lan, te and cham thou kui dao, skan sang thou, teeth and shin hubctc luke now. No hang tin lai jean the king hading lai chut now, fnik lanban hang ggc gig lai, dao sashimi trong ing weaven trong tan trong ho and ho. And mt King Joma trive nesty si ben, trong du and hai ra sui angle, ann re. King Joma leptc rit dao ra chunbi tan sang. King Luko, Chloe hum mteen hum mui lao tsich na ngui fia trink. Banyama. Rachel Zimiura x ngui ngak 9. Konhak ko, Chloe Chonglan mt kin ngak, tuc vang. Hyangui hgaang si dian no, si hai do tve bcbui lanting chepvin. Sao sisu lai e bay, trongam tsi, kondao qsa king yuma st qua, ve lan mat ggiang sang bc. Abel zut hyan in gay trink mat an, si ngui cc sung bui csc nga kujong dot. King yuma luke ne ka to rai kuan mat si, and saying gui kin gak, bante hang ccm dao qsa and kong lai. King yuma hin cv jai and mt katin. Abel mat made bngiang. Si ngui run lan va lan, kai ko. Si ngbt tran llpbpp ed ala, shuyun ne, kingyuma.con dao lan lpp lang thu, and lsa vang lach tachin hai mua. Abel ngi ko kim mat gak, lang thu trang thit ap, ko ve say kang bi noi va correct niauth k. Abel nin mong trink matri leptc nun roth. She suddenly remembered the hateful rabbit that made her fall into the water earlier in the afternoon, and her eyes immediately turned sad. Even here, I've lost to you, King Yulmer. Abel curled up her legs and hugged herself for warmth. She shivered as she lowered her head and thought to herself, so embarrassing, it's freezing. At this moment, there was some movement next to Abel. She turned around in surprise. King Yulmer wrapped a fur coat around her, saying put this on, and Abel hesitated for a moment. King Yulmer returned to the fire pit. She adjusted the fur coat she was wearing, her face flushed as she shivered. The white smoke from the fire rose high. Abel thought to herself, I must be crazy. I should go back. Can't stand the smell. I really am foolish. After sitting for a while, Abel finally felt better. It was so warm. She awkwardly spoke up, feeling numb. Just then she felt pain and cried out, ouch. Her ankle was bright red and swollen. Her leg wobbled slightly as she stumbled. She was surprised. I chafed my ankle. When did that happen? Now Abel suddenly blushed, stammering, Cece, could you? What are you doing? King Yoma bent down to help her with her ankle, pulling the collar of his shirt down. Abel shuddered in embarrassment. She couldn't speak properly. King Yoma explained that if left untreated, it would get infected during their stay here. Abel looked at him silently. She stopped as if to say something but didn't. King Yoma seriously tended to her wound. Looking at her bandaged ankle, Abel was bewildered. Thank you. The atmosphere suddenly became stiflingly silent. Only the crackle of the fire could be heard in the night. Suddenly, King Yoma spoke up. Why were you wandering around alone? Abel was taken aback. Huh? Oh then. She suddenly remembered Zimiura's words from earlier. The first person to meet would either be exclusive or make him. Exclusive or what? Or nothing. She blushed and couldn't say anything. Abe touched her flushed cheeks as she spoke. I also have things to do, plus it feels more comfortable going alone. King Yoma was unconvinced. Oh, like me then. Abe secretly looked at King Jomer. She remembered what she had said. I'll step back. Her heart felt hollow. Junjun raised her phone to take a picture of King Yomer. Abe blushed and made sure both herself and King Yoma were in the frame. She then sent the photo to the group chat. The group chat immediately received a notification. Notification, sword drawn, first player on Avalon Island. Saki Ryo had to respond right away. Oh, what's this? Is something wrong with my phone? Rachel Zimiura hesitated before sending a message in the group chat. What is it? Ha ha. Ha ha. Saki Ryo shouted into her phone. I said I'm not playing anymore. Why? Rachel Zimiura stood still in shock. You really are a good cat. Chloe beside her had a question mark pop up in her head. Abe looked at the screen, blushing. Suddenly, King Yoma brought over some skewered meat for her. Here, eat this. Abe jumped and awkwardly replied. Ah, okay. White smoke rose with the smell of cooking meat. King Joma watched the fire. She thought to herself, so embarrassed, Abel sat next to her and slowly finished the skewered meat. She suddenly asked, why are you so strong? King Jomar looked surprised at her. Thinking about how easily he defeated Nox Auditor, winning against his opponent in just 1 minute, King Jomar silently thinks that it's because of living in such a chaotic academy environment. King Janma gives a vague reason and answers, probably due to the wonderful teacher. Ben looks surprised. Teacher you. King Janma replies, there was a teacher who taught me sword techniques. Ben thinks of his grandfather. Despite only 17 years, even though not much time has passed, I've spent my whole life learning from him. I used to believe that I knew more about swords than anyone else, but this sword, I've never heard or seen it before. Talking about this, Ben suddenly gets excited. What did you learn that makes you so strong? What's your family name? The fire crackles and dances in front of him. I recognized it from the start. Ben is a bit confused. King Dodo continues, strength doesn't mean you'll win. The fire before him crackles and dances. Those who never give up are the true victors. Those who endure, overcome, and survive until the end are truly strong. Ben is taken aback. She looks at him. She wants to say something but stops herself. After a moment, she can't help laughing softly. PFFT. Haha, it sounds like an uncle. Abel laughs loudly with his head back. Sorry, because it sounded too much like my grandfather, so I couldn't help but laugh. King Zomper is speechless. Hey, Abel continues. You speak just like my grandfather. Are you really only 17 years old? Abel turns to look at him and suddenly remembers their conversation by the old bench from long ago. After that, this was the first time we talked again, right? King Dodo doesn't answer, but instead passes her a skewer of meat. Eat this. Ben is slightly taken aback. Huh? Ah. Aha. She takes the meat skewer. Her cheeks turn red and she mutters. It's so delicious. The next morning, Ben wakes up with her head spinning, causing her hair to shake. Finally waking up, she opens her eyes wide at the scene in front of her. Ha! The fire from last night has died down. No one is around anymore. Ben turns and looks at the remaining dried meat skewers, silently leaving everything behind. She remembers King Jomar's help bandaging her wounds from last night, feeling embarrassed as her face turns red. Abel looks down at his tightly wrapped feet in thought. A tinkling sound echoes on the ground, a few drops of water falling. Abel is taken aback. Tears can't be held back. Oh, why am I crying? Abel quickly wipes away the tears from his face. Being cared for by someone throughout my life, even in tough times, I've always been alone. Abel thinks of past difficulties that seemed like insurmountable walls. Despite facing such large obstacles, I always pushed through to win. Even if I wanted to cry, I had to hold it back. I don't have the time to act my age anymore. Looking up at the sky, because as a Nibelung heir, this is her responsibility. She mutters the name Kangyoma. Why did you do all of this just for me? The purple light from the world tree envelops the island. Ben says to herself, I've always been envious and jealous of those who give without expecting anything in return. Holding up her sword, right? There are still 2 days left. She finally regains her composure and stands up, putting on her luggage again. Sitting down to cry won't change anything. Looking ahead, confidence returns to her face. I must repay this, right? The animal billows upwards. Ben wraps it around herself and heads forward. She whispered to herself, Let's go, Ben. At this moment, Kangyoma was using a knife to cut vines blocking his path into the island. He muttered to himself, Nighttime makes the car cold, but it's actually hot now. Thinking of Abel's peaceful sleep in the morning, Kangyoma silently thought that maybe Abel had already woken up by now. He looked quite handsome. When thinking about Abel, he couldn't help but wonder. However, for some reason, Abel seemed to dislike him a bit, which was also a characteristic of the character Abel, a proud lady. Kangyoma went alone to the rock wall. I'll go after the surprise encounter with Ben. I've helped her with a few things too. Not because of any feelings for Ben, but seeing that miserable state, I couldn't bear to be cold and indifferent. Kangyoma looked down below. Just one time of help isn't such a big deal. He muttered to himself, We've left the forest now. Maybe we can avoid this situation for a bit. But compared to before, it probably won't be much different. Kangyoma brought his knife and luggage down the rock wall, just remembering that now. He walked forward. Today is the day Abel started developing feelings for Leon. King Jamba looked around this place. He raised his hand to block some of the wind and light. Is she going to bring a blanket to Leon? Slightly dazed, I should have brought one. King Gemma walked towards the world tree, stopping to think about useless things. Better to find blessings before it gets dark. King Gemma remembered the bright blessing like sunlight. The blessing of rebirth, a type of spiritual blessing lower than the transformation blessing by a rank, helping to increase recovery power temporarily. However, it can only be used on oneself. It's a blessing meant for self-rescue. For those who use the transformation blessing, the limitation to using it only on themselves is no longer an issue. Kangyoma imagined using the rebirth and transformation blessings on speed weapon. The rebirth blessing is different. With the transformation blessing, speed weapon recovered safely in a flash. Kangyoma confidently smiled. Even the fourth sushi, which is very prone to spoilage, could be partially revived. It might seem overpowered at first glance. Kangyoma imagined Nox Auditor having his arm installed incorrectly and him angrily shouting, That's not my arm. Kangyoma thought that it wasn't about growing back a severed arm, but just a blessing to speed up healing. Thinking of Leon, this blessing in the game is also considered an enigmatic piece. It won't significantly affect Leon's development. In the future, Leon will become extremely powerful, so I must get this blessing. Kangyoma gripped the rock wall with his hand. He pushed himself to climb up. This is far from the game image. In the game, it was clearly a stone block, yet we ended up getting lost until dusk. Kangyoma panted heavily. I see now. Ha! Ha! The blessing of rebirth. In front of him appeared a desolate and broken place. He muttered as he looked at the sparkling light emanating from there. What is that sparkling thing? A blessing should be hidden well, right? Kangyoma tried to see clearly what it was. It's a star sapphire? Such a large gemstone being given away for free? Finding the blessing and getting a gemstone too. I'm really lucky. Kangyoma happily approached that place. Could this be my last bit of luck? Thinking back, I've been so unlucky all along. He stopped not far from the gem and took it first before continuing to search. Since it's sparkling, we can't ignore it. I wish I could find it before nightfall. The string suddenly snapped right in front of him as he spoke. Leon looked surprised. He was taken aback and barely reacted. Huh? What's this? Someone emerged from the shadows. I didn't expect to have to go so deep. You're here to explore the crystal world. Leon appeared beside Yuan, continuing his words, or come all the way here to find Yuan and summon King Yomer. Seeing the cold-eyed person appear before him, King Yoma couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Leon. Leon warned, don't face me, if not, why are you here for another reason? King Yoma frowned unhappily, I only came because I saw Yuan from afar. Yuan lay on the bright platform, and Leon asked again, saying he came because he saw Yuan. Is that true? A blue light flashed in the darkness. There was no other choice. Leon drew his sword, exuding an ominous aura. Try to take it if you can defeat me. The sun set towards the west as Joma and Leon stood facing each other, both ready for battle. Joma thought, Leon, from the moment he was born, half of their time together had been spent smiling. He suddenly found it. The reality finally tore apart into two halves. Now Joma and Leon face each other. He wondered what this situation was all about. He should be with Abin at this time. Today should have been a turning point in the peace narrative. Joma suddenly had a thought. Could it be that I stole their event, so nothing happened last night? Looking at Leon standing opposite him with his sharp sword, he sighed, even if I knew the truth, it wouldn't warrant an argument over this. With one slash, the wall behind him split in two. Joma had some impression of the sword Leon held. He found it. Right, the Banmeng sword, its current state. His eyes widened in surprise. It's not perfect, but Joma shuddered, remembering the worst cursed sword in this world, the strongest among the red cursed swords, Banmeng, and the green gemstone in the middle. It neutralizes the power by transmitting holy energy into the Banmeng sword, the EZ stone. Cold sweat started to pour down his face, but since the Banmeng sword relies on cursed power for existence, even with the EZ stone's balancing effect, it is heavily influenced by the user's nature. Therefore, in the game, Banmeng can become a cursed or holy sword depending on how the player uses it. Could Lion be? Leon suddenly spoke up, right? Just think of this as a pairing battle. Joma was slightly panicked, analyzing. He seemed to have trouble controlling his mental image. He's insane. Now that sword is cursed. He finally asked again, are you serious? But Leon stammered, I'm not good at lying. Joma gradually deduced, this guy seems to be planning on using the Banmeng sword as a stepping stone for his growth. He frowned slightly. Even if Ming could understand Leon's actions, it was only speculation, but he definitely wanted the gemstone here as an excuse. Leon grew impatient and shouted, sorry, but I don't have much time left. Leon rushed towards Joma with his sword and loudly declared, I'll start now. Meanwhile, Saki Ryuyo suddenly screamed out loud. Sweet Weapon behind her was startled. She angrily scolded her, shaking herself. Why did you scream like that all of a sudden? Saki Ryuyo didn't respond. Frustrated, the person we were looking for isn't here. Did I run into him by chance? Sweet Weapon was upset, questioning. Hey, Saki Ryuyo, do you think I wanted to meet you? She grumbled, who went everywhere and followed me round like that? He curiously asked, but you said you were looking for someone. Could it be just a coincidence? Saki Ryuyo nonchalantly nodded, and Speed Weapon was startled again. Hey, don't tell me there's something with Joma. She paused a bit. Why did you think that? He meticulously analyzed it, and there's still something unclear. Just last month, I saw him lying around in bed all day, but since he started hanging out with Joma, he seems so energetic now. Plus, he originally hated hacking into computers or technology stuff, yet now he does everything that's assigned to him without complaint. It's quite strange. Sweet Weapon accidentally bumped into Saki Ryuyo. He held his nose in pain and blamed her. Hey, why did you stop like that? Saki Ryuyo suddenly called out with a serious tone. Hey, Sweet Weapon! She kept trying to speak, but couldn't say anything. Finally, Saki Ryuyo blushed and turned around to ask him, how did I show those things so clearly? Seeing her like that, Speech Weapon seemed a bit confused, wondering if he was possessed or affected by mental magic. Saki Ryuyo angrily scolded him, shut up, and then punched him in the face. At this moment, some birds were startled by the loud noise from the forest and flew away. She looked up at them and wondered, "What's that? What sound was that?" Speed Weapon scratched his head and guessed. "An earthquake." Saki Ryuyo immediately denied. "No, it feels different. This is Kao Yammer." The knife in Yama's hand had split into two. He was slightly startled to realize they had fallen from his hands. Yama frowned but secretly felt lucky. "It's insane." Leon slowly approached and questioned him. "Why didn't you resist? Even if I knew my attack would miss." He angrily challenged the demon. "You have no respect at all. Hey, demon, fight your best." He helplessly looked at Leon. "Honestly, I didn't react in time. I never expected him to actually swing that Banming sword like that. I couldn't join in a senseless conflict like this either." Jorma hesitated. He was hesitant because if he delayed summoning the good seal, even a slight mistake could result in losing his head. Leon, the master of the miraculous good seal, called out from across, "Calm down, Jorma." Leon asked him to pick up the sword. It was something that would happen sooner or later anyway. Jorma took out some sashimi from his bag, the owner of the miraculous good seal. He looked at Leon rushing towards him and convinced himself that facing a monster without any good seals is unacceptable. He had to abandon his easy thoughts. Jorma believed that the good seal would be summoned. They charged at each other, flames and excess spiritual energy flying everywhere. Both of them tried to attack while suppressing each other. Jorma was pushed back. Lion took advantage of this opportunity to attack him. He straightaway slashed a path, but Jorma managed to block it with his knife. However, the knife broke after that strike. Lion continuously launched powerful attacks, forcing him to struggle to defend. He switched to holding the sword with both hands. Lion's eyes turned extremely fierce. Jamma quickly jumped back and took out a knife from his bag. He kept throwing knives at him. Leon calmly deflected numerous knives and rushed forward to approach Jammer. Just a little more, he could injure him. Leon hesitated not to swing the sword. That made Jamma extremely panic. A slash of light was cut through. The sturdy stone pillars were instantly split in two. Amidst the ruins, Jamma still managed to duck and avoid it. He paused his slicing action, preparing for the next move. Jorma turned around and used the broken stones as stepping stones to run away. He thought a bit angrily, "I'm quite different from what I was in the middle of the term now. Even the main character's aura has its limits, right? Could it be that only he advanced while I stayed still here?" Jorma suddenly looked up at something flying towards him. He had to face Leon's deadly strike. The attack swept through everything in its path, destroying all obstacles. West could see the sword of Leon trembling visibly. He panted heavily, gasping for breath. Yet Jorma stood bravely before Leon. He glared up with resentment. It was then that he asked what he wondered most. "Leon, why did you have to do this?" Leon paused slightly, seemingly not expecting John Marr to ask such a question. Later, Leon stopped and looked at the sky before saying, "This world is full of suffering. Everything needs to be freed." It felt as if thousands of words weighed him down, with a voice echoing in his heart. "Leon, if you always followed righteousness, you could make everyone on this earth happy." Leon suddenly laughed naively. He gripped the sword tightly again. Leon transferred power to the sword and stood ready. "Do you understand now?" He raised his sword in front of Jorma and shouted. With this, a column of power was summoned. Its residual effect caused the space around them to distort violently. Leon continued declaring, "I will make this world change more." At that moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Due to the demon's counterattack, he dodged and then sidestepped past Leon to perform a move. The power of the sword in his hand gradually faded away. Along with it, the blade broke and someone's voice echoed in Leon's ears. "I believe you." That voice whispered, "Leon, you will succeed." However, now the result is already decided. Leon sadly realized, "Dad, I can't do that anymore." He looked disappointed ahead. Now, he understood that King Joma was the chosen one. Leon sighed, "It's better this way." Before him stood Joma calmly putting away his sword as if no battle had ever happened. The final battle ended with Joma's victory. He calmly put away his sword. At that moment, Leon's figure behind suddenly vanished. Yama was puzzled and turned around to look. Where he stood now was just a strand of bird feather. He wondered anxiously, "Gone. What is this?" Yama looked into the distance and thought, "An unexpected battle. I think it's an act to test myself and affirm my position as a warrior. But I don't intend to lose to anyone." The ground was littered with countless broken daggers. From the start, the opponent didn't attack half-heartedly. A moment's carelessness would have meant death for me. What a pity! Barking silently recalled the previous battle. I tried my best not to target Leon. That's why I had to dodge everywhere. Still, Leon's growth is worthy of being the main character. Jorma was proud of his achievement and seemed to have cut through a bit of the demon's sword. You're pretty good too. If we fix it and gather more parts later, maybe we can get to the final form without issues. I imagine Leon's brutal game over scene and sighed in relief. At least we didn't cut Leon down. We won! Done! Joma approached and gently touched the magic ball. That's enough! Suddenly, a beam of light shone out from inside. Seeing that, I cheered with joy. We found it! Turns out it was right here. A screen appeared showing a message. Nicely done. You've collected new blessings. The blessing of rebirth. It speeds up the regeneration of damaged cells to recover quickly. However, parts that have fallen off cannot be regenerated. Do you wonder if it's already been applied? I picked up a sharp object and slashed my hand. Where is it? The wound healed at an incredible speed just moments after being created. Jamar raised his hand to admire the result, tapping his fingers in approval. Oh, excellent performance indeed. I said to myself with a hint of pride, at least we got what we wanted and it wasn't easy. Nightfall for gamers. Jamar sat quietly by the fire. I lowered my head slightly in thought. But why exactly? Could it really be because of Ab? Jorma recalled Leon approaching with his sword and couldn't help but feel something. After all, it was bound to happen sooner or later. The situation was too urgent for me to ask further. What does that mean? I poked the fire while muttering. Bekhun is an entity from here. He's a being of this world. What is Leon's true identity anyway? Devil, first of all, it should be the one who threw me into this world that we need to question. Now, just do what I need to do. As Devil reminisces about his past, in my previous life, I was already a hot-tempered person. Koram contemplates. Now there are many iron filings, but I've never turned a blind eye to injustice. I used to argue with troublesome clients a lot. Being straightforward might be a form of justice too. Jorma is somewhat helpless. The original plan was not to interfere, but somehow the goal changed to protecting himself. Even though it's just an action for blessings without significantly affecting the main plot, today I had to face Leon until this point. It must be fate. He sighs helplessly and is now also threatened with assassination. Jorma thinks that if his life was truly in danger, he might have to kill a person instead of a monster. He remains silent for a long time. Yoma looks up at the sky silently. He wonders if he's doing well and should know how to do things moderately. In his daze, Yoma seems to hear Saki Ryujo's voice scolding him. You've said too much. Just act according to yourself. He suddenly turns around. Beside Yoma, only dense trees are present, no one else. He wonders if he's seeing hallucinations now. I'm really tired. If Saki Ryujo were here, she would have jumped like that too. Yama is a bit confused, wondering what the others are doing. He imagines Saki Ryujo and Speed Weapon each doing their own tasks, even dividing the boundaries. Just step over and you'll die. Rachel's Miura is busy teasing Chloe with rice. Abel might be taking a bath under the moonlight. Jamma smiles at this thought. Friends? He sighs as he watches the smoke dissipate into the air, then marvels. So awkward. Soon dawn breaks. Jamma sits and falls asleep on a large stone. The fire is almost out. Someone quietly approaches him. They are the Evil Alliance assassins. Undertaker. Lisen closes his eyes slightly, signaling. Instantly, countless throwing daggers are shot towards Jorma. He immediately realizes this. Although Jorma quickly dodges, he still gets some scratches. Even a slight brush from the throwing dagger leaves many wounds. The assassins get excited seeing him dodge. "Captain, that guy really is the evil student," Beric exclaims in delight. "That's scary. Should we take this opportunity to indulge ourselves?" Layson shouts at him. "Shut up, Beric." Jorma quickly recognizes them. They are Jason. He knows a bit about Layson, the leader of the Undertaker assassination organization and Lion's first half-human, half-demon. She was once a noble lady but betrayed by her family. Expelled from her clan and becoming an assassin, her hatred grew stronger. After turning evil, she was later destroyed by Lion, a tragic figure. But Jeanma shows no sympathy. "Still, I don't feel any pity for a monster who has abandoned humanity." Beric on the opposite side continues to provoke him. "Hey kid, what are you? Even though I threw it gently, it's not easy to dodge." He even comes up with an idea. "You're a freelance Nang Trang assassin, right? That kid isn't worth much. Captain, really, why don't we indulge him?" Layson is surprised by Jeanma's presence. How can a child remain calm in such a situation? She questions, "So, which side are you on?" This makes him extremely confused. What the heck is this? Getting a mission to kill someone and asking which organization I belong to. Didn't they see me as a student? Beric continued, "Hey, that guy, before you die, you should know you're actually pretty good. Know that?" The captain's interest in the prey seems to be his first time. "Right, Deputy Captain." T-Pung rubbed his hands and said, "Right, from the way he moves. He's not ordinary. I thought he was the best student, but turned out to be just a kid. But if you can dodge that well, it might as well be fatal. Even if you don't completely dodge, some parts will still get hurt." He stared at Jeanma with a sinister smile. This feeling makes him uncomfortable. Jeanma muttered under his breath, "If you guys are here." He looked up with a sarcastic tone. "At least the one behind is probably an original elder. Right, the corpse of dead bodies." These words froze the entire Undertaker team. Beric angrily shouted, "You dog, which organization do you belong to? Dare to investigate us back?" Lei quickly stopped him. "Enough." T-Punk had moved forward slightly. "It seems he knows quite a bit about us." Jamba not only wasn't scared, but also smiled. "Knowing enough to call you guys a bunch of killers for hire?" T-Punk was successfully provoked. "Damn it. Just said the captain's most hated phrase." Jama continued advancing. "Why?" He pressed in closely and questioned, "Or are you afraid that as a noble, you don't want to be called a corpse by a student like me?" T-Pung angrily raised his fist. "Damn you." Roma remained unperturbed. He moved quickly past him, already holding a knife in hand. T-Pung was still furious, just running away. It took him a moment to realize there was a cut on his neck. T-Pung's head fell rapidly. He still didn't understand what had happened. The team members were shocked and shouted, "Damn it, Deputy Captain! Shit, what the heck is this? You bastard!" Joma merely chuckled. "I've killed someone." He realized something deeply, not in virtual space but in real life. Joma's decisiveness made the assassins exclaim, "Holy shit!" They charged forward to stab and slash him. "What are you standing there for? Kill it." Joma's eyes became more ruthless. The number 12.7 suddenly flashed in his mind. Leia was also frightened by that look. The number gradually decreased. Duma's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Not bad. God's blessing is with me." Someone checked the time on their phone and sighed. December 7th, 2012, 12:07 p.m. Time has passed so quickly. He thought to himself, "Found it. Let's go home." He opened the fridge to look for something. Where did my humanity go? In the fridge. Inside, all kinds of drinks were neatly ranged. Later, Joma walked over and looked at the fridge, angrily saying, "What is this? Who arranged this? Damn them!" John mutters helplessly, "In there, huh? We need to take everything out." Joma suddenly notices a change on the bottle. The characters on it hit his eyes straight away. Jomar can't believe he exclaims, "Could it be from lack of sleep? It seems like the text has changed." He curiously stares at them. Indeed, the text on the bottle has really changed to different characters. A beam of light binds out, startling Jomar. Well, they seem to want to take him somewhere. Now, Jomar's eyes are full of intent. The number is stuck at 2.5. His ears ring with persistent urging. Chop! Someone keeps screaming in his head. Chop! When the score reaches 12.7, John's last thread of reason snaps. He screams internally, wondering if chopping will cut him too. And so, John Mar swings his knife and decapitates Paris. His smile loses its humanity, along with the shrill cries of the assassins, Ho, and Deputy Leader. They curse and grab him. That bastard, bring him back, hurry up. Jorma rushes to confront them head-on. The assassins still underestimate him. Their opponent is just a kid. They don't know when he's closing in. Jorma uses his sushi knife with great skill, each cut cleanly targeting the weak points of his opponents. Wherever he goes, his enemies' bodies are no longer intact. Two more assassins charge to engage him, only to die. Jorma flips over them gracefully before being hit himself. He lands safely. The other two assassins aren't so lucky, just 2 slashes and they're gone. His left eye is covered in darkness, his smile more sinister. Over there, Sen stands dumbstruck by the bloody scene, only hearing her subordinates' calls for help. These damn bastards, snap out of it, just a kid, let's all get through this together. Her face is filled with horror. Ghosts and demons continuously slash down one after another. She's terrified to the core. What is this? Is he a student? T-Pung asks frantically, Leader, is it real? He uses his fear, thinking it's just bait. T-Pung turns to speak, but gets pressed before finishing. T-Pung doesn't fare much better than his companions. Before losing consciousness, he mutters, not good. Lizen steps back, regretting her decision. She thought it was an easy mission. Lizzie remembers Gladys' promise of 100 million for each. The reward is separate. She clutches her weapon tightly and curses him. This mad old man. Lizzie looks at the bloody scene in front of her, trembling as she exclaims, he's not human. She even thinks he's posing as a student. Jorma notices their side. He charges towards Sen with incredible speed while she still debates being half human and half ghost. Sen grits her teeth, that villain. She doesn't know when she fell to the ground. The ghost's blade is pressed against her neck, considering it done. She coughs in pain. Joma raises his knife high. With 9 seconds left, Leon and Undertaker took a lot of time. Even if he needs to defend, he hopes not to use them again. BCT Juk recalls the battle, feeling unfamiliar, unlike fighting monsters, but this opponent is a human butcher. Here to take his life, no reason for mercy, so no regrets. Joma looks towards the girl being held against the tree. Now it's time to deal with Sen. He firmly interrogates, talk, who sent you? She resists, do you think I'll tell you? Joma ponders this as a chance to find out who has been trying to kill him continuously. Using absolute fear to break and force her to confess is the most effective method. If he just chops off her head without hearing the truth behind it, he'll surely regret it. So is Myla Sen calling me foolish or brave by saying that? She got angry and shouted, what's wrong with you? Jomba, let Layson see the power of those assassins. Now her subordinates are like this. Shouldn't I have told everything politely to make both sides less miserable? Only now is she furious, cursing Majin. Layson coughed as he couldn't finish his sentence. She suddenly smiled, understanding why that old man hired someone to handle the situation. The poison tree spoke. A noble must recognize it from the start when all personal information has been erased, including family and relations with parents. She angrily mumbled, that old man dared to ask us to eliminate a fake interpreter. If I knew then, I would have dealt with his counsel first. Layson Jama didn't hear the rest. He only noticed that all information about his family and parents had been erased. He suddenly remembered the faces blurred in his subconscious, his parents. Jama fell into panic. What does it look like? He immediately stood up and questioned her. So, what did you just say? Layson frowned, confused. What? Jama threatened with the knife again. Didn't I tell you that I don't have any parents or family? Looking down at her, he said initially, I only plan to listen to the name of the one who hired you to kill me and send you off gently. Jama slowly took out the knife and said, but now I want to ask something. By the way, this isn't negotiation, it's a threat. Lisen shuddered as she saw the bright blade. Every word he spoke was an intimidation. Lose one or two limbs and you can still talk, right? At that moment, some invisible pressure built up between them. Lisen screamed in terror. What's going on? Joma struggled to hold back her fear as she wondered. What is this? The pressure? Magic power? So sudden? After a while, the pressure subsided and he sighed in relief. It's over now. When Joma turned around, she noticed blood gathering at one point. That's the blood of the dead. The blood clung to Lisen, making her panic and scream. What? What is it? Stop! Don't come closer! Stop! Lisen screamed in agony. Even Joma couldn't understand what was happening. In Bilong, Nibilong adjusted his fishing rod. He sat by the beach, turning the handle and muttering. It wasn't bad compared to just coming to control things. Unfortunately, there were no bites. Nibilong sighed, not worth the high price. Suddenly, waves surged violently, making him extremely happy. Oh, is it here? In an instant, hundreds of fish leaped out of the water, creating a violent wave on the shore. Nibilong suddenly realized what was happening. This is... His face showed disbelief. Such a level of magic power. Nibilong subconsciously thought of someone the squad leader. In the Lisen forest, blood red was seeping into her body. She pleaded and begged, I will tell everything. Please, let me confess. So this is something even demons don't know about. Lisen's eyes were filled with despair. She didn't want to die. Light suddenly appeared from somewhere. Energy shot down where she was tied, causing rocks and dirt to scatter everywhere. The forest glowed red. The teacher in the room noticed this. She wondered aloud. Squad leader. The undertaken assassin's symbol falls to the ground. The energy beam fades away gradually. The ghost guard tightly grips his dagger, on alert. Lisen's figure appears faintly in the smoke. He tilts his head back and laughs. He mumbles with nostalgia. That's right. It's like this. 700 years have passed before returning to the mortal world. The demon is surprised, recognizing it as 700 years. Could it be? You watch Lisen's body gradually being invaded by flames. The power so strong that even a mermaid appears like a small fish. This persistent flame. He runs his fingers through his hair arrogantly. Goodbye, little one. It's me, Yo-Yo, leader of the 5th Legion, Dream Demon from the Demon King's army.